Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here for today's matches. And today's ones aren't necessarily our top cabs off the rank. I don't want to beat around the bush. You know, we don't want to lie to you guys or anything like that. These are not necessarily the top teams. However, they might be. What if they win these series, use that momentum to then catapult themselves to the top of the standings, Wolf? That could still happen. We're still in round one.
They'll take a step closer for sure towards the better
edge.
part of the standings.
And I'm about to break.
We're both about to break going into this one. I guess let's go ahead and call for the standings. Let's take a look at them because we did, of course, have our opening video, right, where teams come out in order. And Nongshim, as a 10th place team from Spring, when they come out, that's when the walk through the fire line comes through, and I thought that was really fitting because these Challengers players had a tough time, right? They walked through the fire of the LCK, right? They ended up being our 10th place team. But right now, they've moved up to 8th, right? They've taken a game that's more than DRX has been able to say they've done this season, only taking a single set, right?
Yeah.
Also a bit of a rough time for the side of OK Savings Bank Brion. So Nongshim already looking like they've got big improvements here in store for us for summer. Kwangdong, on the other hand, sitting on the edge of playoffs right now. This win, if they could take it, they are the expected victors, would be so important to maintain that 6th place spot.
And I love that you say victor as well, because Bulldog absolutely fantastic on the champion. The optimal chance to break free from losing streaks. The really cool thing is that if Nongshim win here, they equalize their win record from the previous season, which is very
in the first round robin.
Yeah, which is very sad, but also very cool that they will be able to achieve that theoretically in week 3. Really, really cool stuff. Both head coaches revealing their faith in their AD carries. Yeah, bringing up Jiwoo is a very interesting idea that Irene has had. Of course, Vital did have a few accolades moving into the roster after they were able to win Challenger with Jiwoo there. But we'll just see whether it is going to work out here as two mid laners battling each other for the first time. Which cards will they play? The Cassiopeia coming to mind.
Cassiopeia versus the static Ezreal that we did see from Bulldog. Two out-of-the-box champions for these players, so to speak. But we know that Bulldog actually, in fact, has a massive champion pool. He will play champions before anybody else. He will master them early. We saw it from his Aurelion Sol. We saw it from his Tristana last season. I think Quad's the exact opposite. He will play Cassiopeia, and that's about it. So I think it's really easy to draft against this team. We've seen teams like Genji just take it off the board, saying, I'm aware of the fact that this is what you do. This is your one-trick champion right now, and he looks weaker on other picks, even though he hasn't gotten a lot of wins. So bit of a weak point here for the side of Nongshim Red Force, hoping that maybe we could see Jiu, who is more like Bulldog in that he has a wide champion pool. He has a very different ideas about how to play the bottom lane. Maybe that is something we could see that's interesting here for Nongshim going into this series.
Yeah, I want to see the Nila, because we have also already seen Gumyushi playing it, and it looked very, very good. And you can punish a lot of lanes with it. We'll see what they're going to be able to do here as Kwangdong Freaks. They are the home team. They will march out into Lol Park here first off. Dudu, the king of the top lane, will Dundun be able to stand up to him? That is the big question on everyone's minds. Yes, if you were to mirror their names and put them upside down, they would be each other. However, the amount of success that Dudu has had has far surpassed that of Dundun so far this season.
Really has. He has been the best player on this team. And, I mean, Young Jay and Bulldog also, I think, showing massive improvement. It's the bottom side of the map that we're a little bit more concerned about here. And, of course, pushing leads that we've seen Kwangdong get, not actually turning them into victories, can be another issue. But on the side of Nongshim Red Force here, at least Tindun's coming in with happy spirits, as he often does. But the bottom side of the map, potentially a strong point here with a player like Peter who will go with the flow, play anything. Jiu, we mentioned it so many times, you know, he will play pretty much anything. You put him on the Veigar, you put him on the Nila, you put him on any of those Senna bottom lanes, he's happy to do it. So I'm hoping that we see a cool draft out of Nongshim Red Force here to try to at least change the tides of the bottom side of the map, because from mid to top, it's going to be a really hard time against Kwangdong Freaks.
I would agree, and I think we're going to need to see a little bit more out of Sylvie as well. He has certainly struggled so far this season. I think Young Jay has been a bit of a high point for Kwangdong Freaks. I think the jungle might need a little bit of a look, and I think as Like, now that we have Wukong not finding any real success in the LCK, I think it really has hit Sylvie a little bit harder than our other junglers, as we are going to have our top lane as our key player matchup. Very similar names, very different statistics outside of the damage percent, which is first and second here for both of these squads. Just showing that they rely on their top laners a lot, for better or worse.
Yeah, for better or for worse, I do think that's a good way of putting it. Kill participation here and relevance, though, for taking those leads, and how relevant that damage is, much higher here for the side of Dudu. And you look at his lane stats, his CS difference at 14, first in the league, gold difference at 14, first in the league. You could argue he's the best laning top laner we have right now in terms of getting advantages in gold leads.
Yeah, and I kind of wish that they had have brought a mirror there instead, so that we could have seen the Dudu and Dundun at the same time on the same sign without having to use another sign. That would have been pretty cool. However, very difficult camera work. The camera guy is very, very good, but maybe not necessarily that good. Utilizing mirrors, it's just it's a toughie. Anyway, have to see how Quandong Freaks are going to bounce back after their initial loss this week as well, because it did not look very good. Not to mention their loss to Harmon Life Esports as well, which I think is the most telling, wasn't it? Like, that was the one that really made us feel like, oh, they just don't know what they're doing in the later stages of the game.
That was the one that really stung. And it seems like this team, and I don't want to harp on it too much because we talked about it. I think it was even you and I casting it just a few days ago, that once you get out of the game plan, once you have to actually figure it out on your own, once the tutorial, essentially for the comp is over and you have to actually figure out how to take objectives and how to set up, that's where CB Max can't help you. He can't actually tell you what to do next. You have to know. And his game plans have been solid. We've liked the drafts overall. But the gameplay itself has to step up here. And if you end up losing out to this group of rookies here in Nongshim, the Challengers squad, that's when you really have to start working. If this team has actually figured it out faster than you, that is somewhat of a concern for how the rest of the season is going to go.
No, absolutely. And I think that it's really interesting, right? Because I think Nongshim have the opposite problem. I think that they work quite well together as the game goes on, as it gets later and later, because they have that power of friendship that we've spoken about so many times. We mentioned the 0-7 Jacks all the time, but they were able to win a Game 5 off the back of Dundun split pushing in that environment, and that is very, very difficult to do and actually find a win. And for Quandong Freaks, it certainly hasn't necessarily been their strong suit. But let's see how it goes here, as Quandong Freaks do have the blue side as we hop into the draft. We'll see whether they're going to be taking away anything interesting. I imagine that Nongshim probably happy to go for that Milio Yuumi trade situation, with Jiwoo there towards the bottom side, able to flex his muscles with his champion pool.
Yeah. I'm not surprised to see this Cassiopeia ban. Obviously, we've seen Genji do this very same move. On one hand, it's starting to become a strength for Nongshim. They can eat a ban like that, but we'll see what Quad is capable of doing now that his best champion and practically only champion is taken away. As on the side of Nongshim here, you take away the Nico, Cassante gone here when you consider what Dudu has been able to do with this champion. Even though Dundun is also very strong at it, I think it deserves a look. And that trade you were talking about might be what we're looking for here, the Milio and the Zeri.
Yeah, I wonder whether it's going to be another jungler like the Kindred that they are going to take away here. I was thinking Sejuani might be a little bit higher in that priority, but it might be that they are trying to open up for a Sejuani first pick. It is Youngjae after all.
Yeah. I mean, if they ban Sejuani here, the Aphelios is a pretty strong pick. You will be playing it into the Milio, but you still feel pretty good about it. Yuumi also still available here. Could be something to look at and see if they want to trade that out, as we'll see the Bulldog unable to play this LeBlanc with the static Shib. So lots of options here, actually. Both of those OP supports, right? The Aphelios also available. The Sejuani you mentioned. And it's going to be Maokai, it looks like here, that Quandong Freaks were considering, but they'll opt into the Sejuani, which I do think early on in B1 is a much more flexible pick, and I like more than the Maokai myself.
Yeah, we really did see it jump up in priority yesterday. Sejuani first picks were certainly happening, as Milio Aphelios, very powerful to be picked up by Nongshim.
And this is kind of exactly what you were
worried about?
Worried about is you got Aphelios, Milio here on the bottom side for Gio and Peter, right? So they have been, I won't say they've been the stronger bottom 2v2, but I think this is the strong point for this team, right? Now you've got a pretty nice lane here. I mean, you've got the extra range for the Aphelios. You can push this lane, and you have bottom side prio here. And the Yuumi and Zeri, obviously much stronger later on in the game, but as Nongshim here, you're feeling pretty comfortable at the start of this draft. Let's see if they want to go for a mid pick here or pick up the Renekton.
Oh.
And I mean, Renekton has been so popular right now here in the LCK. His lane dominance has been phenomenal. His ability to set up team fights. If you get an early lead with this guy, you're going to have a good time.
Not to mention you deny the Renekton Sejuani combo from the Kwangdong Freaks. You deny a power pick in the early game for Dudu. And now you can also make sure that that laning matchup is the best that you can possibly find. I actually really like this from Nongshim and how they've crafted it. However, looking on the side of Kwangdong Freaks, man, I'm feeling some of that stubbornness one more time. And it's a little bit of a worry. The Zeri Yuumi combination did not work at all into the Aphelios Melio last time they took to the Rift. And maybe they're going to try and prove to us now that actually it has been working. This is something we can get behind. But we just know that Aphelios Melio is so powerful in the early stages of the game. It's hard to get to those Zeri certification moments.
Let's see if it's going to be another side lane champion here. No, will be the Annie. That's taken away with the engage that you have with Sejuani. You know, Annie makes it so much more difficult to play the Aphelios, so you have a risk of just getting blown up. I mean, we could see something like a Malphite in this composition, but it's a Zeri comp. You know, I don't know if that's necessarily what you're really looking for here as Kwangdong Freaks. We'll probably see one more jungle ban. It's Sylvie. I think this is the one time where I'm going to be okay with the Wukong ban if they do commit. But just going to target Quad instead and take away one of his other stronger champions here in the Syndra. And this also could mean that we might see something like a Corki coming through here for Kwangdong Freaks to try to just push it to a late game composition. As I look at Kwangdong's comp right now and go, well, you'd like to challenge this Renekton in some way here and then beat him inside later. And we'll see what Dudu wants to do with it. Is we're just going to go straight down into Tristana here blind.
And this also means that Sylvie really wants to play an AD jungler.
Yeah, he really does.
Sorry, an AP jungler. There are a lot of options still on the table. Of course, the majority of jungle has been of the physical variety that's been banned away. So kind of interesting seeing what's going to happen here as now Bulldog gets to reach into that gigantic champion pool and go for whatever he would like.
The Poppy here is not the side lane win condition I thought Kwangdong Freaks were going to be looking for here, but I think that the Azir does kind of fit the bill of getting through those mid-game team fights with flying colors, giving Zeri opportunities to get a double, a triple in some early to mid-game fights and starting to come online, and is going to be pretty good here in the laning phase, even into a Tristana. You know, it's not going to be like you're crushing it, you're winning it like Azir used to in a lot of matchups, but you're still going to feel very comfortable. So I like this draft here on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. The one thing that I think it's really missing is side lane pressure. You know, something like a Jax that was banned away, you know, would have felt nice here if it was a different meta. You know, Fiora would have felt good here.
Yeah.
Or even a Gnar, honestly, with Hullbreaker could have been a threat. And it is going to be a Maokai, actually, ultimately, that comes through here for Sylvie. You mentioned the AP jungler that they were looking for here. I think it's the best one in the meta and the simplest one to pilot, to be totally frank. Sylvie not known for his Maokai. And, you know, the setup here for Nongshim is pretty straightforward. You know, Sylvie ults. Renekton tries to get on a backline target, namely the Zeri, if possible, or the Azir. Then you have follow-up damage in spades. You have the range advantage that you're going to get with this Melio tossing in the W for both the Tristana and the Aphelios. And the Aphelios, in particular, can hit that follow-up damage so consistently in this draft. It's just about execution, right? Can you actually have everybody coordinate on the same page? And like you mentioned before we went to the draft, Nongshim, when he gets to the later parts of the games, if they're not completely behind, if they're not 5,000 gold in the hole, they usually do execute. You know, they actually do pull it off.
No, they do. Actually, I'm interested to see how this is going to work because it does feel like a strategy from Kwangdong Freaks as well, because what they've fashioned is a glorious late-game composition that is pretty comfortable to play if you can get to that stage. And what have they been able to do? They've been able to get to that stage and then they fall off the boat, right? So this kind of works. I'm kind of into it. On the side of Nongshim, though, like you say, composition kind of plays itself and feels pretty good. Relying on Maokai for AP damage, I can feel Chronic like cringing from home. He doesn't like it very much at all. I would personally agree. I don't think they have much of that, but if Nongshim Red Force can get some control in lanes, it won't matter one iota, especially if Jiwoo can find some of that power. Really interesting drafts from both of these teams. We'll just have to see how it's going to work as we head towards the Rift for our first game, because it could be a little bit different to the matches we saw yesterday. Let's get into it.
수호사의 흑백에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
right, here we are onto the Rift for game number 1. Kwangdong Freaks trying to lick their wounds after their most recent loss against T1. It was, you know, obviously difficult opposition, but they had a 2-0 first week, which was pretty exciting. Is Dudu even happy to donate mana for the level 1 memes, Wolf?
Yeah. I mean, that's why he's one of the best top players in the LCK.
That's how it goes. It's just the Dudu power.
Oh, the scream.
Yep, spinning around. And, ooh, I like that. Dundun representing Peter.
Yeah.
And his emote. Love to see it. I think his favorite is the Angry Bee.
The Angry Bee is, I mean, let's be real, it's pretty much everybody's favorite.
Yeah, it's true. It's pretty good.
They both got the Ramos thumbs up synergy. They were trying to discover which one they had in common.
Please, show me your remote wheel.
We got there in the end. Yeah, I'm looking forward to
oh no,
seeing...
Ian's in position. He is in the position, Wolf.
He is in the position. He has assumed it.
He has.
I'm looking forward to seeing if Gio and Peter can actually get some damage done in this lane, because Aphelios and Milio historically have gotten early game advantages, but with how the lane was set up before the minions crashed, some positive trading, but now June.
Ow. Yeah, this is working out quite nicely for Nongshim. I really love their identification of the fact that the best way to do some permanent damage is to put damage into Taeyun, because of course Jun does the attachment, and then it feels like you haven't really done very much to get yourself control of the wave, but he was certainly being able to find a lot of angles.
You can see the Aphelios win rate here with this pick has been quite nice recently. It's the Yuumi with cookies as well, skilled into the runes. June is just going to take that aggressive trade to try to push them back and then attach, like you say, and then get back to full health and detach and continue to try to aggressively trade, which has gone pretty well here. I'd say all things considered. As here comes Young Jay, trying to maybe catch somebody warding. I don't know if he can really make an impact here. They're going to try to bait it. Yep,
going for it here. Cozy Campfire comes down as Taeyun's diving forward. Young Jay walks over that ward, but they're a little bit too far forward. Flash has to be used. Peter, that was a fantastic sidestep to avoid the Winter's Wrath, as both of them get out of the way of the Prowling Projectile as well. So Peter will hold on to his Flash. And outside of that, definitely a win here for Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, Yuumi burning sums, but that is it. Young Jay just shows up to pick up everything, and now Peter also taking a bad trade, unfortunately, there. And Quad, he is going to have to vacate the area. And this early game, as much as we talked about how it should go in favor of Milio here with the Aphelios, with that early trade and then the Sejuani gank, it certainly has not. And this is completely turned on its head from expectations. Can Sylvie save it?
Well, they're going to look to see whether that can happen, as there's the Gravitum. Immediately the cleanse comes out, but Twisting advance. There's the flash from Sylvie, and Taeyun's going to have to flash. Is it going to be enough? The answer's no, as first blood goes to Sylvie.
Yep, smite to come through, and that's that. So, bit of an overextension there. The cleanse has to be used on the Gravitum, which means there's just no way out of the follow-up here, and even with the flash committed, it is going to be a dead Zeri here. And Yuumi, one of the worst champions to have, just sitting by herself. At least Zeri could get back to the lane very quickly. Part of the synergy with these two. And we often do see both champions go down when the Yuumi lane is ganked. And it's another plus 300 for the Aphelios. But not this time. And the kill did go over to the Maokai.
Still, I think that with the Maokai in a composition like this, you're kind of okay with it. Like, the accelerated Maokai, when there's 0 magic damage on the squad, like, he will be able to at least offer a little bit of that. By throwing saplings around and all of that stuff, has gone for the red smite and all those things. As we're going to check this one out once again, I believe Jiwoo ran out of his red ammo and moved over to that Gravitum.
Yeah.
And wasn't quite ready for it.
Just didn't see it coming. I think that's exactly what happened there. Really greedy, looking for those aggressive pokes there. Speaking of aggressive pokes, Dudu playing with fire here. Student does now have his rage bar set.
Yep.
Fury, rather.
If you combined the two players together, would it be Dudu Dundun or Dudun Dudun?
I thought it would be...
Or Dundu.
Dundu or Dudun.
I like Dundu.
Yeah, Dudun...
It sounds a little bit like a Tolkien name.
Yeah.
Like it's a dwarf.
Dudun's a common typo as well with the N next to the space bar.
Hey, yeah, true.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all. But yeah, it does sound like a Tolkien name as well.
It's like he's one of the dwarves that has delved too greedily into the champion pool of the top lane.
Yeah, Gandalf would say his full name as well.
He would. But we don't know it.
And what his father's name is and stuff.
Anyway. It is just going fine for the Poppy thus far, though, as you can see, and that is certainly working out for Dudu. He can deny a fair bit and set up for a bunch of ganks as well, as Youngjae, if he would like to head up there, can get some work done. But Youngjae's needed elsewhere, as here on this bottom lane, things are a little bit of trouble, much like they were in their previous series, right?
Yeah.
Nameplate's a lot to do with it, but seeming like that may not necessarily be the case, as already first blood going over to Jiwoo.
Okay,
or
so
at least going over to Sylvie.
I mean, Taewoon here trying to put some damage, and Youngjae's in a nice spot here. Will eat the sapling, but you got to be really careful now as Peter and Jiwoo. Remember, that flash is not up just yet for Jiwoo. Youngjae's here. He still has his.
Yeah, because Campfire comes down as the tree is in position, but Jiwoo not going to survive. Taewoon going to be able to grab his first kill, and it evens things out here on this bottom side. And thankfully for Quantum Freaks, the money goes to the Zeri.
Yeah, I just really think that they should have showed a little bit more respect there. And as Sylvie pushes away, I mean, you still don't have Flash as this Aphelios, and you've got to know Youngjae didn't use his, and perhaps just not tracking those summoners very well there, as there's just no way out. If he buffers the charge in, the Arctic Assault, you are going to be a dead Aphelios. And now this area, like you said, picks up the kill. The call pretty significantly ahead for Taewoon as well. Almost 20 CS up here on Jiwoo. And they're actually even going to try to turn this into a Drake contest, because this is exactly where Zeri wants to be. You can chase these kills down. I mean, Sylvie, he's in trouble now.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, because Quad didn't have any control of that wave. As there's a twisted advance, they're still going to go in for this one. It's red-white guns, and the Zeri's already taken out. Emperor's Divide is big, but Bulldog may be a little bit late, and then just moves into the open arms of Jiwoo. Quad may have overextended, though, and it's kind of a catastrophe, but a 1-for-1 in the end.
I mean, that was not as intense as the complete commitment we saw from D+ Kia yesterday, but certainly a very scary one nonetheless from Nongshim. And I think that if this goes even slightly differently, as we'll go back to this play first here, Youngjae coming over, they know he's in the area, he just showed himself, and Sylvie was hoping he had left, so he wanted to come down here. Maybe the counter gank under turret is what the idea is, but you're just down a flash. And then the engage here actually is quite nice here on the side of Nongshim to catch the Zeri, who overextends into this choke point, and red-white does come through. And this is twice now Jiwoo has gotten the gun he wants in the exact right situation here. The Emperor's Divide just a little bit too slow here to make the impact they're looking for.
Yeah, not able to quite get it. As Sylvie has now started off the Rift Herald right as we tick over to 8 minutes. Not wasting any time on that one. Quad dealing with the wave very nicely in mid. Even though he's behind in farm just a little bit, of course, Bulldog very, very good at controlling waves. And so Quad does need to try and do a little bit of work, but he'll have his static Shiv relatively soon. And you know what? That kind of does all of that work for you.
Yeah, it certainly just says...
And he's Tristana.
Yeah, he's already like kind of got Shiv in how Tristana works. And she's going to be shiving hard in just a minute here. And it's not going to be happy for anyone who encounters her, namely Bulldog, at the moment. As Taewoon with the lead he has does have that axe picked up here. So pretty big spike for him at this early stage of the game. And is working towards that call. Rift Herald did go over to Sylvie. We'll see if they can find a place to put it. I think that may be about the time when Quad picks up that Shiv that they're maybe able to drop it mid. Top side's tough, bottom side here not a prayer, unfortunately. So doesn't feel great to have the Herald right now, unfortunately. I mean, you picked up the local gold, of course, but where do you actually find an advantage is the question.
Might be able to find an avenue for it. Of course, still a fair bit of time to get that one down. And they do have a fair bit of on-demand wave clear. With the fact that Tristana can kind of eradicate waves. So there should be an angle in mid at least. Here, yeah. Sylvie is moving over there.
We are seeing Sylvie, like he was in position to maybe set a trap, but is just going to steal some of that jungle away from Youngjae here and then come take his own. So in a good spot here to potentially drop that ultimate down and then set up for a play for the Herald. But now they know where he is. Great play here from Dudu to try to get some additional vision. Sees Sylvie here now exactly where he is, so Youngjae can actually contest this. And look at where Quad is anywhere near this. So this is actually very risky here for Sylvie.
Yeah, teleport immediately back from Quad as Youngjae moves over towards the sapling. And Sylvie realizes that he's not going to be able to contest this. And Brambleback loses some patience, but otherwise we find you in a bit of trouble here, and that's just ulted to death. And Taewoon just demonstrating to us exactly what he meant by the play just a couple of days ago. as Dindon will take a buckler to the back of the head, but he'll just be fine for now.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying that this was the... Okay, hold up.
Yeah,
Bulldog.
Divide. Quad underneath the turret for a couple of shots. And Bulldog just worrying about the wave for the moment. And Conquering Sands might just be enough here. Bulldog, couple of autos, just one needed. And he will be able to take down the Tristana, and everything going wrong for Nongshim here.
Yeah, that's a tough one, man. That's... You just get completely scooped up. That was out of the frying pan into the fire in this laning phase. 20 CS down, goes in and just gets shoved straight to the turret. Great reaction time there from Bulldog. Almost felt like a parry. He's just like, thank you very much. I'm going to turn this on you.
And we were seeing this. I think we saw almost exactly the same play from a series we saw earlier in the week.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was.
Which one it was.
It might have been Faker. I can't remember.
I think it was Faker's... yeah, it might have even been Faker versus Bulldog.
Yeah, it could have been.
Which was one of the T1 series that we saw with Faker playing Azir. But let's have a look at this one more time.
Yeah, talking about the vision here, he's nowhere nearby, and then setting up for this play here where Taeyun decides to all in, and just like he's not even close. Like we spot him in the river, and then over here it's just an all-in attempt, and he gets pushed into the turret. The Emperor's Divide makes him take an additional one, and the Bulldog is like catching minions here as well as he goes and takes him out. Pretty straightforward. Unfortunately, great reaction time from Bulldog.
Yep, really nicely done. And I wonder whether that Shifting Sands was supposed to go to a different Sand Soldier. Not entirely sure, but certainly got the job done in the end.
And it's really just Sylvie who's got a small advantage here by taking away some of those camps of Young Jay, stealing them. But it's not going to be that significant. It's great, like you mentioned, he picked up that kill early on, and you know, he is a jungler that is reliant on gold, so it's not the worst possible scenario here, and he's the only real source of consistent magic damage outside of you know, a bit of Shiv action here. But yeah, I mean, this is starting to become a huge gold lead, and they're going to swap up the Zeri to the top side of the map, and there's just no holes here. The Rift Herald timing out, see what he can get.
Yep, and we'll just have to see whether this is a big enough lead for Kwangdong Freaks, as well as some money will go into the back pocket of Sylvie, so able to get a little bit of value there. The Bulldog, they're not going to be too worried, right? Because
Quad doesn't get anything.
Yeah, no, exactly. Doesn't really affect his lane that much. And yes, you know, Sylvie's got his cool little mask and stuff like that, but it's not quite the dangerousness of that particular item on Maokai like it was many patches ago.
And the problem for this situation here for Nongshim now is like you still have this Tristana threat in the side, but it's not going to be that impactful with the disadvantage you have here, and you can't fight for this Drake if Kwangdong Freaks decide to contest it right now. I mean, Zeri has Triforce, you've got Crown on Azir, and Static Shiv at this point is just not useful outside of lane for Quad in a team fight. I mean, it's not a zero value item, but it is not a spike, and I think that as Nongshim, you have to just be willing to give this one up.
Ooh, okay, that's a bit of a taxi forward there as Young Jay is going to throw his ult to Nani. I don't know whether Quad's going to be out of it just yet, as he does rocket jump to get himself out of the way. So, does have to use the flash, and will be able to escape, but that is control of this bottom lane going over to Kwangdong Freaks pretty comfortably.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Quad has just been under so much threat this game. He's only died the one time, which was of his own making, right? But beyond that, they've constantly just been pushing him out of mid, pushing him out of sides here. And this is just free control of the Drake, and Kwangdong Freaks have got their sights on both objectives now. How much control can we get here to actually then take this Drake and then push towards Herald here? They have so much power here top side, and there's just been so much time that Quad has spent out of lane. He has very little CS here, just not living up to that Shiv dream, right? You know, normally the Tristana is actually going to start to really hoover up all of those minions, and 40 CS behind now, only one death, but look at this. Control of the Drake with the Sejuani alone, while also pushing here towards topside control. Taeyun's got great wave clear here in mid to push into the Cephalios. And Sylvie, this is a risky call.
Well, another Emperor's Divide comes down, a bit of a Shuriman face-off here, as Dundun just standing his ground, just refuses to press his flash button, really does not want to do that, just wants to cull some minions as he wanders his way out, and will be able to do so, no worries at all. Just not quite enough damage just yet from the Crown Azir.
Kwangdong actually want to contest this, but they're not going to commit. There's just no reason to hard force here into second Rift Herald. Instead, just going to put Poppy onto that Drake, guarantee that one there, and let Sylvie take this one away and say, well, yeah, you got the Herald, you got the local goal, but where can you put it? Is if Bulldog actually gets a solo kill on the Dundun there, I think they probably do actually hard commit, but
Yeah, pretty close to putting him in pretty dangerous turret range, but wasn't actually able to do so, so didn't quite get there. But I like it. I like liberal use of the Emperor's Divide. Just throw it down, get your Sand Soldiers some room to stretch their legs and stuff like that. It's the way to do it. It's not on a huge cooldown. Look, it's about to come back up again.
Now, the somewhat good news if you're a Nongshim fan, and really scary news, or scary reminder if you're a Kwangdong fan, is this has kind of happened a lot, right? Where Kwangdong get early lead. We're like, oh, the early game has been played so proactively by them. Look at the advantages. You know, 2 Drake lead here. It's Cloud Soul. You're feeling pretty good about that. Atlas is especially.
Yeah.
And you're sitting on 2,000. You've got map control.
Let me just say, I have no idea how many chickens there are, Wolf. No idea. Not counting, haven't done any of it, not even considering that we have any chickens until Kwangdong Freaks find a larger advantage and manage to play the map a little bit better than we've seen in the past. Of course, if you just keep winning in a lot of these skirmishes and nothing really happens and Nongshim aren't able to get themselves together, then it can be a different story, right? That may happen because they are fairly far behind, and Nongshim have certainly been struggling, especially from that mid lane, as Rift Herald will be able to get a charge, lock down this outer turret in mid. So high-value turret here for Nongshim, definitely good news, and it does keep them within touching distance of the gold. Sylvie running pretty quickly will be able to escape.
Yeah, it's Cloud Rift running fast. Taeyun here just completely uncontested. He's starting to pick up his own massive CS lead here as Jiu is just under so much pressure. Dudu, look at his angle here. He has the ability to just pull him out.
Yeah, and also has the ultimate as well if any issues do arise. However, there is a fantastic Ultra Mega Fire Kick. That is going to stop Jiu from dying. Not going to stop the turret from dying. That is the main problem. As Sundisk is going to be erected, and Kwangdong Freaks just continue to move forward.
And they just roam around the map just so aggressively when they have these advantages, and they just take turrets off, you know? Now they're going to move towards topside and be like, all right, can Quad actually hold on to this? The answer is probably not, with Bulldog still having his ultimate available and, you know, a significant item advantage here against the Shiv Tristana, which is just so significantly behind, 2 levels behind, in fact, as well, worth of stats here on the Azir. I mean, you can make a play for that top side. They don't heavily commit to it because they're happy to just reset here. But Kwangdong have pushed their advantages well to a point in these games, and it's usually around the 20 to 25 minute mark where things can go sour on a team fight. So for Nongshim fans, better hope for that moment here, because right now the items, the stats, the numbers are telling a very sad story.
Yeah, for Nongshim, certainly a bit of a worry. Kwangdong Freaks, no worries for the next 2 minutes, and then a lot of worry, and then we're fine, right? That's how we're agreeing to do it. So as soon as it ticks over to 20 minutes, we're just hoping and praying for Kwangdong Freaks fans that they don't
Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, thoughts and prayers, everyone. Minds go out. As Quad moves back towards his top side, it is kind of sad that he hits his Shiv Spike and then falls 50 CS behind. Close to 60.
Yeah.
Because
now
they've lost all control of the minion waves, right? And Bulldog, this is what we wanted to see out of this guy. You know, this is what Chronicler promised us from Bulldog, was him just coming to the LCK and schooling people. And we know that his last competition was the GOAT of League of Legends. That makes it a little bit difficult to demonstrate your prowess. But here against Quad, Bulldog is having a fantastic performance. And even Taeyun, really, really good stuff as he's going to turn up. Sylvie taking so much damage here as Jiwoo trying to get some autos in. Sylvie will survive, and they use a fair few buttons. But Bulldog here on this top side is just casually taking down turrets, extending this gold lead.
Yeah.
Kwangdong Freaks, so far so good.
I mean, Quad is picked up for Nongshim because Fiesta had a pretty lackluster performance, especially in the Akali meta, right, where it was really relevant to be able to have that Azir counter in your back pocket. He did not, but I feel like, you know, for me, I've been calling for it for a while, and this is kind of a slight on Quad, I guess. I mean, I don't know how else to sugarcoat, but I think Fiesta was just a more versatile player, and Quad has just really been struggling. I mean, I was excited to see him pick up the Tristana. I was like, okay, well, maybe he's got finally another champ in his wheelhouse. It's so meta right now. It's so popular, but he has not delivered, unfortunately, and Bulldog is just making him look like a streamer, you know what I mean? I mean, Bulldog's the rookie player that we were hyped about, but he is delivering, right? And Quad, a player who's got so much more experience under his belt, is just not showing up in the individual 1v1. Now the pressure's on him. It's hard for him to CS. He can't make an impact in this game. And it's hard to even see a mistake happening here for Kwangdong Freaks for how much control they have.
No, exactly. And I think that they've done well, you know, dotting their I's and crossing their T's. And I think that we need to give them credit for adjusting exactly what their weakness was, right? Which was their transition from an advantage to more of an advantage. And as soon as you can navigate a snowball rolling down a mountain effectively here for Kwangdong Freaks, then only good things can really happen from there. And so far, so good in that department. Still, no idea how many chickens. No idea.
Yeah, no.
Idea at all. It's absolutely fine. But yeah, Quad, you know, Nongshim wanted to pick up some added experience. You know, a guy that has been around the world and has been playing professional League of Legends for a long time. Certainly did take some time off there. Got to rank 1 on his Cassiopeia, was kind of an interesting prospect. But this game, it's not exactly, this one's not going straight to the resume. Let's just say that is Dudu Dundun having a little bit of a battle here, or Dudun Dudun.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the game state here is hard to actually really basically judge anything that Nongshim are doing because their options are so thin and so limited. But I think what we can do is give a lot of credit to Kwangdong pushing their lead, which again we have seen. And that's one of the things we've really said they've improved on. It's just closing it out and winning objective fights. That's the toughest part is Dudu.
Yeah, he does have his dominus, but that is steadfast presence. And Dudu just going to, throw a shield at him. And everything's fine. Poppy, difficult to kill just in general, and also has the best item in the game. So he does a whole lot of damage as well. That's Sunfire Cape. Love to see it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Renekton's just sitting on a Gorge Ranker. Even if he tried to like flash forward and hit another W there, it's just he doesn't have a ton of damage. Now he's got his Cleaver. Would have been maybe a different story, but not at that moment in time. Yeah, tanky Poppy. Just going to hold on. And, I mean, look at this control that Kwangdong Freaks have. Now, I'd love to see them instead of just putting... Now, this is where we started to get a little bit critical last time. Like, okay, you got vision around Baron. You put some deep wards up there. You took out the turrets. But then you didn't force a fight. Then you didn't force a pick. You just kind of were like, all right, well, we set that up. I'm going to sit back and step away. And this is where things can get a little bit murky, right? Where, you know, you usually want to use that vision control to then force a fight on your terms or start the Baron and then turn. And they have absolutely the composition to do that. They've got a Poppy, a Sejuani. They have an Azir sitting on 2 items, 2.5.
Yep. Like, Kwangdong Freaks this time have the scaling advantage, so at least they don't have to do stuff. That's certainly good. That's something we were praising in the draft phase. It doesn't mean don't do anything, because then if Nongshim does stuff, then you still kind of lose. But it does mean it's a little bit worse if you just try and hold on to your advantage and not actually try to push further forward than you necessarily need to, just because with every item that gets completed, you're just feeling better and better about the game status. Look at Dudu just burning down the Crocodile.
Yeah, Sunfire Cape.
How many views has that been?
Sunfire Cape, man, going to work.
Oh no, the Keeper's Verdict could just be charged here. As let's see what Dudu's going to be able to do as Dundun trying to turn it around. Does at least have that Conqueror doing some work here and actually holds on to the ultimate. Dudu. Oh, there's the flash forward that we were asking for before. Another steadfast presence comes in, and he still has the ultimate. Taeyoon now coming down towards the bottom side, and Dundun, I think, has a bit of an idea about the fact that things may get a little bit more crowded in his bottom lane.
He's going to have to TP, and he does.
Oh, wow. And now that Taeyoon's in the bottom lane, they might be able to take a Baron. Okay, well, we've got this one started up. The crescendo is there for Jiwoo. It's 24 minutes, Wolf. What were we talking about? There's Peter taking a lot of damage. The Baron is secured, though. Look at all those chakrams that Jiwoo has put together. Throws in the ultimate. And Kwangdong Freaks caught napping again.
And we're just hard pushing on a Poppy bottom side, rather on a Renekton bottom side who has teleport. They don't even secure the kill. He gets away. And Dundun, man, he's doing it by existing. He makes the flash forward play happen. Isn't able to get the kill, but escapes with his life. And Taeyoon is like, well, I need to get more gold. I need more advantages. I'm going to come down and pick up another 300 on this Renekton, right? But realistically, you would get that money if you just turned on Baron, if you just started up the Baron. And Nongshim are making the better macro play. They identify, okay, Zeri's missing. She's coming down to kill me. I don't think they'll be able to CC me during this teleport. I'm going to TP out. You guys hold the Baron. And, I mean, it's just that basic, unfortunately, here. And it's not going to be enough to say we're happy with Nongshim's position in this game. But it is kind of a red mark on Kwangdong Freaks' paper.
Oh dear, Quad caught out of position there. Keeper's Verdict is too good, and Steadfast Presence also going to fit that build. Quad, no flash, no chance to escape.
Well, that's Baron buff down.
That's a good answer there for Kwangdong Freaks. As unfortunately, Quad certainly hasn't had the best day so far.
I mean, they just have no map control, and there's just no Baron push to see on the map here. I mean, they've only been able to take out that mid turret where they did charge the Rift Herald in. This is going to be Cloud Soul here during enemy Baron. And look at the minion waves. Only top exists here for Nongshim. I mean, they're still dealing with the mid wave right now with their own Baron buff. So these advantages, like I said, you pick up from stealing the Baron away are pretty minimal because of the scaling issues here. And you don't have a Tristana on the side. You have a Tristana on the side with that Renekton, you feel much better, but she died.
Yeah, Campfire comes down here as once again Taeyun diving forward. That's a fantastic little kick away from Peter, though. That is going to deny the ultimate of the Zeri.
Trap is set here. They just want to turn it Nongshim and Deficient into a barrel here for the Zeri. Can they get out with this Baron buff?
With Taeyun having his ult down, though, he does lose a fair bit of his dangerousness. Could have used a better word there, probably, but Bulldog taking a lot of damage underneath his turret. Sylvie as well. He has to be so careful. Taeyun's still going to be able to grab that kill as the exhaust going to be used onto Quad. Youngjae wanted to lock him down, but this time he's able to get out. Meanwhile, Peter not going to be so lucky, and the two-man Emperor's Divide is too good. Kwangdong Freaks are going to answer back. Dindin still alive for the moment, but going to be electrocuted by the Zeri. And Kwangdong Freaks, they will be able to find their team fight. 5,000 gold lead. And they set the boat right again.
Yeah, and that's the trap that Kwangdong was ready to spring there. And yeah, like you said, the Zeri didn't have ult, but Taeyun, he still has Runins. He's still going to do a lot of damage. You have an Azir with the Nashor's Tooth, and this is where things go really wrong, right? When Quad is unfortunately blocked by a great steadfast presence, can't rocket jump away. If he has that, then maybe he survives and they can do some side laning. And they're just really trying to hard force on this turret with no map control whatsoever. Look at the jungle. They have one control ward there. But I mean, if you go this far up, you are not going to get out. You are never going to escape. No one is going home alive, as yeah, this is just a disaster. Yeah. Trying to get something out of the Baron buff, but I think this one might just be all over but the crying, you know, as we like to say.
No. 4 minutes, Wolf. 4 minutes. 4 minutes until the coin of destiny decides the outcome of this game.
All right.
It's only 6,000 gold, the lead for Kwangdong Freaks. And in a lot of other series, Wolf, in a lot of other series, I'd be like, yes, they should be able to use their Cloud Soul, complete and utter control of the map, and their ability to push these lanes so well, but I don't know whether that's going to be the case. This Quad goes 1,000,000 miles into the air, and Dudu says, get down here. I'm still not going to be able to grab the kill just yet.
I'm just looking at Azeri with the Titanic Hydra.
Oh yeah, no, you're exactly.
I'm just telling you what I'm saying. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing, okay? And I'm seeing, you know, Poppy's pushing hard. You got Nashor's Tooth on this Azir. They've got a lot of map control. Okay, look at Taeyun just make the minions disappear. They're vanishing before our very eyes. I just don't see a world where there's a team fight on the Elder. I just don't see a world where Kwangdong Freaks can be there. This inhibitor's going to be down now. They might actually be able to even turn this into double.
How many chickens are there?
I mean, I'm looking at a golden egg, a golden goose.
Still don't know.
This is a golden goose now, Atlas. I'm going to say it. I see the win conditions here for Kwangdong. I see it. I think they might have it. I mean, I don't want to call it early, but I'm just saying.
No, I think that you're exactly right.
I'm just looking at him going like, well, I'm starting to lose faith. I mean, Atlas is sitting next to me telling me, like, could be wrong. And I'm like, it has been wrong many times, actually. Too many times. Mm-hmm. Too many series in a row.
Is 8,000 gold enough? You know, that's the question. And also having Cloud Soul, the best soul in the game possible. And I mean, on top of that,
inhibitor bottom side to help set up for Baron in 50 seconds here on the opposite side of the map. They got top wave prep.
It is pointing towards Kwangdong Freaks for a victory here.
Just, I mean, look, people don't really like it, but I'm kind of into it right now. I see, at this moment in time, 7 control wards in the inventory for some decent vision setup here for this Baron. Cross them there, T's, dotting I's. Look at this over here, getting deep Barons up. Now, they will do it on spawn, right, Kwangdong? I mean, we're not going to really just put vision up and push these waves and prep everything and then just kind of not do it, right? It's going to be just do that, then to win the game, right? Well, we're not going to throw, we're not going to go super deep in this base or anything, right, Kwangdong? Just going to play it safe, right?
I think it's looking like it could be like that, but they're going to go for a bit of a siege on this inhibitor turret because Quad, he was in the bottom lane. Jiwoo now in mid, possibly in a little bit of trouble as they do get set up for this 5v5 on the side of Nongshim, but this inhibitor turret in so much trouble, and now Nature's Grasp going to come out. Here's the commitment as Bulldog's going to get flashed this time around, but still gets himself out of there. Sylvie trying to survive in this moment as Quad gets that rocket jump down and some low health bars, but it does not matter. There's the execute from Taeun, who says, Quad, get out of my rift. And Kwangdong Freaks will now move back towards the Baron with all of the inhibitors taken down.
I'm going to be honest with you, Atlas, at the beginning of that fight, I was like, I mean, that's a Maokai. He's got ult. That turret's still alive. It's an Aphelios on 3 items. But ultimately, they are able to push it away. Great plays there from Taeun, but they took a lot of damage in doing so. Now, Nongshim, the timing for them to actually try to punish these backs here and try to do this Baron is just not really there. They have some vision in the pit. They know the Baron isn't being started, but with 3 inhibitors down, there's just no realistic way for them to get out of their base here. As Maokai ult from Sylvie, pretty good here. Quad actually this time flashes the ult from Bulldog. And look at Jiu's positioning. Very nicely done, but they're just too far behind. He can't compete with this Sari damage anymore.
No, just not really an availability. As Kwangdong Freaks able to take all 3 inhibitors, which is why there wasn't that window, but I got a little bit worried when they were backing. Nongshim may have, if they had perfect vision, had an opportunity there. But instead, they spot out that the Baron wasn't there, and now the Baron really isn't there. As Kwangdong Freaks will be able to snap that one up.
Purple shadows, man, walking down the base.
And now it was supposed to be time for the flip wolf, but instead, I think it's time for this Nexus to be done as Nongshim going for that last defense. The prison does go wide there from Youngjae. Nongshim trying to set themselves up. The campfire now on cooldown though, as Jiwoo just trying to get rid of all of these super minions. So many of them piling forward, buffed up by the Baron as well as the Nexus turret goes down. Quad dead again. Zundun down to his GA, and the Emperor's Divide says, get on your fountain. We are taking down your Nexus. And Bulldog going to be the man there, just making sure of it. And Kwangdong Freaks with a decisive Game 1 win.
Decisive win, despite what we were both very concerned about potentially happening in this game. It did not come to pass. And the scary tale, we sat around Milio's campfire, okay? And Atlas was telling me a scary tale of like, okay, what about this elder?
I had the torch under my chin as well, you know?
Yeah. And he was like, but I mean, look, the gold lead isn't big enough. How many chickens? I got really scared. But Tobai for LCK tryouts, Bulldog fan here. But ultimately, they were able to close it out with the advantages they had. And Milio Aphelios also, the win streak is over. It has ended here. But I think a lot of this game came down to the dominance we saw from Dudu in the top lane and how much map control he was able to take away, as well as the mid lane presence of Bulldog, who crushed Quad at every turn. 6,000 damage. I mean, to get it off the screen, I don't want to look at it anymore. You know, it's probably what you're feeling at home. I mean, Quad's got a lot of fans. He's a popular player, but he just has not been able to live up to expectations so far this season.
Not even a little bit, unfortunately. Bulldog really taken him to task here.
Look at Dudu's damage with the Sunfire, by the way.
Sunfire Cape is broken. I think we're actually going to go to a space because, you know, Orcs is there. And so we're going to go to a space where he uses the entirety of that time to talk about how dumb Sunfire Cape is. We're going to go to a short break before we get there, though, and we'll be back with the space in game number 2.
번.
나 안 맞아 나 안 맞아.
야 네가 맞아. 마오 볼래? 마오. 나 피 좀 갈렸고.
앞에 무기 좋아.
아
그냥 놀아.
천천히 해. 미카리 있어.
그냥 놀아.
내 공격고 나 살지. 야 타워 쳐봐 타워.
해봐. 미칼 있어.
어 뭐야?
앞에 루플. 낼게. 아 미안하다.
나이스.
나이스 쏘리.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the space for the first time today. I'm Valdez. With me is, of course, Ox and Chronicler, who Atlas seemingly doesn't realize is here today. Welcome, Chronicler and Ox. Thank you for joining us here on the desk. And that was a game number one that Quantum Freaks somewhat unwillingly did get across the line there up against Nongshim. Any thoughts on the draft and the game in general, guys?
Yeah, so I think for me, the draft honestly felt like Nongshim have to get that early momentum. Like, they have a favorable bot lane matchup. We've seen the Milio and the Aphelios outperform the Yuumi Zeri. They have Renekton, who obviously has been a big prior pick to get some momentum, is tricky to the Poppy. And then this mid lane matchup where they have the Tristana into the Azir. So it looked positive from the draft for them, but the concern was if they didn't get that early momentum, the game would become very hard later on, especially with Maokai as the only AP into like two super tanks on the other side.
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, we had a situation where Nongshim were pretty far behind as well. Quantum Freak's very good at snowballing these early games. So we want to go straight into highlight one and kind of highlight how Quantum Freaks are able to get these early leads with some of the plays early on in this game. If we could drop that highlight into the, well, we need a little bit of time. Any thoughts from you, Chronicler?
Yeah, so specifically what we see, and we might talk about it a little bit more in depth, but Kwangdong's early game, when it comes to generating gold, is actually insanely good. Even taken against a lot of the other LCK teams, and it's all the more telling that they actually fall behind early on here thanks to a nice gank from Sylvie, able to get the jump on Taeun here. But even with their AD carry falling behind early, that's not stopping them from going for these aggressive early game plays, and they are actually able to bounce back and get themselves ahead. And Zeri, Yuumi showcasing again here that if you can just find an all-in, maybe bolstered by a jungler, you really can struggle, particularly without flash, if you can't create space, if you are the Aphelios and Million. Some of the moments are just plain silly. Both teams seem to understand that getting bot lane ahead is very important. But the way in which it happens is a bit comedic. Quad here with a truly tragic ultimate was trying to knock him on the right side, back to his teammate, but just saved Bulldog. You know, gave him a free ride out.
Yeah, absolutely did. And some of those fights early on were pretty messy. We weren't too happy with it, but Quantum Freaks eventually did get a lead. And it wasn't just in the bottom lane shenanigans. We also did have some plays in the mid lane as well, Ox.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a matchup where Bulldog picked the Azir into the Tristana, which seemed a bit questionable. Even Bulldog's earlier game this week against Faker, he kind of crushed the matchup as the Tristana.
3-0.
And he was dominating there. And then this matchup, it just felt like Quad fell further and further behind. This was at 14 minutes to stats reshow. Saw a pretty significant lead, but as the game went on, like towards the end, it was level 17 to 14, thousands of gold advantage. And I really feel like of all the team, he kind of dropped the ball most in that 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. We can jump straight into highlight two as well and show off how this eventually came together for the Quantum Freaks, as we did have some fights around the Baron. And then we did have Nongshim pushing in, and it did not work out for them.
No. A lot going wrong here. Sylvie taking an incredible amount of damage from the tower, and Nongshim seemingly willingly, even with Baron buff, like opting into a situation like this, can work if you have vision and you turn. If you just push in and kind of expect it to work out, then that doesn't happen. They were also, even with them picking up the Baron, after a nice play from our boy Dundun, and frankly also a bit of a fumble from Kwangdong. Still, we're not able to actually generate a gold lead from that, and then from that point on, Kwangdong was in full control, and the game went its merry way.
Yeah, absolutely did. I mean, this was a pretty long-ish game. I feel like Quantum Freaks had a big lead, and they could have ended it a bit earlier. But guys, we do have the POG ready. Someone on the side of Quantum Freaks will pick this one up. I wonder who might be the guy who dumpstered his lane and made the game all about him. What do you think?
Yeah, I think no surprise. I mean, I feel like several people on the side of Quantum Freaks did well, but there was such a severe mid gap. Bit of a mistake here from Quad, but you know, even with the E mistake, I feel like from Bulldog, able to clear that one up. And bear in mind, this matchup, we saw Bulldog play into Faker and get multiple solo kills, well, definitely a couple, and dominate against him. And here we're just seeing Bulldog be such a force to be reckoned with, particularly in the team fights as well.
Yeah, and I really want to highlight, as you were saying, like obviously that 1v1 play wasn't really the point. The point is that in a supposed counter matchup, even though he did pick it into it, we saw Bulldog be able to completely take the Tristana out of the game. And Tristana is one of the champions where if you don't generate a lead, if you're not a threat inside lane, if you're not getting early plates, the pick just doesn't do a whole lot. And as a result, neutralizing that took away all the power of Nongshim's combo.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just laughing about the Taeyun votes there at the end of the day. But we do have a sub coming in here for the side of Nongshim. You guys may have expected this one. Unfortunately, Quad having a rough game there in game number 1, so they're going to give him a little bit of a break, and Fiesta will be coming back in.
Yeah, I think this is the right call. I mean, Quad is definitely, this is on the worst end of his performances. He's definitely had better performances, but I think not a good day for him. Subbing Fiesta, see if he can bounce back in the series.
Yeah, I think this was kind of, this was going to happen. We knew they had a sub on the bench, and Fiesta will come in. Nongshim also selecting the blue side here for game number 2, and not a big surprise at that either. But guys, we are done here on the Space. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, astronauts. Massive apologies to Chronicler. I just completely forgot who was on the desk, and that's on me. Remembered Orcs was there, because I was thinking about Sunfire Capes. But
I mean, look, we know Ox is there. He's going to hold down the fort. Valdez and Chronicler, there's still a lot of potential.
Yeah, they definitely, they do.
When they're together, you know.
Yeah.
There's a lot of potential on that desk. I mean, Ox is
I think Chronicle's
carry.
got a potential mustache today as well, which I'm pretty excited about. Hopefully, we get to see how that one develops as the weeks go on.
The Bite It drawings are getting scarier.
Yeah.
I will also apologize to everyone for the Ian Cast kick W. It was not the play to go for doo-doo there.
Media kick W's definitely overtook you on that one. You were
I could have been safe and just not said anything, and could have made Sunfire jokes, but I feel like I let you guys down. It was definitely a Bulldog vote. After I put it in, because I actually forgot I had to do POG. I was like, oh, I got to do POG. And I panicked. I put it in doo-doo. I put it in the Sunfire category. And, you guys deserve better. It's okay. It didn't actually change the outcome.
You know
crazy.
what? I just want to read some of the articles that come out of today, because there's something going on over there. But let's get into what's going to change moving into this one. Because the really cool thing about Nongshim bringing in Fiesta is the fact that this is literally the championship roster.
Yeah.
We're back in the bottom lane, and therefore it's the team that managed to take down D+ Kia in that game number 5. So we're officially there, and we'll see whether the power of friendship can come through, because it could certainly be difficult, because this could just be another ear collected by Bulldog in the mid lane.
You've got an extra ban now as Kwangdong, at least, because Fiesta is here. You don't need to ban the Cassiopeia, or you don't feel like it's viable or powerful to ban the Cassiopeia. So we'll see what they decide to do here on red side, now that it is Fiesta in. So the Vi taken away. The Yuumi ban here is quite interesting from the side of Nongshim, just saying they don't want to play that song and dance again. They'll actually ban both sides of this, the Yuumi and the Milio, interestingly.
Yeah.
So that we, usually only see this split. We don't normally see it together like this. As I wonder what Nongshim's first pick plans are going to be.
I think these jungle bans are kind of interesting, because I feel like Nongshim are just angling for a Sejuani first pick.
Yeah, it just feels like that's going to be the play, and they're just going to play reactionary and say, you're not going to have a necessarily profitable bottom side matchup. The Nico ban, thankfully, will come through here. I'm going to love to cast some Nico, but I don't want this game to be warped by that. As Sejuani seems like one of the safest options here. The Aphelios also, I mean, Shiv LeBlanc, he is open. Now, Fiesta has been a decent LeBlanc player, let's say. It's not a pick that you associate with him being a top player on.
Ooh, I think Nunu is definitely the one. Oh, never mind. It's not going to be the case. As LeBlanc, like you were talking about, going to be locked in. They're going to try and shiv their way to victory, utilizing Fiesta for some shenanigans in the mid game. Kwangdong Freaks now can very comfortably take away Aphelios Sejuani, though, and I feel like that as a 1-2 punch on red side feels really good.
Yeah, it feels really strong. And, Lulu is still available, and Nongshim don't have a pick they can grab here now that feels really strong with the Lulu to take that one away. So you go Aphelios, Sejuani, Lulu, feel really good about your chances regardless of lane opponent. Now, Rakan, Xayah could be what the answer is going to be here for Nongshim, and they could play Shiv into this lower range composition where the poke damage comes through for LeBlanc, and then eventually the Xayah can follow through and do that extra damage. But it looks like we're just going back to comfort here. Nongshim coaching staff saying, look, we put Fiesta in, put Sylvia on the Wukong, unless he's just trying to tell everyone, like, yeah, I want to play this, but it's not really strong right now. The Xayah Rakan, like I was mentioning, definitely feels like the safest rotation here for Nongshim. And Peter's a great Recon player. He's got the emote.
He does. Yeah, and can sell some of those as well, which is definitely important. We'll see whether he can get a few of those in as he makes plays on the bottom side. Ezreal.
Oh boy. This was not on my bingo card.
Yeah, and are we cooking is the question.
I don't think so, but I don't know. Like, I'm glad we're not cooking Ezreal at least. We're just gonna put the Wukong in, which is again comfort for Sylvie.
Bulldog's just gonna lock it in. Okay.
All right.
So Bulldog is going to give Quad a lesson, even though Quad isn't actually here. Might be sitting backstage. Of course, Bulldog a phenomenal Tristana player, as we were mentioning in the previous game. And into the LeBlanc, decent matchup there as well. We've seen it work out many, many times in the past.
You will lose the Lulu for this, of course. But you can just play Nautilus here, or even Leona feels okay right into the Rakan. We don't see Leona at all right now in this meta, but it is a pick you can just pick up and feel very good with, the Aphelios in the bottom side of the map, if the Nautilus is banned. They'll take away instead the Renekton here, as the AD carry pool is going to be thinned. Obviously, these are the most meta champions here, and we could end up seeing Jiwa on something like a Jinx, or that Ezreal that was highlighted earlier.
Or Neela.
Yeah, I guess it could happen with Wukong. That's a good point, as the Lulu does get banned away, unsurprisingly.
I don't know about Neela Rakan necessarily, but it could certainly work.
It sounds like it could be a thing, but the LeBlanc has very little function in that type of draft, so not entirely sure if they want to go all the way down that path, as the Nautilus I was talking about is going to be the next logical step here for Kwangdong Freaks and save that topside counter pick for Dudu.
Yep.
Really easy. Let's see what it's going to be, because I like Jinx here because you have the poke damage of the Shiv LeBlanc. You can then, of course, chip away and then engage when it's time with Wukong Rakan, get the Jinx excited, already have the range advantage of the Aphelios. That's what I would like to see. I do see the angle for the Neela, but I'm not a huge fan of it here in this draft.
Nongshim do like to go their own way.
They certainly do.
Treading their own path. 1 second, there it is. Obviously, it was going to happen. Neela to be locked in for Jiwoo. Back to ultimate comfort here on the bottom side as Dundun. What is he going to be piloting as his top laner of choice? And you can see having a bit of a giggle about it already.
Might be something that has a lot of hard engage. Gragas is good for this. I was going to say Ornn at range gives you the ability to engage as well, to set up for the Neela, set up those combos. Gragas feels very safe, though, into Jax, for example, which could be the choice here, or could have been the choice for Dudu. I think he'll move away from it. Looks like we're just going to see the Poppy once again, and Poppy could completely obliterate all of these combos if Dudu hits a really nice verdict. It's just done. Like, you actually just can't fight it anymore. It's just not viable. Now, both of these comps are insanely low range. Both of these comps are insanely combo-oriented. I'd say Nongshim much more so, but for Kwangdong Freaks, you have set for the Poppy, right? Then Sejuani goes in, there's burst damage, follow-up. Nautilus follows up on the Sejuani ultimate, then you kill somebody, whoever's up the front line. It's not a fun game for Fiesta to actually try to hit that poke damage because of all that attachment. The ultimate from Nautilus, Tristana's attachment with the damage that she's going to put on, where you're just going to take the damage even if you distort away so much of it. Tristana autos you twice, and then you're like, oh, I lost half together. But if they are decisive, I feel like this is the exact anti-Kwangdong comp, if you know what I mean. Even if Kwangdong are ahead, this is like a comp you make one mistake into, one wombo comes through, you lose Baron, you lose control of the map, and maybe this is why we see Nongshim go this route, and I kind of like it. It's in isolation, is the draft the strongest we've ever seen? No, but is it good for them? Is it comfort? Yeah, I think it is.
It absolutely looks like a Nongshim draft. You can see exactly how it's supposed to work as well. I kind of love it. Also for 4-1, like if they ever get into a position where they can have Fiesta in a side lane, I think it actually looks really, really cool from that angle as well. But watching Jiwoo play the Neela is always such a joy. And I'm just excited to see what Mythic he's going to buy. I hope it's not Gale Force like everybody else, because we've seen Radiant Virtue out of this guy. We've seen all sorts of things picked up by his Neela in the past.
I'm hoping
he's cooking something else for us.
I'm hoping something else. I'm hoping it's going to be fun out here, Atlas, on this Neela pick.
Absolutely. But Kwangdong Freaks with momentum now moving towards a game number 2. We'll see whether they can cleanly take a victory, where the Bulldog can once again own the mid lane. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, making our way out to Summoner's Rift here to set up our 5-point defense system. Let's go to the top lane. Come on. Come on, Jonas Strong. It is time.
I won't go there in just a second. We're just going to watch Bulldog train his dragon.
Yep.
There we go. The moment we've all been waiting for.
Yeah, it's just...
He's showcasing what will happen post-6.
Yeah, it's like Dudu in the dance party. You know, it's like a street battle.
I just think it's a keeper's verdict, you know, invitation.
Hey, yeah, that's
He's got it at
working
level
as well.
1.
How do you level that at level 1?
That's just how good he is.
That's how we know. I actually felt like I was watching Step Up 2, The Streets.
Yeah.
You know? One of my favorite movies of all time.
One of his favorite of all time. Put it on his Leaguepedia page.
Yeah, there we go. Please get it in there.
Put it on the LCK lore page as well.
Yep. That's all we need. That's all we need. It didn't have quite that much Channing Tatum, but it was still a great film. As Fiesta, let's see how he's going to do as making his debut for this season. Wasn't necessarily a player that we had a lot of hope for in the previous outing, but he had his moments.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate to say this because it comes at the cost of, you know, talking about his replacement in Quad, but, you know, I was excited for Quad, but I found myself, the more the games went on, hoping that Fiesta would be given an opportunity because I feel like, again, his champion pool exists, right? And he is a player who, again, has been somewhat controversial, I think, in terms of his performances, but I think he deserves at least a shot, right? And he's going to be given that tonight. So, you know, maybe he could prove himself here, especially on a very strong champion that they prioritize for him in this Static Shiv LeBlanc.
And he might have been the one that was like in the laboratory, you know, he was practicing this the most. Quad was scrimming and doing a few more of the normal things, perhaps. I don't know.
Or more Cassiopeia.
Speculate, though. Yeah, probably just more Cassio. But that one not going to be banned away this game because Quad no longer here. As Ju and Peter able to get that level 2 just fine. Of course, Neela does warp things when it comes to experience and stuff like that. This is a good little crash for the Guangdong Freaks, getting a whole lot of pressure down, utilizing a slight range advantage that you may have as Aphelios into Neela.
Yeah, the Calibrum here is going to rocket his way through that ammo to try to get some advantage and could get this push through because, as you mentioned, the experience advantage will go over. As you can see, Ju and Peter hitting level 3. Sylvia's here, red buff available, and they're going to try to bait this with the ward. This is a great bait.
Hook is going to come through there. Grand entrance unavoidable by Jun. As Ju is going to dash forward, he misses the flash.
No.
It's a disaster for Jun.
No, Atlas, no, you can't miss those flashes, man. And they baited him so hard. Peter's like, I'm Rakan, I'm clearing this ward. And they're like, he can't be there. He's Rakan. And then disaster strikes.
It did. Oh, in so many different ways. And now this Neela lane getting free reign of the bottom side. At least Taeyun does survive and therefore will be able to lap up these minions, grab some experience, but it's going to be a really nice back timing here for Jiwoo and a whole bunch of control. So Jun, one of the players that hasn't made too many of the mistakes here on Guangdong Freaks.
Yeah, I mean, that's
not having a great time here so far.
One of the players who was lauded as being a great shot caller for this team as well. Just a bit of a panic moment there, just completely caught with their pants down at the level 3 Wukong gank, because you just don't see that, right? Wukong, so low impact in the early game, especially in a lane like this, you know, where you have the Aphelios range advantage, and they just get baited into an unfavorable position because Peter just walks up, and they just did not read it well. And we'll get a replay of it, you guys can watch it again, but just completely not expecting that a Wukong is going to show up there with red buff and make an impact before 6. So props to Sylvie because, you know, this is a pick that is a comfort pick for him. And Peter's just like, oh, I'm clearing a ward, and Jun sees opportunity. But even down a level here, then the flash failed over the wall is what he wanted to do, but is just not able to click it there. Yeah.
I think everyone felt that flash.
Even the Nongshim fans were like, oh, man.
Yeah.
Can't really feel too excited about that one.
Nope. And here towards the bottom side, you can see that Taeyun is continuing to stay ahead as Dudu takes a turret shot. Dundun might be able to capitalize as he does boop him, but, you know, this is Gragas Esquire. He just really, he's not too bothered. He doesn't feel under too much pressure to take these kills or anything like that. Also had 0 mana, and therefore Dudu going to be fine.
Yep, Peter is helping to prep this wave for Gio. This is his challenger's record on the champion, as we pointed out. Very known for this pick at the end of
I want a list of mythics that he's purchased as well, just because it's just so many.
Yeah, I think it will probably be Gale Force in this game, as boring as that is.
Yep.
It's also very strong.
The last two that I cast were Radiant Virtue and then Shield Bow, and Shield Bow is impossible now, so, well, you know, you can build it, but it's not a mythic, yeah. So that wouldn't be the example. As Bulldog going to go aggressive onto Fiesta. Yeah, the chain connected, but still going to be able to put on a whole bunch of pressure. Still, you can see Bulldog is only even when it comes to that trade, and Sylvie clearing out vision here in this mid lane. The Wukong actually getting a bit of value despite falling down a bit in farm.
That's a Vamp Scepter for Bulldog as well that he's picked up here. That's not a Kerchesi's shard.
Yeah,
where's the
Kachizi, man?
Yeah. That's
Very
not
confused.
what happens. That's not how we play this game.
No, that's not it at all. As Bulldog is showing that it is it here in this mid lane as Fiesta has to go home. Nongshim trying to get on in here, though. The Jubilant Veil was available as Jun. He's just going to get shredded once again. Taeyun now in trouble, but Youngjae, it's a great Arctic Assault to Sylvie. Over the wall, Taeyun has to flash after him to grab the kill, but he will do so. Now Kwangdong Freaks say thank you very much for the leash, and they are back in control.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the game plan is here for Nongshim. You have a timing where you hit level 6 first, obviously, as this Neela, but this was not hit in time to actually be contesting this Drake. She's got a lot of dashes. She still does a decent amount of damage, but, I mean, look at her build. She's sitting on a longsword and a Doran shield.
Oh, okay, there it is. And Taeyun just going to get whipped down to size.
And said level 6 timing is reached here, and they do kill Taeyun, who did not respect it, but you know, I think if you actually push another wave out and try to delay the Drake and try to hit this in a wombo combo team fight, maybe this goes a lot better for you. You didn't have mid control. Fiesta was getting pushed out of the lane, and at the same time, you were trying to hard force this dragon fight here. Just feels insanely greedy. And there's no way to hit 6 in this fight unless you instantly kill somebody, which you will not do. And Jun, the big W here, will go down, but the turn is fantastic here with Youngjae getting on top of the Wukong, forcing the flash. Taeyun will follow, and it's just a disaster here. Now, as they hit level 6 moments later, as you can see how close they were to it here on the experience bar, Yulin does come through, and Taeyun way too far up supportless here and will be taken out. So the Neela gold train still is flowing, right? You know, he's still picking up a lot of money. This could have been cleaner there on the Drake fight.
Certainly could have. BF Sword now to augment the build of Jiwoo goes back and feels pretty nice about that particular item spike. A bunch of extra AD now available. Doesn't really give us too much information on what he's going to be building just yet.
Not the biggest hint, unfortunately.
It's fine. And Fiesta in this mid lane, it's only the shard of the Kerchesi variety, as we like to call it.
It is known Kerchesi's.
It is known Kerchesi. As Peter, I think emote after that. Miss a couple abilities and then put your emote down, I think is very important.
Yeah, that's when I Morgan emote.
Yeah.
Put your hands up.
Yeah, they're too shaky. You're supposed to do it after an outplay, though, aren't you? I think that's how it's supposed to go.
Yeah, but I think that's how Morgan would use it, but for me it's after a misplay.
Yeah.
I don't outplay as much as he does.
I do it automatically after winning a TFT game. That's how I do it. As Jun's going to go a bit aggressive here as Jiwoo says, no, CC is not something I'm interested in. And he is going to just be fine.
It's red-white here too, and Youngjae is in the vicinity with his ult back available, so they could actually look for a potential dive here or a trap for Sylvie, who doesn't have flash. Looks like that's exactly what they're going to try to do. Peter, this time, you're not baiting anybody.
Well, I mean, he is. It's just there's not very much of an answer. Yep, not going to be permafrosted, and therefore Peter will be all right. Just showing that he is a very brave boy.
Yeah.
You know? I like that. I appreciate it.
I like to headcanon think that Peter wasn't actually baiting last time. He was just like, no, I think I can clear this.
yeah.
And then Sylvie was like, whoa, you can't clear that without my help. Please be careful. Nah.
And then he was. And then he
yeah,
was.
no, it was.
It's actually a beautiful story.
Yeah.
And Nongshim have a gold lead, Wolf.
They do.
Kwangdong Freaks, they're up against challenger champions, Nongshim.
That's
and
right.
I think maybe that has created all of the difference. I don't know.
Fiesta is a player that in 2021, actually going all the way back to, you know, when we first started like really taking a look at challengers, it became all official and whatnot, franchised, where every team had their challengers roster. I thought Fiesta was very good back then, and I think everybody leveled up a lot since then in terms of challengers, and then he fell off, but he's having a great game here to start things off, and you know, his laning phase here has been more than stable, right? We did see one aggressive trade that he failed, right, when the team was trying to take Dragon, which is potentially part of why he was trying to look for that exchange. But otherwise, he's 10 CS up here, is going to buy his Shiv very soon, and then the interaction is going to stop here for a little while.
Yep.
And I'm looking forward to seeing what he could do on this LeBlanc in team fights to try to chip away and set up for Jiwoo's engage with the cleanse set with his Ghost. You know, this is exactly the combo you're looking for. Is Young Jae, he's looking for something, speaking of.
Yeah, Dundun and Dudu have had low health bars this entire time. As Young Jae's going to move on in, let's see whether Dundun can outplay it as the Glacier Prison comes down. It looks like the answer is no, he cannot outplay it. As Young Jae happily tanks up the turret quite a few times, and Dudu going to be able to get out of there with a bit of extra money.
Yeah, Dudu's very happy for this, and no match here from Sylvie whatsoever. They are going to drop this Rift Herald now in mid lane, but
yep, still some money as the charge does come through. Fiesta does have his static Shiv, that's why he was absent. Needed to go and grab that one from Boris.
Yeah, just felt kind of forced that they would drop that there without him. But when you know the enemy jungler's topside and you have a free opportunity, take it, I guess. But it's going to be Bulldog looking like he's going to pick up a plate here as well with Demolish.
Yep.
So, I mean, you're already, despite the small CS gap here, catching up in gold in a big way as Bulldog right now. And definitely a bit of a macro error there. Dudu and Young Jae winning topside, and then they're turning this mid exchange into a positive one. Bulldog looking for more damage.
Yeah, and Fiesta only just got back here. He does have teleport, right? So he didn't actually have to use it as, okay, Dudu just going aggressive onto Jiwoo. Jiwoo wondering exactly what he did to deserve that as he clears out the minions.
There's that teleport that you were talking about here, so Bulldog will pull that in. A Dark Seal picked up off the back, trying to say, I got it worth, you know, that you did all that damage and it backed worth. I picked up a pretty gold efficient item here.
And for the next potential fight around this Chemtech Drake that
could pick
I
up
believe
some
has
stacks.
been, yeah, no, exactly. You know, you needed to do that. He's like, needed to back anyway in all chat, you know.
Hey.
Dudu coming on over. Information available for everyone as Warrior Tricks to get Sylvie a little bit closer over as Fiesta can start getting a bit of that poke damage down. Not able to land the chain, but it's not about the chain. Just zap him as Hook is going to go wide. And in they go. Not able to grab the Drake, but now the fight is on. Straight into the backline is Jiwoo looking for Taehoon, making it a 1v1, and so far he's doing absolutely fine. Slipstream straight forward, and that is going to lock down the Aphelios. And Nongshim, team fighting kind of beautifully here as Bulldog was also another target.
Yeah, I mean, Sylvie also doing a ton of damage in that fight as well. Big Cyclone, and this is exactly what you want to do with this comp, is just get on top of those backline targets that are low range, don't have the ability to chip away and poke, and the LeBlanc could be a huge factor in this too. It wasn't actually in this case, unfortunately, for Fiesta, but ultimately they were super decisive, and with all those dashes, you get in, you get one, you get on top of another target, and both damage threats are instantly deleted. We're going to go way back in time to this play.
Do we even remember?
Was this today or yes? Like,
it might have been yesterday's play, but
it's good aggro hold here from Young Jae. No flash from the Gragas, wants to hold it. And then Dudu's on the wrong side of this fight here. He wants to set up a big ult, but he's too slow. Sylvie's engaged with a follow-up flash on the Bulldog, and then Peter gets on top as well. And all the while, Jiwoo is winning the 1v1 here against Taehoon, and on the other side has that experience advantage. And Sylvie, man, you know, say what you want about this player, but when he's on Wukong, he's feeling himself. And once again, makes the play. Follow-up from Peter is fantastic on the Rakan. So just too split of a fight here for Kwangdong. Dudu really trying to make his ultimate the deciding factor there, but just a little bit too slow.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out. Jun missing the hook at the beginning there as well, really kind of telling the tale of how he's been feeling in today's game. Missing that flash still possibly in his head, to be honest. As total gold, Jiwoo ahead once again. His Nila just hits different. And it works very, very well for Nongshim if they can craft the composition to make it happen. Did so very, very well here in this game. I'm a little bit disappointed because it's a Gale Force, but that's okay. You don't need to cook every game.
I wonder if, I mean, we saw the early Vamp Scepter from Bulldog, right? I think looks like pretty strong for lane is what he's thinking with this, and then maybe he goes for Shield Bow here now because there is so much burst, and you saw how quickly he died when he did get collapsed upon there. Maybe the Shield Bow helps him survive. He does a lot of Tristana damage back as Dudu.
Yeah, it does have the steadfast presence as the Apotheosis comes forward, and Dudu gonna try and get rid of everyone, and he does, and then he burns to death.
Worth made sure that the Rakan got the kill.
Yeah, there we go. Nailed it. Sylvie turning up there as well was kind of comical because he's like, where did everyone go?
Yeah.
One of them's dead, and then the rest of them just vacated
Well,
the area.
that's a dead turret. Down here on the
might
bottom
be
side,
too.
yeah, it is eventually going to be one, but they will have Dundun coming over here to clear that next wave, and this is going to be an additional charge on the top side here, and somebody's going to have to come over here and deal with this, or they will just say, we're not just going to get a charge, we're going to get the whole interim, and it is.
Oh, it's done, yeah.
And, like,
I
no
thought that it
response
could have
here.
been a poor trade, but in the end, Nongshim, they just stick with it. They are able to take down that inner turret, and that is a huge injection of gold. 2,000 gold now the lead here for Nongshim Red Force.
I mean, this is looking really good for Nongshim right now across the board, and it's hard to fathom, you know, what the idea is going to be here. With, like, on the same time this is happening here topside for Dudu, where's the cross map? June is at home, and Sejuani is doing red buff, so they just did not see this one coming at all. There's no setup here whatsoever for a cross map. Yeah, I mean,
Sophie's like, is he
Nice
okay? And the answer is no.
it's not okay. Now flashless as well. But I mean, Bulldog, you know, he's just answered by the Gragas bottom side, so they get nothing here. Now, Kwangdong will get the second Drake of the game, right? And the third one here is it's Infernal Soul. Soul Point will be massive if they get set up for it. But if they lose control of the Dragons now, that's when Nongshim is really going to start to be a huge threat later on with their combos.
Oh, not to mention the fact that it's Infernal. Oh, dear.
Yeah.
That's a little bit dicey as Bulldog trying to escape. He does flash. That's a phenomenal buster shot. And yeah, they should be able to at least do some damage to the turret, but Young Jay's here to protect it. And Peter gonna have to grand exit. Dudu making his way around, finds the heroic charge, but Jiwoo does cleanse it immediately. Fiesta trying to get in here. The knockups are huge though from the ulti out of Dudu, and this guy just taking some control. Sylvie gonna go down. Jiwoo does find one, but they get a follow-up kill, and Fiesta is gonna get permanently frosted, but gets into the brush. And now Young Jay and Jun, two very tanky gentlemen, making their way after Fiesta. Is that ignite not quite going to be enough to burn down the LeBlanc?
Taeyun's just over here chilling in the mid lane as Fiesta is just describing the game with his ID here, the last one to survive. Whoa.
Whoa, whoa, okay.
He wanted that cannon really, really badly.
I respect it, but maybe don't just die.
So critically, I mean, the LeBlanc does pick up 3 Dark Seal stacks in that passive play and gets out and gets to keep them. This is actually quite critical. Taeyun stops the teleport here, so they're down Dundun for this exchange when Bulldog here has a fantastic buster shot, also buffers perfectly the charm. Bulldog is just such a great Tristana player. That was amazing to watch, right? And now Peter takes an extra turret shot here. Dudu going to get massive knockups in this fight. And look at the lockdown here. I mean, there's just no way to do anything. Stu is going to all in. Meanwhile,
yeah, we got another fight. It's Dudu's being chained up momentarily. Young Jay and Bulldog now fighting on the flank here as Sylvie looks to go aggressive. Peter dashing forward. He manages to lock down the Aphelios, but Steadfast Presence is going to be there, and he's able to take down the Rakan. Still lower health bars than Kwangdong Freaks for now, but 5 versus 4, they should have an advantage. There is a Cyclone there for Sylvie, though, as Fiesta looking to continue to weaken the members of Kwangdong Freaks. Hooked again, going to go wide, but the Glacial Prison is not. Will connect as Dundun's going to go down. Apotheosis lands onto 3, but Jiwoo can't get it done. There is Sylvie there, though, to lock down the Aphelios, but I think that maybe Kwangdong Freaks may have done enough to win out this fight as Fiesta not quite going to get there, and they have a backup AD carry.
yeah, and Bulldog is just doing way too much damage. Taeyun as well. Pretty fantastic in this fight, and I gotta say, Jiwoo, he also came in at the last possible second, has almost no health bar. Still, he gets a great apotheosis, almost saves it for them, but it's just too little too late. And you can see Fiesta is trying to desperately get some poke damage off here. Then Peter's call, as he gets hooked here to get on top of the Aphelios, trying to save the fact that he's trapped here. Like the idea, because, I mean, it is pretty doomed for him, at least to get something, but there's just no follow-up damage. Everyone else is chasing down this Tristana. It's a bit of a split call here. Sylvie had ultimate there, wanted to collapse onto Bulldog, make sure they could actually take him out there. So Peter on the wrong side, great hook from June, redeeming himself in a big way. Not the one I said there, but the one earlier onto Peter. And then this Apotheosis, unfortunately, is just too much damage. Sylvie does finally ult, but, I mean, yeah, there's just no damage anymore. You've lost your ability to fight this one out. Health bar is too low. Bulldog's like, how many resets could I get? How many times can I jump?
He's definitely doing some Mario shenanigans at the moment on this Tristana. 2-2-4, not exactly the most incredible scoreline, but still looking great on one of his signature picks. Couple of items now put together as he will take a bit of damage from Fiesta, but Fiesta with a bit of delay, does take some himself as the first Infernal Drake of the game. Nongshim do have it down to about 50% as Sylvie launches himself into the backline, but the Keeper's Verdict is too good from Dudu. Man, he has taken this game and said, no, I refuse to lose.
He has just signed his name all over it. And, I mean, despite huge deficits for Kwangdong Freaks, he has shaped each and every one of these fights and prevented these engages from going off, and he's peeling so well for Taehoon, who's constantly the target, right? And this Bloodthirster that's picked up here now for Bulldog, harder to kill this guy too in the fight. Didn't go for the shield bow, but he can heal up so quickly if the fight starts to go longer. It is insane what he is going to be able to do straight up here, as they will be able to, it looks like, take this turret out in exchange for the Baron.
You're not exactly too psyched about that as Nongshim, though.
No, definitely not.
Freaks will be able to lock this one down. So now they can bear down on them. They do have the extra range, and maybe like part of what makes Neela so good is that you get to get rid of the AD carry. But when you've got two, it becomes difficult when Taehoon is in a very different position to where Bulldog is, as you can see in this fight.
Look at how carefully Taehoon is positioned, and Sylvie gets on top of him here, but June is on him too, and then Keeper's Verdict comes out. There's just no way to follow up on that Aphelios. Too many targets to kill, right? You want to kill Bulldog, you want to kill Taehoon, but you've got June blocking for him, you've got Dudu blocking for him, you have this thick Sejuani in the front line. It's just hard, man, to play this one out. Compositionally, you lose steam for just a second, for just a moment as Nongshim, and then team fights become almost unplayable.
And I have to say, I'm very impressed with Kwangdong Freaks and their ability to actually fight their way back. Even if they don't lose this game, this is a great sign for the squad, because this is them ticking a box they haven't been able to so far this season, which is figuring things out in the mid-game, especially from a deficit. So certainly looking good. Baron going to get them a fair bit, but the Apotheosis into the backline. Caster Curse may have just happened as Taehoon once again going to go down. Now Dundun looking to make it worse as Bulldog, on the flank angle. No rocket jumping out of that one, my friend. And oh God, I feel guilty.
Well, I mean, it's exactly what I was saying when I said this is a Nongshim comp, and it feels so good to think about what could go wrong for Kwangdong, because one decisive call, Kwangdong lose all of their control. And one decisive call from Gio goes in. That's it. So watch Gio here go on top of Taehoon. This time there's follow-up. Look at Peter's extremely long-range engage. I think even committing the flash there to make sure he can get on top of this Aphelios. And then Bulldog -2 here. The team fight is totally split. I mean, it's hard to call it a team fight. It's a retreat attempt from Kwangdong Freaks, and they will lose 3. They will lose a lot of power on this push, and now it's a negative Baron power play here for the squad as Nongshim strike back in a big way. Neela soon to be on 3 items, also has the Shiv to shore up one of her weaknesses here in this game. And I mean, now it's just going to come down to who team fights better going forward here. And I could see it going either way. I'm scared for Nongshim because Dudu has been so consistent, and they have been, except this one overextension, pretty good at peeling for their backline.
Oh, precisely. And I think that Dudu can still shape this game with his Keeper's Verdict really, really nicely if he can continue to play as well as he has. It's certainly a good sign for Nongshim and a good continued test for Kwangdong Freaks to make sure that they keep an eye on that positioning. Because Taehoon, he's not necessarily a guy that likes to position himself in a way that has his own safety in mind. Often the guy is going forward for better or worse. And look, it's a kind of cool play style, but if you are caught out, then you can look a little bit silly. And this is a negative. Baron power play, as it's all said and done, is going to tick over now. We're going to have to wait 3 minutes until the next opportunity for the Purple Worm. We'll see whether Kwangdong Freaks is going to be able to find a better inroad towards creating some more of these advantages. As Jun, I don't think he wants to engage onto Sylvie necessarily.
No, not right now, although Dundun looks to be a more prime target. You know, this could be turned by Nongshim very quickly. I don't know about committing to this.
Yeah, Steadfast Presence was, of course, there as Dundun's going to look to try and flash himself away from this one. But Nongshim, they are in position. It's full tank Gragas, so he holds on for so long as Sylvie's got the Cyclone, but he's the one that's bouncing up and down. And now they're rocketing into the backline. Now they're looking for the opportunity, but Jiwoo's just trying to deal with Bulldog, and the rest of the team is blending them up. Dudu once again just says, no, Neela, you are not slipstreaming forward. I have a W2, and mine's also pretty busted. As he dives on top, Jiwoo not going to be able to survive that one as now Bulldog. Oh, that hook maybe just made up for all of the other hooks from Jun this game. And Fiesta's going to go down. That's the ace. And Kwangdong Freaks once again on the front foot.
I mean, Bulldog just completely zoning Gio out of that fight means he cannot do anything. And that was a scary moment there for a second, but he's going to be able to take the turret out before it takes him out. But watch Gio in this fight because Dindin buys a lot of time. And I was scared to feel like paused it right there. I'm like, oh man, this is bad for Kwangdong because Gio's going to get in. But he actually kites back and then Bulldog's on top of him here. Then, as you mentioned here, a ton of work done by Dudu in this fight. His damage as well, just by standing on top of people, is insanely high. And while Gio eventually pushes Bulldog away, the fight is already lost by this point. Steadfast presence prevents him from coming in and doing anything else. But it was really scary there for a second for Kwangdong. And even though they win the fight, thanks to Dudu playing so well, as this hook is beautiful into the ult.
Amazing.
I still am like, yeah, it was a close call, man. If Gio actually gets on top of you there, you might lose the game off of chasing down this Gragas on the bottom side. So I'm not going to put this in a positives for Kwangdong. I'll put it in a positives for Dudu and Bulldog.
Heck yeah. They played it extraordinarily well. Man, Dudu is he's just so good. And he's just continued to get better and better and better. I remember us talking about him like in the past, and we're like, oh yeah, you know, he's all right, I guess. And he had some moments here and there, but it feels like these days, every game, he's the main character.
Yeah, there was a while there, you know, where we were like, I only want to see Morgan. Don't even put this guy on my radar.
Yeah, right? And look, we do love Morgan, so, I mean, that does make sense. But
now, I mean, we got to come up with a cool, like, medieval name for Dudu. Like, is he Duke Dudu? I don't know.
Twitch chat will figure it out. I'm sure they'll come up with a name. If we could get a title for Dudu, if you guys could just brainstorm that. We got a great think tank here of Twitch chatters that are able to come up with something.
Is he like the Marquess? Like
yeah, I don't know. Greater minds than ours will be able to figure this out, I think.
Yeah, they'll get it down eventually for us.
Well, Fiesta now looking for Young Jay. No chain to connect there, though. As Taeyun, secondary AD carry, as it turns out. So Bulldog in this particular game. Quick Blades now done for the Tristana.
The fight has to end so quickly if Nongshim win it. I like this because this is a great opportunity to set up for Gio to look for a combo. Look at the split here from Kwangdong. They do not want to get womboed. Fiesta, though.
Bulldog's found him, and he just explodes. Oh, my goodness. The Buster Shot explosive charge are going to be enough for Nongshim scattering to the wind. They cannot do anything in this 4v5 scenario, and Bulldog, while they're doing that, is just going to eradicate their stuff. Oh man, and Dudu is just a brick wall. He can stop all of these backs as much as he wants to. Youngjae, he can use the ult if he wanted to, but instead he'll just Arctic Assault over, and they're going to stop these backs just to give space to Bulldog. Yeah, and it's just going to be set up by the depth charges. Jiwoo's going to try and fight Taeyun. Oh, the slipstream is just beautiful, but Bulldog might be able to find an opportunity. The explosive charge still does the damage, and Bulldog just going to stand his ground. It's not going to be enough, and he's whipped into shape. Jiwoo actually being able to save it here for Nongshim.
Yeah, Gio actually getting 2 kills here very critically onto the carries of the side of Kwangdong Freaks means that pushing the end is now no longer an option here as we get close to 30 minutes. We might actually have an opportunity now for Nongshim. Try to group up on the Baron before Bulldog is back. He's picked up his LDR, his 4th item here. Actually cancels the buy. We'll see what he ends up picking up. Goes for Kraken Slayer, I think, for additional damage. If he had that in that last exchange, he definitely would have killed Gio there, but he's unable to do so. And now Nongshim, like I said, coming over to Baron here. No real major ultimates, you know, like, available outside of the Wukong ult, but I think that alone is enough to turn.
Well, let's see how this one's going to go. As Fiesta gets some chains worked out. I've seen this play before, but last time it was Bulldog on the flank angle. Peter now struggling to get himself here.
Bulldog has TP.
Yeah, Dundon's also going to teleport his way in, but there is the next teleport. Youngjae gets into the pit, though. It's going to be a 50-50. It's taken by Neela somehow. Bulldog's over the wall, though. He's drawn a beat. He's level 17, and he has so much range. Goomba Stomp 1 going to come forward. Jiwoo's in trouble. That's going to be Goomba 2. And the Aphelios is also getting amongst it. Double doubles here for Kwangdong Freaks. And this game, it's not clean, but man, it's entertaining.
Double doubles, man. That fight was animal style for sure, Atlas. This was a one-sided affair. And look, It is very much a back and forth game at the end of the day. Like, this final fight doesn't really tell the whole story, but man, they were greedy on the attempted Baron take, but what options do you really have? Only having Sylvie's ultimate when the engage comes through. Dudu doing so much this game, and Kwangdong Freaks, despite a rough early mid, will bounce back in a huge way. Both solo laners hard carrying this team to victory. I mean, it felt like a 2v8. It really did.
It really did. I think that, yeah, Taeyeon and Jun not exactly having the greatest of days, but it hasn't been super great for them this week, just in general. But we didn't even have Bulldog and Dudu standing up to this level. Last time we saw the Kwangdong Freaks take the stage, and yes, the competition is different. Yes, Nongshim are also struggling, but man, Dudu is really good at the video game.
It's
and
like
Bulldog, I just enjoy every time he takes to the Rift.
When you take the dial, the LCK dial, and turn it to Nongshim, that's when you really see how incredibly talented both of these solo laners are, right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, you could see it in tough matches, right? You could see it in opponents like Faker, right, that they faced recently. You could see it against Chovy. Like, there are moments for sure against Orin, right, for Dudu. But you turn it to Nongshim and you're like, oh, these guys are incredible, right? And I'm not trying to put a knock on Nongshim here. Dudu, Giga Chad, well,
yeah, no,
wrong team for that, but it's okay.
True. And also, just because we asked for a title, it's obviously Count Dudu.
Count Dudu, yes!
So good. It's also a
clear,
Star Wars
obvious.
reference.
Oh my god, yeah, it's so easy.
Yeah, whoever that was, you're an absolute genius, and I love you. We'll see whether we can get you some merch or something like that, because that is exactly what we needed. So Count Dudu, absolutely phenomenal performance. Maybe we'll get a title for Bulldog, but I think Dudu certainly can because he shared time with Morgan, so it does fit into those that have been knighted with their cool titles and stuff.
I think Taeyeon, he had I don't want to say it was a bad second game by any means. He had some challenging parts, but he also played pretty well and was using the space that was given to him decently well. And, like, to his credit, it's a lot of threat on the enemy team getting on top of him. It's hard to actually play the game as a low mobility Aphelios in a game like this, but I mean, in this fight, for example, he is able to get his way out of here initially, but is just killed by Jiu. Here's too many threats because they lost their other carry in the beginning of this, but Dudu, he just popped off, man.
He's so good.
It's just...
And remember, this was at a point where Nongshim had a fair bit of control in this game as well, and Dudu's like, guys, there are too many shenanigans on this side of the map. Allow me just to tidy up. He was kind of like the garbage man, just sorting everything out when things got a bit too messy.
Yeah, I mean, fights like this, too, I mean, you could see Taeyeon has no chance, right, to actually do anything long-term in the fight, but they still win this because Dudu's just burning them down with Sunfire, doesn't care. And Jiu is always being such a great threat with Sylvie, right? The engages here were pretty clean from Nongshim. The comp does feel like very Nongshim identity, feels like it's very easy to play if you're confident, and they were. But Dudu just canceled so many of these exchanges. Now, this moment, we didn't really enjoy that much for the Freaks.
No, it wasn't so good, but this was Nongshim showing us exactly what their composition's capable of, right? You get your R buttons in a row and things look good, but this could have been the same thing, but Kwangdong Freaks, they have Bulldog keeping Jiwoo busy, not to mention Dudu being a brick wall.
Yeah, he's just standing between the rest of Nongshim and the carry, right? And Taeyeon ultimately does go down, but they win the fight during that. And this was Jiu just saying, I can 1v2, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Down 2 levels on Bulldog, by the way. And it does not actually absorb the explosive charge there either with the zone. It still kills him.
Yeah, I actually thought that was going to be the death nail for Jiwoo, unfortunately, but wasn't to be the case. Still able to grab those 2 kills. We have a listen to Kwangdong Freaks as they do lose out on this Baron, but Baron for Nexus is generally a trade we see teams take pretty comfortably.
Yeah, and Taeyeon is also, Bulldog and Taeyeon both on the right side of this fight, just untouched. Fiesta does like about after Taeyeon's health bar at the end of the fight, but it ultimately doesn't matter. And is the call, of course, after that fight. And Dudu, what? Top damage. I mean, he stood on top of people with Sunfire.
I agree with Orcs. I think maybe it needs to be nerfed to the ground.
I mean, when you could just stand on top of people and stop them from moving and also just burn them to death, it does seem a little unfair, doesn't it?
It does seem a little bit unfair. That's true. That's true. That's absurd. He did the most damage in the game? What?
Yeah, more than a Tristana in the late game that's bouncing around with resets.
And also, like, Bulldog and Fiesta were fighting for most of that game as well. Like, I think that there's something certainly very silly going on here with the state of that particular item. And I'm really glad that we have the Sunfire expert on the desk to bring us through it. And we've also got the Nongshim expert himself as well, Chronicler, to, you know, talk about a Nongshim team that does finally put the band back together. It sort of works somewhere, and then kind of doesn't. We are going to throw it over to them, though. Take it away, Spacers.
Thank you, casters. Spacers here, and we're going to break down that game number 2. That was a crazy back-and-forth game. We had so many kills in this one. I think it was like 30-something in total. And at the end of the day, Kwangdong Freaks do eventually get across the line due to some pretty fantastic team fighting from some individual players. What do you guys think about this game?
So I actually looked up the stats for Kwangdong, because we were saying earlier like how good they are. To put into perspective, when it comes to gold leads at 15, Kwangdong is at 1,600. The only teams ahead of them are T1 and KT, and it's more than double the team that's next in line, which is Genji. So I really want to put in perspective that even with them losing this early game, like, Kwangdong is a really, really weird team, because when it comes to winning, they've really struggled. But when it comes to building up leads and getting really big gold swings, they've been extremely strong.
Yeah, I think sometimes we've seen them struggle to transition that from the point where they have a lead into the late stage of the game. Definitely mid-game, late game has been where it's been messy, but getting those early leads, having compositions where they can play forwards and aggressive, definitely has suited them.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the band pick here, the draft that we did have for this second game. Obviously, we did have GU pulling out the Nila for this one. Definitely a highlight moment for us. They also got the LeBlanc, and yet, even though Nongshim had at multiple points in this game, a lead and ways with this draft, they were not able to get across the lines. What do you guys think about the picks?
Yeah, so for me, I actually think the LeBlanc really doesn't fit with the rest of the comp. And obviously, it was first picked, so it's more than the rest of the comp. But like, you have this, but you have like this Rakan, Wukong, Nila, where like we want to dive into the enemy team, and then LeBlanc is kind of just awkwardly there, like, yeah, I auto people and poke them out. So it didn't really feel too cohesive, and you saw like the Nila was pretty effective at times. The fact that like the only real damage threats in theory are the Tristan and the Aphelios, and you could block their autos is great. But unfortunately, you had this Poppy and the Sejuani who just stood there and melted you. And whenever anyone dived in, they just got melted by Sunfire and couldn't do anything.
Yeah, and I kind of wanted to highlight the reason why we were really excited. And even though they didn't win, right? Like, Jiwoo, this is the reason why he was brought on, is a very creative player. But his Nila in particular is something that the Challengers team has really relied on. And he is just always able to have a really big impact on this pick. Wasn't enough, but the game from Nongshim side basically boiled down every fight to can he do something, and I think it was mostly due to the effort of particularly Dudu and Bulldog that he didn't, because otherwise they might go to a 3-game series.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot of it was Dudu, the effort of Dudu, Count Dudu himself. Let's take a look at the first highlight from this game, number 2, because I do want to stop saying do in this one. We did have a crazy back and forth one, as we still need a little bit of time on this first highlight. And yeah, it was essentially so back and forth. We had Nongshim highlights prepared, we had Kwangdong Freaks highlights prepared, and we have a lot for you prepared here today.
Yeah, and I think you saw kind of what the composition of Nongshim was trying to do, right? All these late engages, something that's really popular in the LPL is like the Rakan Wukong, but oftentimes we're seeing them not quite able to navigate it, not quite able to get in their correct target, or sometimes you see the target able to get value in return. And here we see Bulldog survive, and then the rest of the squad come in, and sure, we see Gio getting a lot of value with that ultimate, but ultimately these tanks are just so thick, so chunky, and you just can't cut through them quickly enough.
And what's really big is that this was kind of a turning point, because up until this point, it wasn't like Kwangdong were like losing full control, but most of the skirmishes went the way of Nongshim. Jiwoo was getting fed, so it was really important that they found a moment to kind of get back control, because as we saw, the team fighting of Kwangdong at large looked a lot more consistent, a lot better, because even with like Rakan, Gragas, Nila, a lot of the engages from Nongshim didn't look too great, and the Poppy again. Like, I feel like every highlight's just going to be standing there and pressing W.
Hey, this champ is broken, honestly.
Yeah, it's crazy because we had two 80 carry players that were playing an amazing game, and yet probably Dudu's going to get the POG. No spoilers, though. Let's go into the second highlight we did have in the jungle at 19 minutes. This one was pretty incredible. Actually, it was around the mid lane, and you see that Quantum Freaks, once again, able to come ahead in a big team fight.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is they start layering this damage in, and they engage. You see Peter trying to get on top of Taeyun there, but just isn't quite able to. The return damage comes in from the ultimate, and it kind of seems like a consistent thing where you're seeing the engage come in. They're not quite able to finish off the target, or if they do take out the Aphelios often, so much value is got in return, so much AoE damage done, and then it's just up to the tanks to clean up. And here again, yeah, they get the ultimate in at the end, but you see the Neela go down, trading the life for the Aphelios, and there's still Bulldog here to clean up.
And what is a really big difference between the very similar comp that we saw in game number 1 with the Tristana as well, this time around, at any given point, either people are in front of Taeyun or in front of Bulldog or both. Right there, when Peter tried to engage on Bulldog, both Dudu and June were ready to peel off of him. So that was, I think, the reason why you saw the attempted engages, because you kind of are forced to, but Guangdong saw coming and played very well around it.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, we have a bonus highlight as well because we did have so much fighting in this game. We had a fight around 24 minutes in. Down in the bottom side, this is one where actually Taeyun shows up pretty big as well, and Guangdong Freaks just another step in their way to the victory.
Yeah, this is kind of a nightmare scenario for Nongshim because their front line is so squishy outside of the Gragas, and shit, he survives for a long time, but he is burning down in terms of health. They then look to the engage on the back of this to try and get on top of the Aphelios, who does some good kiting there, manages to create some space, but even then you can tell the gold lead has gone so heavily in favor of Guangdong because it takes so long to take down the AD carry, and there's still so many members alive.
And even though he's forced to like ult defensively and flash away, because Jiwoo wasn't in that fight, was getting completely zoned off by Bulldog, there was no opportunity to win. Like the moment that Jiwoo isn't there, you see so much of the gold is on him. Team isn't able to win, and again, credits to Guangdong Red for how they set up a lot of these fights.
Yeah, a lot of those fights were big for Guangdong Freaks. Let's take a look at the POG of this one. Definitely have at least 3 players on the mind, but it will be Count Dudu himself who picks it up, his 3rd of the season.
So, how do you feel about that DPM, Oaks?
Yeah, 990 DPM on a tank, and I think I want you to look at these fights and focus specifically on how long he is in like short range of other champions, how long he's just permanently burning down other champions in the enemy team. And that's the thing with Sunfire, with Poppy, all you have to do is be tanky and stand among the enemy team, and you will top the damage charts. And in fairness, Dudu did some fantastic play, really good at interrupting dashes and making things happen. But yeah, the Bernie Cape, very effective in this one.
Yeah, you know, I think people notice like the Zeri or the Cassante because they do very obvious things, but nobody's talking about the Sunfire Capex of Duox. Maybe we need like a bigger flame glow on people who are getting burned, then it will be a little bit more obvious as to how OP this item is. 8 out of 11, and of course we do get some focus to the other 2 players who had a great game.
Yeah, like the Bulldog shoutouts, as mentioned, Taeyun also doing a decent job in team fights, but his positioning was a bit iffy, very deserved here for Dudu.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Deer for the translation on this one.
Thank you very much, guys. A surprise, this is not there. This is Jisoo for the POG interview translation, and we are here joined by the solo laners on the side of Guangdong Freaks, Bulldog, and Dudu. Congratulations. A great way to bounce back from a losing streak. How do you feel about this win? I was like, this is do or die, you know? You have to win or this is the end, but I'm so relieved that we won today, and like, I have used all my energy in that series, but it feels amazing that we won. We were on a losing streak, but I think today was the perfect time to end the losing streak, so it feels amazing to get a 2-0 win and also win the POG. Well, despite losing to, you know, a lot of the stronger teams, you guys still showed great potential. What kind of feedback went back and forth during the losing streak? Well, to be honest, we were pretty happy with our performance, especially CV Max told us our performance was decent, but he was talking more about our shot calls. You know, we are not talkative, you know. You have to kind of take the risk in order to be the one actually throwing the shots and bringing up new ideas. Then who took the risk? Who kind of made shot calls today? I think we all did, you know. We're a lot more brave today. So Aphelios Milio, they were on a 6-game winning streak, but this time you guys just let it through. Why was that? Well, to put it simple, our bottom duo was pretty confident playing into Aphelios with Zeri Yumi, so we wanted to kind of take advantage of that and let that comp go through onto the enemy's hands, and we can play what we are feeling comfortable with. And we also saw Tristana mid. Bulldog, one of your signature picks. So how did you decide to play into Tristana on Azir? I was shaking once they locked in Tristana. I was like shivering, but I do know how to kind of play into Tristana, so I kept that in mind. So it went pretty well. Can you kind of spill the tea? How do we play into Tristana?
W를 맞으면서
So
이 폭탄도 걸면은 그 E 스택이 하나 더 쌓여서
if you get hit by W when you have the bomb on your head, so that's another stack on the E.
W를 거래를 안 주면 돼.
So you have to stay away from the jump range. Probably. I don't know.
그런데 2세트 때는 교체된 피에스타 선수가
And then Fiesta subbed in for Nongshim in game 2 and he blind picked LeBlanc, and then you locked in Tristana. You played Static Shift Tristana into Static Shift LeBlanc. Tell us about that matchup. I'm pretty confident in that matchup. I think this is pretty good for me. And then I took it, but the laning phase was not that good, so it's a bummer.
트타도
But
괜찮은 것 같아요.
Tristana is a good pick, you know? He's solid.
그래도 오늘 승리를 가져간 만큼 더욱더 기쁨이 배가 될 것 같습니다. 네, 두두 선수께 질문
두두.
드릴게요. 혹시 2세트 포인트
Game
픽으로
2.
생각하시는 게 있을까요?
What do you think was the best pick among your comp?
팀에서의 포인트 픽은
Obviously, the point pick
포인트라고 생각해서
on the red side is always our 5 pick, you know, and the enemy decided to opt into a dive comp, and I had Poppy ready to block everyone just marching towards our teammates. And Dudu, your Poppy never stopped hitting home runs. I think Poppy has become one of your iconic picks. What's your thought on that?
저희 팀도 제가 뽀삐하는 걸 좋아하고.
Well, my teammates like it when I play Poppy, and also second to Kazante, I found a new friend, so I hope I can make my Poppy as good as my Kazante. And then Jiwoo decided to play Nilla, his famous pick from the CL. You know, he even took Baron with that champion. It was not an easy pick to deal with, actually. How was it? I haven't played into Nilla recently, and then I realized Nilla is really strong. And I think, like, I actually did not expect to lose to Nilla 1v1 in the later phase of the game, so I was shook after losing to that 1v1.
사실 저는 생각이
Dudu, what about you?
너무
I don't agree, you know?
성장력이
Nilla,
챔피언 중에 압도적이었어가지고.
she scales really well.
챔피언도 뽑히다
That's a fact. And I was playing Poppy into Nilla.
챔피언한테
So, but still, she gets pretty countered by Poppy, so she was not a big threat.
네, 박수 보내주세요. 아, 진짜 너무 멋진 답변이었습니다.
Dudu always confident
네, 다음
on
상대는
that Poppy
기세종
pick,
KT 롤스터와의
no matter what
대결입니다.
champion he's playing
각오 한 말씀
into.
들어볼게요.
Kwangdong Freak's next opponent will be KT Roaster. What is your resolution going into that matchup? We're not fighting up against our opponents. We're fighting up against our yesterday form, you know? So we will do our best in order to fight the yesterday Kwangdong Freaks the best.
네, 그 KT
I think KT Roaster has a very strong top laner. I'll keep that in mind and do my best in the upcoming match.
네, 저희도
And this will be the end of the interview from the Kwangdong Freaks POGs. I'm gonna pass it back to the Spacers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that translation, Ji-sun, who swooped in and stole that one away. Thank you so much. Awesome as always. We're going to take a look at the standings after that one and see where do Kwangdong Freaks line up. They're always fighting against their former selves, and now they're sitting at 3-3 at a 0 perfectly even and
It's
balanced.
Perfect.
As all things should be.
That's how it should be, but you know whether they'll be able to retain that, another question. But being on the west side, pretty nice. I feel like for Guangdong Freaks.
Yeah, and Guangdong, let's not forget, were, even though they didn't make playoffs, I think the team that was pretty far ahead of Nongshim, Brian, and DRX lost split as well, and they're trying to maintain that position, but maybe with Sandbox dropping a little bit, this time around, try to make playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting, this playoff race. It's still early on, but you never know what's going to happen. Guys, up next, we are going to have, of course, Humble Life Esports up against Live Sandbox. That should be a fun matchup. And, of course, before we even do get into that, during the break, you guys can enjoy the review desk, where we will have a couple of KT members talking with, I believe, Heiji about some of their plays recently. So hope you do enjoy the break. But we're going to take that break and be back for Humble Life Esports versus Live Sandbox. Don't go anywhere.
This is R! 30조 RRR 펜타킬! 나이스! Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night. Walk through the fire. I gotta fight. Walk through the fire. Into the night. Walk through the fire. Into the night.
여러분 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 목요일에 찾아오는 여러분의 리뷰메이트 배혜지입니다. 오늘 리뷰데스크 함께해 주실 선수분들 바로 소개해 보도록 할게요. KT 롤스터의 기인 선수와 커즈 선수 모셨습니다.
저는 KT 롤스터에서 탑을 맡고 있는 기인 김기이라고 합니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. KT 롤스터의 정글을 맡고 있는 커즈 문차입니다.
와, 너무 멋진 자기소개였어요. 감사합니다. KT 롤스터의 든든한 상체 두 분이 오셨는데요. 준비되셨죠?
네.
그럼 이제 본격적으로 리뷰데스크 한번 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 첫 번째 영상
보시죠.
라스칼이 깊게 들어간 부분을 보면서 슬쩍 쫓아가 봅니다. 돌리베어인데 돌리베어 쪽으로 물어왔습니다. 기다려 올라왔습니다. 그럼 올라왔습니다. 먼저
2대2 싸움이 진짜 중요해요.
위치에 따라서는 2대2 전투력은 잭스 볼리베어가 좀 더 강한 타이밍이었거든요.
그래서 영으로 다시 돌았어요. 이러면 안 되는 건가요?
모임? 와우, 개꿀맛! 부끄럽네요 좀.
아, 개꿀맛 장면을 같이 보게 돼서 너무 영광이네요.
저가 이제 탑화면을 보고 있었는데
네.
기인이가 또 딜교를 잘하고 있는 덕분에 와드를 이렇게 빠지게 되면서
네.
와드가 없다는 걸 일단 알게 되어가지고 제가 갱을 가게 된 상황입니다. 제 위치를 좀 몰랐던 것도 있고 확실히 그 점이 좀 유리하게 적용된 것 같아요.
이때 기인 선수 어떠셨어요?
사실 이제 잭스를 잡고 원래 끝이었는데 볼리베어가 좀 더 앞으로 나와줘서 이제 2킬을 먹고 시작을 해서 사실 탑은 너무 유리해져가지고 이제 상대 탑 입장에서는 약간 좀 막막한 약간 그런 상황이었던 것 같아요.
커즈 선수 또 더 보여주고 싶은 장면 있으셨어요?
저희가 이제부터 용싸움을 보기로 했는데
네.
시영이 야 얘들아 용 보자 해서 이제
용싸움 보자. 들어와 싸워보자.
오케이 그럼
오.
바보 연기 간다라고 하고 이제 제가 바보같이 나와서 몰래 사이로 궁을 넣었죠.
네.
그래서 정화를 빼고 한타를 가볍게 이겼습니다.
이야.
사실 5대4라 가지고 지는 게 좀 말이 안 되는 한타였어가지고.
아니 그래도 또 커즈 선수 잘했다 이런 이야기 또 해줄 수 있잖아요.
뭐 우찬이 뭐 이런 거 뭐 그냥 기본이라서.
저는 이런 거로 칭찬해 주셔도 만족하지 않습니다.
역시 든든한 KT 롤스터의 탑 듀오답습니다. 그리고 또 제가 개인적으로 궁금한 장면이 있었는데요. 에이밍 선수가 트리플 킥까지 하면서 거의 펜타각이 보이는 그런 장면이 있었거든요. 그런데 기인 선수가 킬을 중간에 끊으셨더라고요. 혹시 이게 의도된 장면이었는지.
하람이가 이제 킬을 먹게 되었죠. 트리플 킬까지.
그렇죠?
저도 이제 이때 들었어요. 하람이가 뭐 킬 줘 이러는 거예요.
아 그랬어요?
네.
킬.
지금 처음 알았어요. 트리플 킬을 한 사실을.
아 그랬어요?
네, 게임 중간에는 아예 몰랐어가지고.
근데 기인이는 제가 보기엔 일부러 안 들은 것 같아요. 너무 유리하니까 나 오랜만에 MVP 받을 수 있지 않을까? 라는 생각에 이건 절대 양보하면 안 된다. 펜타킬을 주면은 주목도가 떨어지거든요.
역시 모든 게임이 좀 진심인 KT 롤스터가 아닌가 싶습니다. 자, 그럼 이제 2세트 준비된 영상 바로 보실까요?
지금은 전령보다도 한타가 더 중요합니다.
드리블 좀 대장장이 들어왔는데 기인이 아래쪽 일단 지나갑니다. 달려들고 매우라고 건드렸습니다. 연결되는 이게 진짜 없고요.
레넥톤이 왜 이게 한타가
근데 기인이 두명만 줄고
해야 되는데
나머지 기인은 그냥 버텼고
레넥톤이 왼쪽에서 깽판을 치고 있던 것 때문에
제대로 들어갔어요. 구하는 사람입니다.
어떠세요? 이 장면 한번 리플레이 하면서 같이 볼까요?
아펠리오스한테 좀 어그로 좀 끌려고 이제 좀 들어갔었는데 이 스킬을 이제 저 타워나 이제 블루한테 좀 못 맞춰가지고 원래 좀 안전하게 빠질 수 있는 상황이었는데 좀 플래시가 나가가지고 이런 건 좀 많이 아쉬웠던 것 같아요.
그래도 뭐 다른 부분 다 잘했다, 뭐 잘 들어맞았다 생각하셨죠?
다른 부분들은 뭐 팀원들이 다 잘해줘서 뭐 편하게 한 것 같습니다.
그럼 2세트에서 또 기인 선수가 내가 부족함 없이 잘했다라고 생각하는 그런 부분이 있으셨을까요?
이 장면에서 이제 제가 굉장히 좀 드리블을 잘해서 이제 탈리아가 오는 것까지 기다렸는데
네?
탈리아가 초반에 너무 약해가지고 킨드랜드가 안 죽더라고요.
BDD가 범인이다?
네, 그렇죠. 보성 선수가 이제 BDD 선수가 좀 아쉬웠다. 네.
BDD 선수 나중에 리뷰데스크 한번 나오셔야겠어요.
네, 불만이 있으시면 나오시면 됩니다. 네.
자, 이렇게 해서 오늘 준비된 영상을 모두 봤는데요. 오늘도 또 많이 배우지 않았나 싶습니다. 저 같은 일반 유저들을 위한 꿀팁을 조금 풀어주실 수 있는 그런 시간이거든요.
이건 뭐 사실 간단한 거일 수도 있지만 킨들들을 상대로 할 때 킨드가 이렇게 궁을 쓸 수 있는 상황이 보인다고 생각이 들면 세주아니가 이제 1을 아껴 넣었다가 킨드레드가 궁이 끝날 때를 기다렸다가 2를 쓰는 게 좋습니다. 당연한 거지만 그거를 이제 하나하나씩 해가야 된다고 생각합니다.
궁이 끝날 때를 기다렸다가 세주아니는 2를 가지고 있는 상태에서 마지막에 써라.
네.
혹시 기인 선수도 꿀팁 하나 공개해 주실 수 있을까요?
제가 드릴 팁은 이제 챔피언 팁은 아니지만 상대가 좀 와드를 이제 보이게 이렇게 쓰면은 와드 핑을 이렇게 꼭 해서 이제 보이게 해놓고 저희 정글러한테 여기가 이제 와드니까 여기 이렇게 돌아서 삼거리로 와서 갱을 찔러라 라고 하면은 좀 깔끔하게 좀 갱킹 설계를 할 수 있지 않을까 약간 그렇게 생각합니다.
그렇구나. 탑 친구들 메모하세요. 와드 핑 찍어주는 거 오늘 저희 꼭 기억해야 합니다. 혹시 마지막으로 내가 추가 꿀팁을 좀 더 알려주고 싶다 뭐 이런 거 있으실까요?
이왕 알려드리는 김에 하나 더 알려드리자면
좋아요.
저는 절대 상품을 받고 싶어서 알려드리는 게 아닙니다.
네네.
자, 이 상품 꼭 챙겨주세요. 네.
세주안이 궁극기를 쓸 때 최대한 뒤에 있는 상대방에게 맞춰주는 게 좀 좋을 수 있습니다. 궁극기를 쓰면 이 원 범위 안에 이제 슬로우가 걸리고 데미지를 입기 때문에 상대방 입장에서 이동이 엄청나게 제약이 돼요.
이거 근데 엄청난 꿀팁인데요? 세주아니를 할 때 눈앞에 있는 적한테 쓰는 게 아니라 멀리 있는 적한테 궁을 써라. 와, 박수 박수. 와, 감사합니다. 자, 그렇다면 제가 한번 선정을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 오늘의 명강사는요. 마지막 추가 꿀팁까지 주셨던 커즈 선수입니다. 축하드립니다. 커즈 선수에게는 선물을 드립니다.
너무 좋아.
아니 그리고 또 기인 선수도 저에게 꿀팁을 주셨기 때문에 제가 선물 같이 드리도록 하겠습니다.
와.
아니 제가 사실 KT롤스터 우리 선수분들 오신다고 해서 이렇게 마이크를 준비한 이유가 있습니다. 단체 인터뷰할 때 스프링 결승전에 가면 노래 해주시겠다고 에기스 하셨잖아요. 근데 제가 얼마나 기대했는데 아쉬웠거든요. 서머 때 결승 가면은 노래 불러주시지 않을까 싶어서 제가 연습하시라고 마이크를 준비했어요. 어떠세요? 한번 그러면 성능 테스트 한번 해볼까요? 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷. 동해물과 백두산이 마르고 닳도록
하느님이 보호하사 우리나라 만세. 대한민국 만세.
KT롤스터 만세. 상품 받으셨는데 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
마이크 주신 만큼 꼭 우승하라는 의미로 알고 미친 듯이 준비해서 썸머의 KT 보여드리겠습니다.
와, 감사합니다. 자, 오늘 KT롤스터 이렇게 기인 선수, 커즈 선수 두 선수 함께 해주셔서 진심으로 감사드리고요. 다음 주 목요일에는 또 다른 선물과 함께 찾아오도록 하겠습니다. 여러분, 안녕.
안녕.
マスターズには秘密がある。ここ東京で世界が見つめる中、その全てが明らかになる。解き放たれる才能、暴かれる秘密、全て出し切るか、無に帰すか。精鋭たちが限界に挑み、新たな可能性が生まれる。想定が覆される最前線、最高峰はさらなる高みへ。全ての試合、全てのラウンドで、それがマスターズ東京。目撃、プレイ、 そして高みへ
LCK에 공인된 전투 충전기를 소개했습니다. 옵저버티 플러스 한당으로 지면 비틀즈 인탈? 그냥 밴 안 하고 해도 상관없을 것 같아요. 안 할게요.
이렇게 잘했어. 야, 나 또 죽었어.
괜찮아 형 진짜 괜찮아 형 괜찮아. 이거 가져.
이들 벌레인데?
나 얘기하고 싶어.
지훈이 형 급할 필요 없다.
아, 그러니까 게임할 때 템포가
여유를 갖고 하던 소리가 난 될 것 같아서 그렇게 한 거니? 딱히 잘못된 건 없지 않았나?
아, 판단이 잘못됐다기보다 그 말투가
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf here as we get into our second series of the evening. But Wolf, before that happens, in the pre-shot there that we saw, is that a swing or a chair predominantly?
I would say it's a bench. Like it's a swinging bench, right?
Yeah, but is it more bench or more swing?
Oof. I think it's more swing, to be honest.
Does feel a little bit.
Because like you can't, because if you're sitting in it at any state, it's slightly swinging. Even like,
right.
It's never not swinging. So I'd say I'm.
And sometimes it's not a bench.
Yeah.
When no one's in it. Anyway, let's jump into the standings here and have a look at the stakes for this match that we have right here. Actually, a fair bit. Harmon Life Esports versus Live Sandbox. Harmon Life Esports, our home team today. They will get side selection, and they can attempt to move towards the western side of the bracket. A place where, I mean, this looks like Harmon Life Esports of 4 years ago, you know? Like, even before that, when they were Rocks Tigers, always 6th place. They've been holding down the fort in 6th for a long time. This bothers me because this team, based on the name, should be higher.
If they win with any score, they'll rocket up to 4th place, past D plus Kia, actually, with a 3-2 and +3. So, I mean, I think there's a bit of a gap between these two teams. They look very close in the standings right now, but I do think Harmon Life Esports are the stronger team, but they need to be able to once again punch down here. As you can see, the East team sniper, Harmon Life Esports, they have been so good, as you were saying, like they have historically as an org. They've been good at beating teams that are not playoff material, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
And we'll see if they can prove that once again tonight and be the gatekeeper. If they can move up to 4th place here, which would be massive.
And this is the matchup that I think is on everyone's minds. Over 1,000 days since Viper and Teddy have faced off against one another, of course. The last time we saw them, it was Harmon Life Esports, actually, versus Kwangdong Freaks, which is where they were. No, actually, never mind. It wasn't because Teddy hadn't left T1 at the time.
Yeah.
And so Viper moves to Harmon Life Esports, and then Teddy gets the upper hand in that matchup. But I think the one that we can all really remember is Griffin versus T1 in 2019 at the Jumshill Indoor Stadium, of course, where we had our last final. Probably the biggest matchup between these two in recent memory.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see if Viper, speaking of here, and the Affilios skin owner, we'll see if he can try to make it to top 3 here to go to Daejeon, right? His hometown here upon his return to Korea here in 2023. Now, Viper and Life have just been such a strong duo here, but often apart as Life is making an impact on Blitzcrank around the map, for example, and we have seen that Viper is pretty self-sufficient even on this Aphelios here, but you can see he's played so many different variants of Aphelios here, more than anyone else right now in the LCK. A big boon considering that is arguably the strongest and safest AD carry pick right now.
Yep, and we've been outed, by the way, Wolf. It's not a swing, it's a bench. G-Sun has let everyone know. But let's welcome Harmon Life Esports out into LOL Park here for our second series of the evening. Looking all business, if I was to judge it purely on Kingan's expression, as this is a squad that need to get better results. And you want any Harmon Life Esports hopium? I have got so much of it. ready and prepared. Do you know where it comes from, Wolf?
Tell me where it comes from.
It comes from the mid lane. It comes from the champions that we have been seeing already. Akali has been picked up at least once. Silas got picked up this week, Wolf.
Yeah, well, one of the Akali pickups didn't go so well for the man.
That's not about that.
Valdez and I both had a bit of a time watching that one. But on the other side of things here, I feel like it has also been, speaking of mid lanes, a great meta for Closer, and he was the first player to play that static Shiv LeBlanc, but he has not been the strong point for this roster we have seen in the past, in their last few games. Has been Birdall of the two solo laners who's been more consistent, which is weird to say.
Yeah.
But I think the exciting part of this match, and we knew it was going to be the case. We knew before we even walked into this week of matches, before the season even started, we looked at this day on the calendar, is that it's Teddy versus Viper Day, right? And we get to see it at least one more time in Round Robin 2. But that is what this series, I think, is going to be all about, is how much can these teams empower these two AD carries, and which one will have the stronger late game pick, and how will the team fights go around that. We could see either of these players play a Lucian or a Draven, but I think that is probably not going to be how this series is defined. As we take a closer look at these two in particular, it's no shock that Viper has the stronger stats here because his team is winning more. They have a better game score right now in the LCK. But look at where his leading metrics are. Higher damage per minute, higher damage share for his team. Gold efficiency is higher here. Kill participation higher for Teddy because he is the most important player on this team. He's over 75% on an AD carry. Every single team fight that we're seeing Live Sandbox win, Teddy's a part of.
Absolutely, in 9th place for Viper, because he does like to be a little bit of a herbivore in the early stages of the game. Wants Clid to get around and start causing some shenanigans, something that Clid can absolutely be relied upon to do. Two players that I agree. I think that they have the most on their shoulders, heads and shoulders above the entirety of the rest of their respective teams, but slightly different in the way they execute it, because the way Viper says it is, he'll just, if it gets to past 20 minutes, he'll do his very best to win you the game, but you got to get him there, and Teddy likes to take matters into his own hands.
He certainly does.
But Teddy also has a mid laner that contributes a lot, and I think that is certainly helping Live Sandbox out, having Closer there who's been making some plays, especially relatively recently, and Zeka has begun to step up as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing the mid lane matchup alongside this historic, battle of beyond 1,000 days.
And
Zeka versus Closer is huge.
One of the matchups I kind of feel like favors Live Sandbox, and one of the least important, I guess you could argue, is actually the jungle matchup, where I think Willer has some opportunities to make some big plays early. Clid has been kind of feast or famine, and he has been all year long. So depending on which Clid we get on the day, maybe, you see Willer get Teddy ahead early, and he has so many advantages that it's tough for Viper to kind of catch up. We'll see if that ends up coming true. As you look at the top side of the map as well, Birdall versus Kingen, a matchup that could really go either way, just depending on Birdall's current form and what his form looks like on the day. Hanwha Esports will choose blue side here with their side selection. And I'm really looking forward to, most of all, what two AD carries we are going to see, because I think these drafts will be shaped by those players, Teddy and Viper, we've spent so much time talking about. Even though things like Static Shiv exist, we might see higher priority here on support bans. That first pick of Helios, definitely something we're going to be taking a look at.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at it right now as we jump into pick and ban for game number 1. Both of these teams coming off victories against Kwangdong Freaks and OK Savings Bank Brion. I almost said the wrong sponsor name when now they have the coolest one. As, like you were talking about, bottom lane going to be a little bit of a focus here, as Sejuani and Yuumi taken away so far by Hanwha Esports, and there is the Melio being removed. And I wonder whether they will take away the champion that Viper has a skin on in the Aphelios and see whether we're going to be playing with a slightly different bottom lane meta. There's been a lot of handshaking down there.
Yeah, I mean, there are two B1 picks that are most prevalent, and actually three, but two more prevalent, right? The Sejuani and the Aphelios.
Oh, yeah.
LeBlanc, number 3. So they've banned 2 of the 3. What do you expect the Hanwha Esports is fishing for here? It's Viper's Aphelios. And even though you don't have the Yuumi to make him a stronger, beefier champion in the later parts of the game, and you don't have the Melio for the range, We already had that graphic that showcases Viper will play it with any support. He just doesn't care. And ultimately, Liv Sandbox will answer with that Aphelios ban. Let's see what the response is going to be here for Hanwha Life, because you took away the LeBlanc. And if you go down the list, it's almost the safest pick here could be just going straight up for an Azir first pick and saying, well, I got Prio. Annie also a safe option here.
I don't know whether Annie necessarily fits into the Zeka school of thought. You know, I've seen Azir there as Renekton. Another option, of course, fits in with Kingan's love of Aatrox that he has a very cool skin on. Also has a prestige version for being the MVP of the World Final. And that Azir that we were talking about, not going to get through to the next round. I don't think that Liv Sandbox are going to allow that to happen, as that is Azir, Poppy, two champions that we've seen find so much success. Like, this is exactly what T1 absolutely crushed Kwangdong on.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing here for Hanwha is you got blue side, right? You wanted pick priority, but now two strong red side top tier picks go over to Liv Sandbox here. One of them great into the Renekton, so you have counter there, and counter pick for Azir doesn't really exist right now. I think one of the best picks you could play into it is the LeBlanc. We've seen the Tristana go up and down. The Annie doesn't feel as strong. It's one of the only matchups where the enemy laner can kind of go toe-to-toe with the Annie. So I feel like right now Liv Sandbox has a great start to this draft. And Hanwha Life Esports, if they lock in this Viego right now, they are really opting into fighting early and trying to get a tempo advantage, whereas Liv Sandbox have so many options in terms of late game scaling they could do with this Poppy Azir.
Yeah. Not to mention the fact that Poppy doesn't need to be jungling, doesn't need to be top lane. You can sort of move it around to wherever you want. Yeah, if I was available and Clid wasn't thinking about locking it in, that's absolutely crazy to me. Thankfully, they are going to take that one off the table for themselves. So, Liv Sandbox not going to be able to get Poppy Vi, which would be insanity if that was available to be locked in.
I like
Bertel hovering a few different options here. We'll see where he goes.
I like Ornn and Gnar the most here because Gnar is a matchup that we've seen Bertel go both ways on, right? He has kind of messed it up a few times. He has choked in a lot of these tough matchups against tough opponents, not the lane matchup. In the lane matchup, though, he should be able to have some agency here, and then can later be somewhat of a side lane threat. So it goes into the Azir angle of, okay, we're scaling, we're going to have a stronger late game. Gnar, sometimes very difficult to get value into as the Vi, because if he has his Gnar bar up, he will just peel away from you, and then the Vi engage is moot. You don't know what the 80 carry is going to be here for Teddy just yet. So Vi feels, although in isolation strong and a great pick for Clid, who are you assassinating? What is the backline? We don't know yet. So it's kind of hard for Hanwha Life Esports here. I think Xayah is one of the safest bans you could do right now if you want to take that away, but it also limits Viper's late game scaling pool here as well.
I think it's really interesting, right? I think Xayah does make a lot of sense, but Rakan R4 seems to be a very powerful option here for Liv Sandbox. Kyle, very good at the champion and also getting that extra level of engage, I think will be very important for a team that is showing right now not a whole lot. They have conditional engage in the Gnar, and Poppy can flash heroic charge perhaps, like you can go for a scoop on Azir, but it is a little bit more telegraphed, and having the ability to find these flank angles on the Rakan I think could be very important. Lucian Zeri taken away, and Hanwha Life Esports, do you continue going down the rabbit hole? Because Ezreal, probably one of these likely bans. I actually kind of like it, because we see Viper and Teddy having a champion pull off, you know?
I feel like the three picks I'm kind of feeling right now for Teddy are Ezreal, Varus, which is now banned, and Ziggs, weirdly enough, I feel like actually kind of works really well in this draft here for Liv Sandbox, because you have the Gnar to be more, auto attack damage in team fights in terms of AD. Kalista!
Oh, okay!
Are we doing Kalista into Draven now? Is Viper going to opt in? Are we going into just fighting fire with fire here on the bottom side of the map? It weakens the Ezreal pick, that pick that's still available here for Viper, because Kalista historically has been a pretty strong matchup into the Ezreal, push really hard early, get some big advantages, some extra prio. And Kalista Azir, we've seen this so much. Whoa. But they are going to do it. They're opting into the Draven. It's Renata Glass.
Renata, that is a bold statement here.
Oh, man, and the Blitzcrank to come through as the final pick. I mean, this does not get more down and dirty than what these two teams have put in the bottom lane. I mean, it looks like, okay, we're having a bit of a scale off here on Liv Sandbox's side. What is Hanwha going to match with? But Hanwha's comp There is no like beginning, middle, and end. There is beginning, there's middle, and you better end actually in the middle. Because when you get to the end, it's not a happy ending.
There is all of those things. They, however, have to all happen within 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And if they don't, then you can have a rough time. But also, Liv Sandbox are kind of agreeing to scrap, at least on this bottom side. I think that they should be able to get a fair bit done. And closer will be that late game win condition. I was wondering whether Viper might be brave enough to go for some sort of Ashe AD carry route. As of course, Ashe does do relatively well into Kalista just naturally.
Yeah, that's actually a good
how they
point.
kind of go. But the Draven is a far more aggressive approach, and I love Renata being picked up as well because she does make Kalista's life very, very difficult.
So she ruins Kalista. She also is one of the strongest picks with Draven because of Bailout, where he can actually then do tons of auto attack damage in the early levels where he just has naturally good stats, especially after he picks up his Dirk as well. He can do a lot with that ability to get that reset. But he's into Blitzcrank, who has that mana barrier, right? So getting the Bailout reset is going to be really tough into Kalista, who also wants to continue to fight and actually have that big Ren damage. So I think you're running into a brick wall there. I don't like the Renata that much into the rest of the comp, though, into Azir that's got a long engage range, also into the top lane, which is Gnar, going to, of course, come through from a different angle, avoid that ultimate, and be an AD carry, essentially, in these fights. This is going to be a very aggressive early game, though, on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. They need to win early.
They absolutely do. Very excited to see how these compositions are going to work out. Sub Under the Rift. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how these eclectic bottom lanes are going to face off against one another. Of course, we've seen a fair bit of Draven. Haven't seen that much Renata. She did come out. Lehens, I believe, was the last one to play it and the first one to play it so far this season. And this is, of course, the Life Special in the Blitzcrank, this time piloted by Kyle.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing, too, because Life has picked up 2 POGs this season on the Blitzcrank very early on in the season, too. It's just been... That's kind of why we were talking about Viper's duo proximity being so low. It's actually higher now than Teddy's, in fact, as Willer.
I really do like just putting up the Nasus as you're wandering through. Actually great. It is going to be Clid taking a fair bit of damage there, but it's just a scuffle in this early stage of the game as the ward goes down. Oh, dear. Okay, they do get the ping. Everyone knows. We're fine. Know what's going on.
And I did want to check because I don't really associate this pick with Kyle at all. It is his first time playing it here this season. He actually hasn't played a game of Blitzcrank, which has been a pretty popular pick at all. So this is the first time they're trying to go heavy into this, and it's not shocking when you consider the type of player that Teddy is. You know, Kalista is his early game champion more than anything else, right? Very famous for this pick. But otherwise, he's more of the I am the late game fountain laser, which is not really the identity of Kalista. But he is going to play it with the Blitzcrank here, and we'll see how these early levels go, because it's going to be a firefight down here. It's been a long time since we've seen the Kalista, even though it was super meta last year.
And last time it was picked up was actually played into Draven. And interestingly enough, it was Gumayushi that lost on the pick. As Teddy, like you were talking about, he's played so many games of this champion. I mean, so many games just in general. So many games of this particular champion, and she was buffed on this patch. A little bit more pierce damage, a little bit more Ren damage.
Yeah. When I came into the LCK Atlas, it was permaban against him even when she wasn't meta, even when she wasn't good, because it's just like, well, Teddy does crazy things with this pick.
It was the, like, Ruler and Teddy aren't allowed to play Kalista, and then we'll do real draft for everybody else.
Yeah, exactly.
It was very funny.
It was like the Cassiopeia for quad, except actually winning a lot and really scary.
Oh, what did we have to? We didn't have to bring that back up
sorry.
again.
We're
feisty gamers now.
Yeah. Well. Anyways, Kalista here, obviously getting shoved in right now, and you see that the way this matchup could be played allows more early all-ins, especially at level 2 for the Renata when you have the handshake. And if the hook doesn't land, like, you just don't offer any damage back really as the Blitzcrank. So really need to make sure that actually hits and you get the hook into knockup.
Yeah.
Level 3 not that useful for Blitzcrank, of course. It's really just a 2 ability champion for how these trades are going to go. It's about what Teddy can get done with his spears and get that Ren going. As Kingen is We just kind of not really watching this, but he's doing Renekton things over here.
Yeah, he's having a very good time there towards the top side. I think the fact that Klid has been able to at least figure out where Willer is for the majority of this early game is great news for Home Life Esports, because I think jungle is going to be very important in how this bottom lane is going to go. As Willer will just taxi his way through. Sand Soldier getting a bit of a zoom in there. As just jungle is following each other around the rift. That's a handshake as Teddy immediately has to cleanse Flash to get out of this. Home Life Esports just playing so aggressively. I imagine a hook just missed, and therefore it was time to go in.
I think you're absolutely right, and this is the kind of summoner trade that you absolutely want as a side of Home Life Esports. A flash handshake attempt from Life. Once again,
another one. Yeah, Kyle taking a lot of damage.
And you can just tank this turret too if you get the go from Life because of that bailout. It's just so strong here for Draven, and Kyle needs to play really respectfully now around this potential. As Klid trying to come up here and see if he can make an impact here onto Willer, that extra prio they have with the Renekton.
And I did kind of like how Liv Sandbox played out the early stage of the draft. You know, seeing the Azir priority being very high, the Poppy there with the fact that they'd already seen the Renekton certainly does work out as a flex top and jungle. But giving Klid Vi, the more I think about it, the more I think that perhaps Liv Sandbox made a critical error. Because this was the champion that Klid was good at.
Yeah, it's the one pick that he has those famous like 5-0 games where he ends up getting 5 kills in 15 minutes or less. You know, sometimes at like 12 minutes he's just taken over the Rift. And I think if given this draft, the Vi is the piece that really holds it all together, because you have such great damage output with the Draven if he gets ahead especially, but you have so much setup for him. So even though he's low range, doesn't necessarily matter. So if you start to get ahead here as Home Life Esports, even the Azir is fairly vulnerable, and if he has to play safe and to play back, then his engage opportunities are limited, and he just isn't going to make that same sort of impact in the mid game that you want to have as an Azir. So the ball can really start rolling quite quickly here. But a good recovery here from Liv Sandbox here in the lane. No kill does go over. And here comes Closer.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide is just going to throw Zekka away as well. Oh no! The bear is going to come down, and Closer does take a fair bit of his health bar and damage, but man, that is a high-value flash there from Zekka.
That was kind of insane, everything he was able to get done with that. Willer doesn't expend his to try to chase anything down, but now the Annie is down a flash, and we'll see if the Azir can make another play happen when his ult is back up. Closer, while it was well avoided there from Zekka, still getting a lot of value out of this ult.
Yeah, and I wonder how that actually happened, because I feel like the combination of Emperor's Divide and then Heroic Charge is, you know, a tale as old as time. It's a beautiful thing. Make a wall for Poppy to stun people into. But that really didn't work, like, at all,
The
even
timing,
a little bit.
Yeah, the timing looked like it was a little bit off there as Willer comes in too late. So down here, this story hasn't changed too much. Level 6 on the way here for Viper. Klid coming down as well, and they really want to get control of this dragon right now. Zekka does not have ult here, of course, so Willer can bully him a little bit. And this feels like we're watching spring season because of all the attention bottom side with these extremely lethal early game picks on both sides of the Rift here, but the Draven is the scarier one right now.
And Zekka now with his stun back up again. Has to be a little bit careful because, of course, there is now no flash on the Annie. Willer doing a fair bit of work there. As Viper will just help come over and take this Drake. So, Klid still about his merry way here in this jungle.
Yeah. I mean, the power of Handshake, the power of Bailout makes this lane so frustrating to play against if you don't hit a hook. And if you do hit a hook, Bailout gives you extra safety against that. It also allows you to, you know, like you're like Draven getting hooked, you're like, cool, now I'm in range, like let me do the damage. You know, it's Blitzcrank pretty low value here, as you guys could see. Kyle just trying to find some angle.
There is no
Blitz level 6, I mean, they're just gonna dive this.
Yep. As there is going to be an ultimate available as well. The Whirling Death comes down. Teddy, that is first blood, easy, cash in. Zekka's here, he's like, did I even need to bring Tibbers?
And with the double going over, I mean, first of all, it's a cash in, but it's also going to be additional plates coming through. Renata going to offer a ton of extra damage. Now, can Liv Sandbox get this Herald? I think they should be able to. What else can they get? As Birdall's looking for a play here onto Kingen.
Yeah, Kingen does have Dominus. He's going to slice his way out. Emperor's Divide's going to throw the Shuriman Crocodile away. Big old flash to get Kingen towards the wrong direction, and this might be a kill for Teddy.
Oh my god.
As it all turns out. Yep, Pierce going to come down, and he's just rendered to death. So, it was like a best case scenario. I could get into a brush and execute, and the worst case was giving the kill to the AD carry that they rely on the most.
It was a cool flash, though, to be sure. Like,
it was that's the fat flash,
range,
you know, getting the fat flash is good.
Like that crocodile, the rear end of the crocodile was sliding down the edge of that one.
Yeah,
it's maximum range on one of the biggest walls in the game. And now, where can you find value here with this Rift Herald becomes the question for Live Sandbox, because obviously, ideally, you want to give it to either the Azir or this Kalista, as this is just pretty basic here, ulting Teddy, and then the Whirling Death will pick up the kill. It's just massive damage. Zeka picks one up here as well. And then Kingen, during all of this, wants to come over here and see if he could buy enough time for the rest of his team to get even more. This was just greed, though, and good punish here on the side of Live Sandbox. Closer, help take him out. And also the reaction here from Teddy to come up instantly, very smart.
And Live Sandbox, I think, were already planning on doing the Rift Herald. I don't know how Life Esports didn't have an inkling that perhaps that was happening as the cross map was ensuing, but you never really know how these things happen, and unfortunately for Kingen, he's trying to clear a ward at the wrong time. So Life and Viper now back here towards this bottom side, and 1,000 gold is the lead here for Viper. I believe about 1.2k for the cash-in. Pretty early one, so not one of our biggest, but definitely not Blue Blades, which Teddy coined on Jin many moons ago.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is just an additional plate going to go over here, too.
Man,
so
3
more
plates
money.
Already.
Yeah, it's just really starting to stack up this advantage. And, I mean, he's halfway to a Trinity Force, too, with that Dirk picked up. Looks like we did see a Tibbers drop here in the lane. Will Zeka end up getting caught by Willer?
Yeah, once again. Closer is coming forward, looking for that. Okay, sometimes you just press the Emperor's Divide because you feel like it, as Tibbers is going to wear off. Zeka's going to flash, but this time Willer is not going to get confused. In the meantime, on this bottom side, I've seen this play before. We didn't need a replay right now. Oh, never mind. Is that live? Oh, it is live. Okay, so Zeka's dead in the mid lane, and Teddy is once again going to be eradicated on the bottom side. This time, not cashing gold, though, for Viper.
Yeah, still, though, it's going to be the whole turret going over to the Draven, so he's going to take it. He's going to be happy about this. Closer not getting any of that money in mid either. And Live Sandbox, the one part of the map that you had, the one part you were feeling really good about is your mid lane control. You got that Rift Herald, but just not getting too much out of it here, unfortunately. And it's not feeling great right now. You're getting small victories here with your Azir into the Annie, but it's not going to change the fact that this is a disaster here on the bottom side, and this hook not going to do any favors for anybody. And the Fate's Call is avoided with the ult coming through from Clid. Renata ultimate just irrelevant here, as it's just a celebration.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of an unfortunate series of events.
And Closer misses the Emperor's Divide here. Still, they will be able to force this, but Summers have to be expended, so Zeka's sitting here going, well, this is kind of awkward, but at least I can force another flash to come out.
I think he wanted to blast going, but got caught in the heroic charge. So that time, Willer able to make use of it very, very nicely, and they will be able to lock it down. Still, it gives a lot of space to Kingen on that top side because Bertel had to roam down. A lot of resources necessary. And so Clid, you can see, decent camp advantage at the moment on the Vi. Still, Live Sandbox doing a lot of their homework. You can see they've got a heck of a lot of vision all over this map. They're well and truly prepared for this second Drake. Should be able to even up that scoreline given the amount of vision control they have in the area. Poppy going to be moving down as well. Clid should be here. We'll see whether Life Esports are going to be in a position to actually fight it out as Kyle. This is what you can... dearie me. Well, that was blind, so that's okay.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. There's a control ward there as the observers are showing. You just cannot see, but if you hit that, you get a free kill, and maybe you actually get to fight this Drake. You don't hit it, you don't get to fight this Drake. You don't get to do anything.
And this is the sad thing, right? Because you've invested so much of your vision to this area, and then you're not even able to contest.
I mean, this is exactly how this comp for Life Esports works on its best day. Like, on its best day. I mean, the advantages they had after that first pick bottom. Oh, man.
Closer, Emperor's Divide going to come through as Clid not going to go on a huge journey there, as he could have ceased and desisted.
I mean, I thought he was going to commit to it 100%. He decides, but he doesn't have enough vision, doesn't know where Willer is, and it's just not worth it with the wave crashing into the turret there for Zeka. But, I mean, after that first set of kills bottom side, the plates that went over, Hanwha Life were like, okay, this is our best game. This is sick.
Yeah.
And the fact that they are able to do it a second time is a big problem.
Well, Steadfast Presence is going to come through here as the Vault Breaker has been charged. Willer going to get snagged by that one as the bear comes through. Zeka looking a bit worse for wear, but he will be able to walk it out. Never mind, he will not, as the Azir is going to close in now. Very angry Tibbers is chasing after him. Oh, the Pigeon going to avoid the whirling death as it just cruises into the abyss. Wow, it floats. Did you know that?
Yeah, I guess so. It's just merrily, merrily, life is but a dream. You know?
Yeah, it's not what I expected.
That's first brick going over to the Fed Draven. So it feels like I'm watching, like, Zeka is having a hard time, but he's actually, like, he's complaining about, like, he's one of those kids who's got everything, but he's complaining. He's like, but I'm 1 and 2, and I'm going to have to be like, well, your brother in the bottom lane is actually doing quite well, and we're going to be a successful family. I don't know where this analogy is going, but Zeka,
I don't know. It sounds like the Sound of Music, but in a weird way. I don't know.
Zeka's having a hard time here, but this ends up being a trade, so it's not all that bad. But the Draven is, maybe they'll pop up the gold lead, because I imagine
I don't want to see that
large.
again.
Like, I want to see it. I do want to see the big numbers. I want to actually feel the hype for this Viper Draven.
178 stacks right now as well on that Adoration, wanting to keep stacking that one up, as he hasn't been able to get that extra kill. You know, a couple of assists since that first cash in.
I just wish Clid would pay attention to me, says Zeka. I just want Clid's attention. Why does Viper get all the attention?
Right now, he has a proto belt, so Zeka can demand some attention by using that. It is certainly a bit of an ostentatious item. As Viper here in this mid lane, not really too interested in this Rift Herald by the looks, as never mind, they are teleporting King and in. Another hook is going to do absolutely nothing, as the handshake is going to do the same thing. The flash forward for the hostile takeover, as that is a great ult to get out of the Renekton, and there is the Emperor's Divide, but it's the damage from Hanwha Life that's going to get the work done. The Draven is going to be taken out of the fight, but Liv Sandbox are going to get the same treatment in response. And Hanwha Life, they are on fire today.
The bailout timing from Life is so sick. He will still lose out on his AD carry. Viper will eventually go down, but the timing on that was beautiful, and everything is used to try to kill Viper. And he lives a second more. As the ultimate here on the side of Life, also in this choke point. Again, difficult to use against this composition, but he's able to corral them here into this choke, and then Viper pushes forward as they retreat. Kingan's not there. Viper's left on the drive, but Clid doesn't care. He's going in with Zeka. It's a big Tibbers here in the middle of the fight. Bailout timing is pretty much perfect. It's not enough to save him, but this fight is over. And I mean, I just have to give Life credit for the timing in which he used that anyways to buy some additional time. Great passage of play from the Renata, and Viper, man. 2-1-6. He is going straight for some armor pierce here.
Yeah.
And, I mean, the Poppy is not even going to be a match for him in these fights coming up.
Oh, it's really rough because he almost died before getting that cash in. And that could have meant the Liv Sandbox would have been okay with it, even though that fight went horrendously. But that's icing on the cake here for Hanwha Life Esports. The fact that Viper does manage to get that second kill for himself before he does go down. And so the Draven even larger than he would have otherwise been.
It's too big to fail.
Bounties are coming in. It is feeling too big to fail. You're exactly right. And this isn't our previous series. So I think we can start counting chickens, to be honest.
Yeah. I'm going to count about 7 chickens here in terms of the gold lead. It's 6.5. Okay.
6.5 chickens so far?
So
okay.
a 3,000 gold lead in item value as well. So you can see that Teddy's sitting on 500 gold right now, but yeah.
Yeah, it's certainly looking like a rough time here for Liv Sandbox thus far, but still need to make sure that you stay vigilant here on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Don't make too many mistakes because, you know, you give too many windows to an Azir who gets very fed, and Closer has been very happy to go for the plays. You can run into trouble, but I don't think you're going to be worried too much about hyper-scaling from the Kalista, right?
Yeah, and I don't think you're
I
really...
think Viper's still pretty pleased.
I don't think you're too worried about Crown Void Staff to Zir either, at least not for now. You know, later on, if he gets a third item, if he ends up getting Death Cap, then maybe we can have a conversation about that. But at this moment in time, he's just not going to do that much. I mean, the Annie isn't going to do damage either, you know, in terms of a longer fight. Tibbers will do a lot, obviously, in that situation, but it's just really about setup for the Draven. A Draven ultimate flying through this team fight is a win in itself, but if he actually gets to click on you, it's too late.
Yeah.
And I think that he's going to get to click on them. That's the problem. He's going to right-click on them.
Wolf, I've got a question.
Go ahead.
How about if Draven and Renata, this duo lane's name could be the Lannister?
Okay, go on.
Because
they always pay their debts?
Yeah, because you get bailed out in order to cash in.
Ooh.
And if you cash in, then you can pay for the bail.
Okay.
You know? Like, you get the bailout from the Renata, and then immediately Draven's like, I got that cash for you, baby. You know, and maybe we can call it the Lannister. That was what I was thinking.
Yeah, I like that idea. We could do that. We can add it to the LCK dictionary.
Okay, cool.
I feel pretty good about that.
All right, maybe the space can let us know whether they think it's dumb or not.
I don't think it's dumb. I think it's a bit of a reach, but I like it.
All right, cool.
I mean, you know, we got Count Doo-Doo today. I'll settle for that.
Yeah, I know. To be honest, like, we're already doing very, very well, so I didn't want to ruin it. As Clid now looking for a cross-map play as we've got top laners fighting on the bottom side. Cease and desist up and available as Closer are going to move some Sand Soldiers forward. 4 members of Harmalife Esports, though, bearing down on this outer turret. Teddy a little bit late to this battle. This one is not going to last very long at all. As, man, Sand Soldier got very excited, moving very far forward. And speaking of which, Tibbers comes down and the Poppy just explodes. Hook is going to connect this time, but Clid's like, I don't care.
Like, not even a Poppy can be close to this death ball. No one is safe.
Nope.
You just get sucked into an F5 tornado. If you're actually too close to Hanwha Esports, you just get pulled in. This comp is a black hole, and you cannot be anywhere near it, or you are just going to get obliterated by yourself alone, tank or no. And good luck with this one here, Live Sandbox. I don't think so. Nice try.
Oftentimes we'd say, oh, but the Willa steal, but from the grave is too much, I think, even for Willa. Unfortunately, is another Whirling Death used, and Viper does love to do this. I think he likes using his ultimate more to stop people from going back home rather than actually getting kills. We'll check out this fight one more time. Zeka dropping a bear.
Willer's like, I've got a turret here for a second. I'm also Poppy. Maybe I'll be able to stand in this brush and do something. No, unfortunately, that's an illegal move that is not allowed when Hanwha Esports are playing this comp, and Annie has the ability to stun you. Zeka still has flash, by the way, all 5 members of HLE. No flash is expended, and yeah, it's a 10 flash game here, but if I'm looking at what that means for Live Sandbox, I'm very worried because they're the ones who are going to get engaged on. How quickly can you react?
Well, that's another hook onto Clid, who I believe just got caught mid-Vault Breaker, so won't have that one available. Still, he's tanky enough, and Zeka flashes! He gets the double stun, but Teddy can cleanse and ult, but is he going to be able to keep himself alive? As Clid is just massive, diving towards them, gets under the turret, there's the ulti as he does have a stopwatch to keep himself alive for now. Vault breaks, tries to get out. Emperor's Divide, he's right back in, but Willa is already dead, and somehow Clid's able to survive once again. Bailed out and saved from the situation.
This is just peak Hanwha Life right here that we are watching. So clean. And man, Life on the Renata, his bailout timings are fantastic, and he is just helping set these up, and it looked really bad for Hanwha there. Okay, not when Kyle hooked, because Blitzcrank unfortunately has no functionality in this composition anymore. Like, who are you happy to hook? Maybe Draven? Maybe, but actually probably not, as he actually then gives them the opportunity to engage here. Teddy gets so insanely low, is able to get over the wall here, and then things start to look like, okay, Hanwha, you should probably just walk away. Clid gets hooked, has stopwatch, Renata ult buys some additional time here, and then bailout coming through as well.
Oh man, Viper also just flash single auto and doesn't even watch as his body hits the ground. Just stone cold on this Draven. Zeka is once again just dropping bears left, right, and center. Will find the prehistoric Yordle on the top side of the map, puts him into the ground.
Yeah, he's not phased by his early game. He had a few trades that he wasn't liking, but he's now 1,600 gold ahead.
Oh, he's having a great time. 5,000 gold, what?
Yeah.
Okay, make that a little bit more there as well, as Viper's like, I can't hold all of these doubloons.
Yeah, just let him end.
Yeah.
Man, it does not get, like, this is the, like, most Hanwha Life esports. We are going to get Viper ahead on Draven and just absolutely pop off in every possible moment. And the Blitzcrank also feels like it works in their favor. The Poppy feels like a false sense of security. You can't be...
I tell you what, though, I am extremely impressed with how Life has turned around his performance. I think that he was second one on the chopping block after Clid for Hanwha Life Esports in the spring season. And so far this season, we've had nothing but good things to say about the guys. Back-to-back POGs on his Blitzcrank performances. Now we see able to just pull out this Renata Draven 4th, 5th pick on blue and make it look absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to decide if it's him or Viper I want to give POG to. He's 12 out of 14.
Well, maybe it's Zeka who's just running around donating bears to everyone.
Yeah, I mean, that also is an angle.
Yeah, kind of nutty.
It's just, I mean, the handshake plays he had in the early game,
yeah,
setting Viper
it
up.
It has to be someone from the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's one of those two. They're both sitting at 12 and 14 in terms of kill participation here. I mean, that's the only thing I could talk about at this point because we're looking at a 10,000 gold lead now.
Yeah, Liv Sandbox certainly going to have to go back to the drawing board as far as the game plan is concerned. And I think other teams can go for the Azir Poppy first rotation on red. But I don't know whether it's a Liv Sandbox thing that they're going to do again because it has not worked out whatsoever. They have Cloud Soul now, the best soul in the game. Viper just catching axes, having a great time, able to move so incredibly fast.
I like that Closer has pivoted away from the Void Staff here and is just going straight into Death Cap because he needs damage so badly. If they're going to survive the engage, he has to be the one to carry. The Kalista kind of can, but I mean, Teddy is so far behind. I think that it's really going to be more about what Azir can do for you in this fight than what the Kalista can do in a longer exchange. Scale's way better, right? So just go straight for the Death Cap and hope for the best. Because that Void Staff isn't too useful against this pick comp.
Oh, Life is going to get caught out of position here. And that is a great hook that time around for Kyle. So maybe a little bit of a dampener as far as the timings here for Hanwha Life Esports. The Baron's going to be up in another 45 seconds. Life is going to have 15 of those seconds in order to get right over there if they want to contest for a potential purple.
Closer, he is level 15, has a turret. Uh-oh.
These bears are just dropping, like, it's like Australia, you know? It's drop bears all over.
Bears.
And you have to be so incredibly careful.
Yeah.
It's like Liv Sandbox are Americans in Australia having a barbecue. That's exactly what it's like.
Yeah, very concerned. I was warned about them from a young age.
Yeah. I know it's a
That's why I've never been to Australia.
Yeah, no, it's fair enough. It's fair enough.
Especially now, if I hear Zeka is there, I am definitely not going. I mean, some of the real scary dangers in Australia, they're gonna pale in comparison to how scary Zeka is in this game.
No, it's true. And actually, honestly, I think that Zeka is giving people a lot of courage, you know, to try out Australia because you know the real danger is here in this game.
Yeah, no,
here
certainly.
these are the really scary drop bears, and they're currently being dealt with by Liv Sandbox as best as they can. As the hook is going to go wide, that could have been huge. But unfortunately for Kel, not going to quite find it.
Scared he was actually going to commit fully to trying to chase down Birdall. His Narbar was set. He does not. And I mean, Liv Sandbox are holding on. They are staving off the pressure, but you know, they need to do more than just survive a little bit longer here. They are scaling, but I mean, they've got a lot more scaling to do as now Baron is started.
Oh, it's the flash hook. They get the flash out of Viper. Don't know whether that would have landed, but better to be safe than sorry, I think.
But now got to make something happen here.
Yeah. Baron going down relatively low. So is Clid as Kingan's looking for the backline. The bear is also there as Teddy. Relatively safe for now, but has to deal with Tibbers, who's being a monster. Willa now trying to run away from this one as they do manage to take down the Kalista. But Life is also going to go down, and Viper is a walking freight train, just raining these axes on top of Closer. Kyle, just Viper casually walks aside from that hook and isn't going to be bothered by it whatsoever. An Angry Bear is running after the Poppy. But I think they may have put in a dampener on the Baron. perhaps not their base getting
Yeah, I mean, the good news is they didn't get Baron. The bad news is you're going to lose an inhibitor and or Nexus with this massive wave coming through the bottom lane. They may just try to push to end it. Worst case scenario here for Hanwha, I think they end up getting 2 inhibs, but I think they can get more. Just no answer here, no Azir.
It looks like they are thinking of backing away. And Viper can just get to work on this one. Yeah, it's a bit of a drive-by on this turret. May as well on your way out. And they can rotate back towards this Baron, cleared, back up and available. The entirety of Harmalife Esports on their way.
But, you know, Birdall has teleport. Closer has teleport here. They do not have this Baron pit completely sweeped out here. And they, you know, if they had hard committed to going straight for the mid inhibitor, they probably would have been happy with 2 inhibs. They get a Nexus turret, which still feels nice. But if Sandbox at least only have to deal with 1 downed inhibitor, and with this remaining residual vision here, I don't think Hanwha could start this up just yet. This gives Liv Sandbox just a few more moments of time here. Death Cap's done for the Azir. You know, we're almost 3 items here on Birdall. There is a fighting chance here. It's not a non-zero, or it's a non-zero chance that Liv Sandbox could actually win a crazy team fight with some big pick or an overextension and come back in this game. 45 seconds until Elder, and that's the tightrope they have to walk. My money's still on Hanwha, but there's a chance. That's what I'm telling you guys.
It has to be a robot miracle. They need to get the robot miracle to work out for them. Kyle needs to find the perfect hook. No flash on Viper, of course, as he is going to flash.
That wasn't it.
No, that was not the miracle. However, he gets another opportunity, I guess, as now Closer trying to fight King in, but the Baron is just going to go down. Birdall on the flank angle. Somehow, the Blitzcrank is the one that dies in amongst all of it, and it's Viper that gets the kill. Whirling Death is something that you really need to try and get out of the way of, as Birdall now with a decent Naba is getting chased down by a very angry Draven, and that is a rainbow and a borrow being put up because Zeka straight up misses his bear, but it does not matter. The Elder is looking to be picked up here as Exodia will be completed before Harmalife Esports march down the map and kill a Nexus. Finally.
I think I'm going Viper on this one. I think it's a safe call. I think it's a safe choice. You know, 9-1 and 8.
Yeah, I think at this point we're feeling okay about it.
A majority of the nearly 20,000 gold lead that they have here at 30 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna say the Draven was the big part of this one. Helped set up, of course, by Life, but man, this game was so one-sided. They got the snowball rolling early.
Yeah, this was some vintage Viper, and it's fantastic to see him look so happy as well in the player cams. Will are gonna get eaten by a huge dragon. As Viper, yeah, celebrate. You may as well dive onto that fountain. Teddy is going to be able to grab that kill. As now, I mean, the Nexus does need to be dealt with somewhat, but I think Kingan's probably able to press W and kill it whenever they would feel like it. So they'll do some celebrating first before taking it down. And Harmalife Esports, they make pretty decent work at game number 1.
Viper just absolutely crushing with the lead that he had. And, I mean, Hanwha Life looked like a real 5-man unit in this game in how they were team fighting. You have Kingan going in alone with his GA, buying time, buying space, trusting his team, knowing they're going to follow up. The flash Renata ult we saw next to the Baron pit early on to get some of those additional kills. And yeah, there were some problems for Zeka in the early game, but once they got out of the laning phase, he was just running around the map with the map control that they had and constantly setting up picks, constantly leading to CC chains where even the Poppy wasn't safe on the side of Liv Sandbox. And we knew it was going to be a down and dirty game, and for Hanwha Life it needed to be, but the lead they got was more than they could have ever even hoped for, to be quite frank, and it just became an absurd game.
It was beautifully executed, I think, by Harmalife Esports as well. Some of these early game compositions played by teams that have been notorious for taking games a little bit too slowly can be really, really dangerous, but this was the entire opposite. This was what I've been asking for, Wolf. This was all of them running at Clid speed.
Yeah.
And if everyone's Clid, it actually looks kind of cracked. You know, like, I'm into it. I'm into that playstyle because you play an early game composition like this, it's going to work out for you. Ladies and gentlemen, though, this is a best of 3. So we're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space, and then game number 2.
나 이거 이번에
불사 되고 아무나 막아도 돼.
이번에 성원아 그냥 공 쓰고 안 보면 그냥 막자. 야, 박아. 아지라.
왼쪽 가죠. 너무 전하다. 나 7초만.
이겼는데.
나 5초만, 4초만, 3초만. 2초만. 나 보자. 살려줘. 아니, 억울해. 아니, 얘 좀 살려.
아, 잡아. 야, 다음 게임 잘하자.
Oh, God. That's just not fair. Oh, God. He just keeps hitting him. It's not fair. Podok now, he's super low. He's just going to get punched to death by the Blitzcrank. And Farrell, finally, he's going to hit level 6 first. He's trying to help out, but unfortunately, the bottom lane of Palm Light is a little bit too far ahead. Life Esports take that one down in a huge ultimate from the Aphelios and immediate follow-up from the rest of the team as Rascal and Kroko go home without much to show for it. Viper will pick up his first kill.
Going to be there as well. Okay. The Ahri going to be dealt with underneath this turret there. She has to flash, but it's not going to be enough. And Zez, that's how you deal with a new player. As Ivory just caught off guard this Gragas.
Yeah, definitely don't. Hurry up!
Right, looks for the backline, he finds both! Empress Divide delivers them into the open arms!
Oh, that's a lot of damage in the team. He's got to be careful, and down he goes even before the land.
After this one, even more so as the combo to come out here, beautifully done from Hayes.
He was trying to respect it and failed at that as the ult comes in, Vital in a lot of trouble, but the Melio not even able to help him out here. Peter did his best, unfortunately a bit far away from the heal cooldown, so he's at least able to set up his kill in mid.
Showmaker here, maybe he makes a play. Oh, that's a package. He's going to interrupt Ivory here, who doesn't actually get the damage. The flash has to come out, but Showmaker will take that solo kill.
That's a bonus. Nice bonus.
Odds for death. Says that he's kind of into it. Quad goes golden, though, and they take down the Jinx. But flush onto 4, though, as they have another 80 carry. Her name's LeBlanc, and Showmaker's going to show them how it's done. As Sylvie underneath this turret is going to be able to lock up Showmaker for a bit of time.
대전 마이시티.
and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1, where we did have, of course, Hanwha Life Esports able to get the victory tonight in the first game over Live Sandbox. I'm Valdez, with me is Aux and Chronicler. Take me through that draft and what you guys thought about this game.
Oh boy, it was not close. I love it when a plan comes together, and Hanwha Life, they had one plan, and the plan was followed to a T, and then the game was over.
Yeah, I think it was really weird that they ended up bringing out the Callista, because to me, it looked like the comp that Live Sandbox were going for was like a sort of front to back with the Poppy playing Peel, especially when there's so much dive already on Hanwha Life Esports. And then they lock in this short range AD carry, and you must have expected that the Draven was going to come out from Viper. And what I do love about the composition for Hanwha Life Esports is sometimes you see these Draven comps where they end up, getting a ton of stacks, but they never get the cash-in opportunity. You have point-and-click CC from the likes of Renekton, from Vi, and then Annie for that engage, and even the bailout for the Renata, so less likely that you'll get taken down before taking someone with you. And I felt like this is a perfect comp to cement a massive lead for the Draven.
And they did exactly that. Spoiler if you guys missed it. It was quite the stomperino, and we can jump straight into Highlight 1 and talk about how they kind of got this bot lane ahead. It had to do with, spoiler, a lot of dives in the bottom lane.
And it all starts off Clit on one of his best champions. Look how straightforward this is. It's simple, it gets the job done, and from this point onward, Hanwha Life will have a large lead, and it allows them to go for a redive even without Danny actually being here. There is no counterplay to this, right? Like, you can try to throw someone, Clit's just gonna press R, Teddy is gonna go down, and because of the prior that they had due to the first play, they immediately take down the opponents, and yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
15 minutes.
That's a Draven comp,
And bear in mind, this was only one kill. He got that cash in that was first blood, so 400 gold for first blood, 500 gold cash in, but then he also got the first tower and a ton of plates. And this is kind of the point at 50 minutes when you have a Callista into a Draven, you're 2k gold behind, it's pretty doomed.
Yeah, it was. I mean, we talked about the draft, right? And it came true, right? They pressed their buttons, they got the Draven ahead, and it was great. And we got a nice little sunglasses and sun flare there on the Viper. But we can take a look at highlight number 2 as well, which is going to be the Herald fight. And this one was really interesting because it actually looked like Live Sandbox had a chance in this until the Zeka struck.
Because they are able to dodge most of this ultimate from Renata, and then the Renekton gets knocked away. But then look, that flash from Zeka. It really enables the rest of the fight to be won. Yeah, it was insane.
And I honestly feel like this was kind of like the last hope for Live Sandbox.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, the game lasted quite a lot longer after this, and there was some back and forth, but getting swept in that fight really felt like the momentum, they were trying to build off the back of that, was just gone, and we saw the gold lead completely blew. And at the end of the game, I believe Viper was 7.7k gold ahead. Just him, just putting 80 carries, 7.7k gold ahead. And then the rest of the team was obviously really far ahead as well. It was just pretty doomed from there.
And it was. It absolutely was. Let's take a look at the POG for this one. I think this might be a little bit hotly contested. A lot of players that got Viper ahead, but then the game was about Viper. But it will be Zeka at the end of the day, and I think that big super play on the Rift Herald kind of did it for us as well.
There was this play. There was also the first roam was enabled by him roaming up as well. And Zeka has been very up and down, but I feel like over the last week he's been getting better and better, and slowly is getting back to the form that we know that this player should have, even though he is not playing some of his most iconic champions. And what I really like when Hanwha look like this is that they're actually on the same page. The biggest issue with this team always has been Clit is doing one thing, Life is doing another, Viper is trying to keep it all together, Zeka is off in the sideline doing who knows what, but this time around, the entire team was on the same page. And I think that, yes, that's partially enabled by the draft, but actually seeing Hanwha look good is something that I think we hope they can continue, because based on how good these players are at their peak, this team should be able to dispatch of Sandbox handily. And yeah, a lot of Viper votes as well. Complete sense.
I knew it'd be close between these three. I feel like Clit obviously had that really solid early impact as well, but solidified by the roams. And also Viper, again, did a solid job. I think personally we sort of thought that it was a lot of the setup that gave him the ability to carry. Yeah. But still, a lot of people stepped up on Hanwha Life.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's Viper. He's going to carry. You can rely on him. That is part of the reason why Hanwha Life wins a lot of their games. They gave him the ability. And by the way, Live Sandbox, they have side selection. They have selected the red side. So this isn't the first time we have seen this, but it is an interesting one going into this, especially the way the draft went for game 1.
Yeah, I think you know, part of it is the fact that there's so many like power picks available. So going on red side means your opposition gets first choice, but there's so many that sometimes it just ends up that a ton bleed through the draft, bleed through the bans, and you can trade them off. It also gives the opportunity to react. We obviously saw, you know, in that game, having the Kalista and the Draven didn't go well for them. So maybe a better opportunity to respond and maybe leave their AD carry or the support pick to later on to get a good matchup.
Yeah, because the first half of the draft was definitely salvageable, but when the Kalista Blitz came through and got blasted by the Renata Draven, that was the end of it. So maybe Sandbox want to run it back partially here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think the first half of the draft was okay. I was almost expecting the Kalista to go through to Viper, but that didn't end up happening. They got the free Draven counter in the bottom side. But guys, we are done here for the first game. Space, let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, astronauts. Loved the breakdown. And Zeka going to pick up the POG for this one. I personally think Dandy deserves a lot of it because the man put together a gorgeous draft around what the team was good at, and they played it to a T.
Yeah, and the Kalista, I mean, I don't think it's a bad pick, but, you know, I was really feeling like with what they were trying to do with the draft, similar to what was mentioned on the space, is just put Teddy on a late game carry that has range and some agency when we get to the later parts and just try to stave off the pressure because it becomes so easy. Kind of like what we saw with D+ yesterday. There's a dichotomy between the strength of Hanwha's early game and its weaknesses in the late game allows you to then say, okay, Teddy, you're great at late game, just like Viper, just survive and we'll play that. But then they opted into putting themselves straight into a Draven. On the red side, pick here just got reveal on the Korean side. Looks like they weren't told early. They're a bit surprised over there. I'm not that shocked because of how Liv Sandbox played the red side draft earlier. I think that they were very happy to make those early trades. It was the Kalista where things got a little bit weird.
Yeah, it certainly fell off a cliff towards the end there, but I also think that Zeka had a pretty comfortable matchup there as well, and I don't think that Closer is necessarily a bad Azir player, but when he doesn't necessarily look good on the champion, he really, really doesn't look good. You know, like, I think that you can definitely find a different avenue. Closer, a fantastic proactive assassination type player, and hasn't necessarily found it on the team fight more mage-like champions as much. But I digress. Let's have a look at this draft here. Is the LeBlanc and Sejuani already taken away?
I think we might be running it back here on both sides. I think Hanwha happy to, at least for the first half of the draft, they seem really comfortable with those picks coming through. Yuumi and LeBlanc both taken away. Different order, but same deal here. We'll see if that Aphelios is taken away. The answer is no. So actually preferring to take away the Renekton, and I think it's a pretty easy opportunity here for Viper to pick that one up like they originally planned.
Yeah, an interesting choice to leave up the Aphelios, but it might be somewhat of a bait here. I wonder what Teddy has planned into a potential Aphelios if it does come through. 5 seconds, Hanwha Life Esports making sure they make the correct decision here based on what's happening. And Annie going to be the one that is prioritized. Zeka picking up POG. Understandable that he is going to get priority in the draft immediately afterwards.
So now you can, as Liv Sandbox, go for something like Aphelios Vi and be like, well, I've locked away the Vi. The Aphelios feels safer here, and that's the other pick that makes the Aphelios feel kind of scary, right? The fact that Vi is open. Can go for the Azir here as well, prioritize that. And the Annie's already face up, so picking this one early doesn't feel great, as you know that Hanwha Life Esports aren't going to be able to pick it away from you, and it does make me wonder if Liv Sandbox here is still trying to figure out the best answer, as they will get the Poppy too.
This is very curious, because Poppy being locked in when Clid looked so good on the Vi, when Willa could just play it himself, is kind of crazy. But of course, you know, Poppy has a decent matchup into the Vi, I guess, with Vault Breaker and stuff like that. Clid gonna hover the Viego for a little bit.
Well, now you know.
I would be very surprised if it wasn't just the Vi lock-in.
Well, now you know that with Poppy locked in here, you could take Aphelios safely. So you're like, well, okay, you guys locked in a jungler that isn't Vi. I feel very comfortable picking Aphelios here. We're teasing Sivir in vain, but I think that it's a pretty easy call here to just go, well, now no threat for the Aphelios, and you also know, like, yeah, you can lock in Vi here as Liv Sandbox to play Poppy top, but this composition has so much appeal for the Aphelios already in the Annie, and I'm a little bit concerned as Kaisa.
Okay.
I like the Varus most of all, especially because Teddy showed he's very good at it. He's very well practiced on it, and there's a lot of different Varus builds right now in the meta that you can use to chip away at this composition and stay away from that Annie. So I like this more. But I mean, it's Viper's Aphelios, so...
Yeah, and Varus hasn't necessarily been able to stand up to the DPS that Aphelios is able to dish out. We have seen this exact matchup in the past. Of course, supports can change and can mess with how this is going to go. But right now, not feeling like Teddy is in the greatest position.
If they had locked in the Vi here, it just becomes super easy to lock out Teddy's 80 carries and then just play more defensively and set up an anti-Vi comp here as Hanwha Life. As, you know, the Poppy, again, expectation is that it's flexible in this draft. Let's see what Hanwha Life Esports are now going to take away from Live Sandbox. Because of that Poppy Flex, it's actually kind of a tough ban phase here for Hanwha to actually really target specifically what you want. Support is the easiest role because you know that one 100% is going to be something Live Sandbox haven't locked in yet, and you could try to limit the pool with a Braum that goes away first.
Yep, I actually really like the Braum ban. Can allow the Aphelios to get a bunch of work done. In this one means that you don't have to deal with that brick wall in front of the Varus.
Yeah.
Certainly work.
Could also just be another Ornn lock-in here for Kingen too. You know, weaken the Braum into that on top of it all. So we'll see a Renata ban.
Yeah, just a bit of a shout out to how Life played in the last game. He was absolutely fantastic in that one.
Yeah.
Of course, Life's champion pool, not exactly an issue here for anyone who's been playing for approximately forever.
I mean, the other pick here maybe you're concerned about is Nautilus, but I'm not
Life having a giggle. I wonder what this is actually going to be about.
Maokai is also open, as they will ban the Nautilus I was talking about. If the Poppy is going to go top, I feel like Maokai is very good with Varus Azir, you know, to set up picks and lock the Viego down. We're just going to go all the way down to the Leona.
One of Kyle's best picks in the past as well. I actually kind of like this.
But, you know, it's kind of all leaning on we're going to burst this Aphelios down. The Solar Flare is going to come through. The burst damage from the Varus, the Azir, try to kill that backline 80 carry threat. And, you know, it does feel like it's a pretty easy call, at least to me, to just go for Lulu here for some extra protection and go for that Ornn pick I was talking about earlier on for the top lane. You could also just do this, you know, similar protection for the Aphelios and the Tahm Kench, and then you have long range engage with the Ornn, you have that additional peel and some of that extra scaling. I mean, it's Kingen's best pick historically. You know, people say it's his Aatrox, but it was really just during Worlds that we saw that really be great for him, but the Ornn is really his best. Let's see what they want to do with this. Malphite?
Yeah, if you can't be a blacksmith in the top lane, be a mountain.
I guess so. I guess they're going to just say, well, we'll turn this around completely and engage on top of the Varus. I'm not as big of a fan of this one.
I kind of like it just because Hanwha Life Esports have made it even simpler for themselves. You know, you can start with the drop bear, and then you can drop rock, and then you can be a frog and launch out of the ground, and then Viego can just do whatever Viego does as whoever, like, there'll be a lot of people dying in that combination of ultimates and abilities that Clid can then tidy up. And in the meantime, Viper has just pressed a whole bunch of buttons and done some right-clicking.
So, yeah, while the Malphite ultimate has so much follow-up here for Hanwha Life Esports, let me raise one concern, is that Live Sandbox has so much peel as well here in this comp, and if the Malphite goes in, he's not going out. Like, he goes in, he dies. The same to be true of really any of the engaged champions here. Maybe not Annie, like she's a little bit more long range. She can engage and then peel away from the Tibbers. But you've got Emperor's Divide, Chains of Corruption, Leona, her entire kit, Wukong, and then Poppy, of course. Steadfast Presence going to be pretty decent in these fights, not to mention her ability to shove you into the wall. I really like what Live Sandbox put together here, and I think the identities of Hanwha Life Esports are, in their comp, are a little bit split between late game scaling, but also hard engage. So I trust Viper could do it, right? And we have seen, and we've talked about this so much, he does it with no matter what support is with his Aphelios. So I want to trust that they can pull it off, but I do think there's real hope here if you're a Live Sandbox fan. As asking for a reverse sweep here, this fan with the sign, hoping for it, drawing it after game one, and maybe Teddy's Varus can get it done.
In her face, you can't see a whole lot of hope. We'll see whether the League of Legends can bring her some of it. As I think a lot of this crafted around wanting to annoy Poppy, whose Steadfast Presence will not have a lot of power. in the face of Flash Tibbers, Unstoppable
Malphite
Force,
ult,
of
yeah.
course, like, you're not going to be able to really do anything there. And the Abyssal Dive, like, a lot of forms of engage to get around it, but like you say, still a lot of peel even after that happens. Let's jump into the Rift and see what happens here in Game 2.
All right, Atlas, let's take a look at the Varus rune.
Yeah, what is it going to be?
Okay, lethal tempo. This isn't what we expected, but there have been a lot of AP variants, Shiv, and even some hybrid builds with Nashor's Tooth and stuff like that. Teddy is keeping it standard here, and I think considering the composition and how much peel there is for this Varus, I like this. You know, we haven't been the biggest fan of this on Varus most of this year, but right now it makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's okay. And we haven't seen anything other than this when paired with Leona or Nautilus, right? It's in some of these other lanes with like Heimerdinger and stuff like that where you're really going for that early power, that you will delve into some lethality territory.
Yeah, I was really concerned that he might be just breaking the rules, okay, breaking the law, and saying, no, I'm actually going for a poke.
I command that Malphite is immortal this game.
Yeah, I was concerned, but we saw him play this pick, obviously, earlier this season. He went like 4 kills in the early game. I actually think he might have ended up losing that game, but he had a great laning phase on the Varus, and I trusted it. And this is one of those champions for Teddy this season that it's kind of a pocket pick for him. We've seen it targeted a lot when the pools get thinned, but I think Teddy has been our most successful Varus player thus far in summer. So I'm a little bit hopeful here. Again, I'm kind of leaning towards Hanwha just being the better team and Viper, Aphelios, etc. But this draft doesn't feel as risky or as doomed as the last one. It kind of felt like it might be if Hanwha get on a roll.
Yeah, I think Zenith Blade actually coming through here as Kyle doesn't exactly have the Shield of Daybreak yet because he's only level 1. The Viper still taking a lot of damage into Teddy and Kyle, who will get control of the wave.
Caster Blessing.
Yeah, working out very nicely so far here in this lane. And yeah, the dangerousness of the snowball is certainly not there in the same way that a Draven composition would have it. So a little bit more of an honest game of League of Legends, I'd expect.
Yeah, I agree. It's not like the ultimate dichotomy.
Yeah.
Which can be fun, especially yesterday, man. I keep going back to that D+ KT. Game 1, anyways, was one of the best games of the season, I feel. But
I really do like it when there's 2 different identities trying to play the game the way they want.
Yeah.
And that was a perfect example, like you say.
The early game Kench obviously going to be a little bit of a punching bag here in this lane too, before we get to outside of lane where he'll be very relevant in keeping Viper alive. Clid coming down here, level 4. They're looking for it.
Missile dive coming through here as Kyle wants to avoid the tongue lash. Not going to be able to do so here as Viper just throwing Qs around. Good flash to Taxi out, but you can see Clid wants to find even more still. Willa making his way in and isn't going to be able to quite find any options. However, able to get them out of here. So
still
big battle, decent amount of tempo given over to Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, huge win here for Hanwha, but could have been much worse. And great play from Kyle to Zenith Blade as a taxi, as you mentioned, and then follow it with a flash to get out and just barely will escape. Teddy only having to use his cleanse, so he gets to keep flash here, but the tempo is massive. Yeah, we keep bringing this setup because only Willer is winning with Wukong right now.
Yeah.
And he is the only one, he's the only one who picked it up, those 2 wins, but he's only played it twice as well. So he's not even like one-tricking it or anything like that. He's just been very good at it, and they found the right angles in the comps. And it's Peel, again, in this comp for the Varus. I mean, one of the great angles for it here. Wukong doesn't always have to be a flanking engaged champion, can just sit on top of those critical backline targets.
Ooh, bit of a poke your head in here towards this top side. Have a look at whether these Krugs have been taken. Clid is going to see that they haven't, but Willer is right in the area to try and get that one going. Bertle, healthier mana bar than what Kingen has, but this wave just parked underneath his turret. Not exactly gankable here for Clid, who's going to continue moving around the rift, looking for some opportunities as this control ward is going to come into the brush. So, closer relatively low, as we can see, and Will is going to come on over and look to see whether he can push Clid out of this one as well. Clid pretty intent on taking away Willa's stuff, and with Zeka having control of the wave, he can feel free to be able to do so.
Willer going to come over here and bop him on the head for just a second here. Klid's red buff has expired.
Yeah. And he gets a Molten Shield as Zeka's like, why are we fighting everyone? And Klid's just going to be taken down for first blood. Zeka now going to be punished as Unstoppable Force here towards the top side. Bertle going to have to flash to get out of the way of that one. And Kingin does win out on that trade. But still, Klid doing some Klid things here in the early stages.
Some action-packed League of Legends here in Game 2. As very much constant fighting here around the map. Summoners being expended everywhere, but Liv Sandbox definitely winning out on this one as Klid ran out of red buff there. Willer goes in, Closer has the flash, didn't have level 6 at the moment, but has it now. So, I mean, this is really scary here when you consider that Zeka is going to be a prime target for that Emperor's Divide, and with that pick going over and all the tempo they gain, plus the fact that early game Tom Kench is not going to allow Prio, Liv Sandbox will be able to pick up this early Ocean Drake here. A Drake you definitely do not want Hanwha Life Esports to have in this early game with the early Virus power and the chip damage he can do. Bertle losing flash on the top side is really the only win for Hanwha Life, but it's Poppy, who's just going to sit under turret anyways, so yeah, not a huge win at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think it helps you in a Herald fight, perhaps. But even then, not entirely sure. See whether Klid does make his way up there to try and actually get some punishment. As you can see, very even as far as farm and things like that are concerned here on the bottom side, but I think a few more minions available for Teddy to pick up. So despite the early shenanigans, the flash having to be used there by Kyle, they're still in an okay spot on this Varus Tom Kench. As Klid moving his way in, will be spotted on that control ward as we can see, and Life is going to move up and try and clear that one out. As Kyle and Teddy playing very respectfully with that Viego in the area.
Yeah, looks like just going to take Scuttle King in, going to get some additional health here as he is prepping for that Rift Herald fight. His ultimate is also coming back online. That flash that you mentioned for Bertle is not going to be there. Willer and Closer also down flashes from that last exchange. So Hanwha Life Esports, now they have Prio here on the bottom side of the map. Maybe they can actually make a real concerted effort to actually take that objective and get some additional gold here, either into this Annie in the mid lane or perhaps in the bottom side of the map for Viper's Aphelios. I have to see if they can actually group for it as we're all still in lanes here, 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of a later Rift Herald, yeah, by the looks of things. As Klid just going to sweep out this ward, make sure that things are nice and dark in that river. Let's have a look at this one more time. Just Klid being a little bit greedy for the popcorn chickens.
And he used his W there and misses Willer, so Willer knows he can actually hard force this. And with Closer nearby, both of them having to expend their flashes, still though, the damage output is there. Fans losing it here in the arena as the hope for Liv Sandbox definitely feeling pretty alive after this early game.
Certainly coming back. I kind of wish that we had have seen that girl that was looking sad.
Yeah, I was hoping we were going to see her too, actually, when they showed the fans. But
yeah, that's the real story, you know? It's these emotional journeys that we really want to travel on here at the
maybe
LCK.
She's not ready to trust yet.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe she just was looking a bit too sad, even though it was still a winning situation. We can only speculate.
Yeah, maybe she's just really sad about Bertle losing his flash. She's a Bertle fan, perhaps.
Yeah, we should probably just reassure her that Bertle's Poppy, so he'll be fine.
And we are just not going to contest this Rift Herald. Like you said, it looks like it is going to be one of those later ones. As Teddy's heading back to lane here. Kyle showing himself in mid, the same to be said of Life here. So one of those old school 4v4 Herald contests if it were to happen. And I think that does favor Hanwha Life Esports with the Malphite ultimate, right? Poppy flash down, Wukong flash down. And yeah, you have an Azir here as Liv Sandbox, but it's early game. And my money is on Annie's ability to warp that team fight, then have follow-up from the Malphite and just wombo it.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Zeka has been so good at finding the angles on this Annie as well. So just have to see whether they can do that again. Because right now, both teams have a fair bit of vision in the area. Liv Sandbox with vision actually in the pit. Hanwha Life Esports not so much. As the Wukong, level 7 now, still hasn't needed to use a Cyclone for anything whatsoever. Heartbreaker, of course, there for Klid also on the other side. As Zeka goes for a little bit of a back, has teleport available. Now Lucidity Boots in his back pocket, wanting to dash cannon once again.
Yeah, not a surprise. Kyle,
yeah, taking a fair bit of damage here, but the Q misses there from Viper immediately. The cleanse is going to come through as Kyle's going to flash. It's a fantastic ultimate out from Kyle, and that is the flash piercing arrow from Teddy. Oh man, he's been away for a while, but he still has the moves and able to grab the second kill for Liv Sandbox here.
Teddy's Varus is no joke, and that was really well played from Kael, and Viper panicking, cleansing there, but it's not enough life, just taking way too much damage there. And Kingen, speaking of damage, he is also going to be taking some. The Bomby fight up here.
Yeah, it's just we're trying to burn each other. There's a heroic charge, it's not going to find the stun. And Kingen's going to say, yes, you can throw that buckler at me, but I still just don't mind. And he's going to look for a little bit of a back timing. No teleport available, but a little bit of money to spend, I could imagine. And Hanwha, Klid's going to move on in here.
Yeah, Hanwha with Klid coming over here is going to feel pretty good about doing this Herald, even though Kingen, you know, he didn't actually complete his back. His teleport's coming back online, and he has ult. And even though he's low on health, I think you're feeling very good about locking this one down. Now, Willer coming over, his flash is back up. And it looks like we are just going to straight up have a 5v5. All about Zeka's engage here. Doesn't have Tibbers. I mean, this is... Teleport has to be committed.
Yeah, they are going to be able to use that, though, and guarantee that they're able to take the Rift Herald. That is early gold going into their back pocket immediately, and then, after a slight delay, as it looks like they're going to park Viper and Life in this top lane and try and gather some plates that way. It is a pretty surefire way to make sure that your AD carry is pretty full up.
Now, it is going to be at the cost of Drake bottom side here. Willer is picking that one up. So, yeah, Viper's going to get some gold. They do get that local gold for the Herald, too. And Viper should be fine here. The Steadfast Presence is going to be, as you mentioned, a little bit low value at this moment in time. Closer, let's see if he actually gets caught. This could be massive.
Yeah, Kingen biding his time for now as Klid looking to come in. There's the Unstoppable Force. The stun comes through as well from the Incinerate, and Zeka is going to very comfortably grab the kill. And this is exactly what this composition does.
Yeah.
It makes it so you're not allowed to play the game.
Gotta flash those, you know, unfortunately, but Closer just didn't react quickly enough. And it's tough. I mean, the Malphite's right next to him. It's a very short window of time you have to avoid that. And you might, in that moment, you're also thinking, am I dead anyways, right? Do I actually want to commit this? And Viper here cleanses instantly the chains of corruption, but ultimately life just takes too much. And the Solar Flare is fantastic. Teddy flashes to kill this Tahm Kench. Willer's coming down. They cannot stay. And this is Closer here, just up too far. There's a ward in this lane as well. And he almost sidesteps it, but he's not able to, so just instantly dies there. And that's rough. I mean, that's a kill that you could have potentially avoided there. And they pick up the Drake. It is Infernal Soul. So that's 2 stacked Drakes here for Liv Sandbox that are really impactful. And it does make you wonder if that Rift Herald pickup is ultimately going to be enough here. Hanwha Life 500 gold down despite it.
Yeah. And Hanwha Life Esports, if they do manage to now start contesting for Drakes, utilizing their ultimate-based team composition that does spike relatively hard on a couple of items, that could be very important. But Liv Sandbox, they keep managing to put these Drakes in their back pockets, and they will be a force to be reckoned with, especially this Varus, who, given the space, will be very, very strong.
And that's the question, right? Like, will he actually have the space against all of this hard engage on the side of Hanwha Life? Sometimes you just do an air Tibbers.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to have a friend in your lane. Wow, Malphite's
He's
voice,
really loud.
Like, he may not be in scale, you know, because he's supposed to be the size of a mountain, as they're going to fight just a little bit, but these are top laners, so I can continue going back to my point. Like, at least his voice is as loud as his body should be.
Sure.
I mean, like as loud as his body should be large.
I just want to tell him to use his inside voice, because while he is in the Rift, I mean, we're in Lowell Park and it's indoors, and he has to consider that. So please be quiet.
Yeah.
Malphite. That's a bit loud.
But is he outdoors, actually?
Yeah, I mean, he's outdoors within the Rift. So contextually, the champion is outdoors.
Yeah.
But the sound is in my ears inside, and it's very loud. So, paradoxical, you know?
Yeah, it is somewhat paradoxical. I think we might need a thesis to really get to the bottom of what it all means in the end. As Bertles decided what it mostly means is that he wants to go home and have a chat to Boris. His Chains of Corruption is going to cause Viper to say, nah, I just won't. I won't walk in there right now, as he does have vision, and therefore Teddy's not going to be able to find Chains of Corruption. So Viper does get an avenue to come back to this bottom lane, and his cleanse is back up and available as well. So Life going to be catching him out.
Clear this ward, and Klid is on the bottom side of the map. They could potentially set a trap, but I just love how safe Teddy is playing. He's just willing to sit under turret here because he knows that his comp has really strong late game win conditions, especially with the Azir going for the Leandri's build here. Can burn through the Malphite health bar in 5v5s. They have a lot of time they can buy with a 2 Drake lead here. This is not a Drake fight they have to take. I mean, we're still a minute and a half away from said Drake fight here. And Liv Sandbox are just anchoring themselves defensively right now against Hanwha Life. And now Kingen is trying to find advantages elsewhere, right? Like he's practically walking into Liv Sandbox's base. Like after this wave, maybe he actually goes and stands on top of the Nexus turrets and watches them spawn.
I think that's a really good idea, is blast cone your way into the enemy base and then just back next to their Nexus as a flex.
Yeah.
I think because that sends a message, you know? Like he's not afraid of anything if he does that. He's going to go home now, collects himself some Mercury Treads. As of course doesn't have to worry about any waves crashing on his turret. Spurtle just does it the old-fashioned way by being in between the turrets of the opposite teams, which is normally how you lane.
Generally speaking.
Yeah, not Kingen's way. No, he's all about inhibitor in a turret laning.
I mean, the Renekton in the previous game as well. Just got to get real deep. Take those minions. Don't let them even fight the other minions.
One thing that has really changed is Closer versus Zeka in this game. You can see Zeka is down by a couple of waves at this point in time. The Annie not necessarily finding as much of that value. Has got a kill under her belt. But I think this time Closer is actually having a better performance as Kingen's addicted to this, man. Like he's just really...
But he's Malphite and they can't hurt him. He actually hurts them more because he's got Sunfire. Jack shows for Birdall is also pretty good, but it takes some time to get online. As you can see, it is now starting to do work here as Kingen can't hurt the Poppy. The Poppy does not take damage.
Yep, but also, you know, is there much hurting that...
That's a flash.
Still going to flash. Actually holds the
I mean,
ult.
this is right before the Drake fight as well. And Liv Sandbox, I mean, like I said, they don't have to fight this, but if they just get this for free because Kingen is forced to flash back here, we'll have to teleport into this fight. I mean, this is exactly the tempo advantages that you're looking for here as Liv Sandbox.
Well, now a teleport is available here from Kingen, so he's going to move on over. Getting into position now as Hanwha Life definitely don't want to give away Soul Point, especially when it's Infernal Soul.
I mean, already if this Liv Sandbox fight is winning front to back, so you should be worried if you're Hanwha Life.
Well, there is the ultimate to come through from the Poppy. They get rid of the Malphite, so he can't engage. And that is Soul Point going over to Liv Sandbox. Moonlight Vigil comes down, though. And there is the bounce. Stopper will force into the backline as well, as Closer looks to try and get the heck out of there. And he will be able to do so.
100% worth.
Being away, yeah, exactly. They now have Soul Point. Liv Sandbox in a great spot.
I mean, the ultimate there from Birdall is fantastic. The one way that Hanwha Life can win these fights, unless they're set up first, is to hard engage with either the Annie or the Malphite. And you can take the Malphite away, even with a beautiful ultimate there from Viper. About as high value as an Infernum ultimate can be for an Aphelios who just can't win that fight. And I'm very concerned here for Hanwha Life. If they can't win fights at this stage of the game, it gets worse from here. And you can see the peel there from Closer as well from the engage. He just ults, gets out of there. And the same, of course, can be said of Teddy. He's got Flash Cleanse, he's got a Wukong, Poppy, etc. And front to back becomes so simple here for Liv Sandbox. And I mean, Soul Point, 18 minutes. I mean, it's a speed run to Infernal Soul, and this is going to be a turret as well here for Teddy. He picked up, they pick up second Herald. Yeah, and this is starting to, I mean, the 400 gold lead, I think here does not tell the story of the lead that Liv Sandbox has.
Absolutely not, especially
I mean, it's bigger
with
now.
the amount of dragons. And yeah, there's a slight delay when it comes to the turret gold. But it's the map control. The fact that they always know exactly where Hanwha Life Esports are coming from because of the fact that they've stayed so relevant in this early stage of the game is really, really important for Liv Sandbox. Still, the waves are being slurped up by Hanwha Life Esports, and you can see that Viper does still have a decent advantage as far as gold. Like, I know the eggs are generally in the Viper basket, but they're like even more really in the Viper basket. And he is on Aphelios, who is a better champion than Varus.
It's also AP Varus with the Shiv. I mean, we didn't really talk about the Shiv because it's usually just for wave clear tech and a little bit more poke, but Closer?
Yeah, we'll actually have to see whether that is going to be important, because it does mean that now Hanwha Life Esports just build a whole bunch of magic resist, and then they're pretty happy with how things are going.
Yeah, I don't think, like, I don't dislike this for Teddy, but I didn't expect it. He went lethal tempo. It feels a little bit non-theme for the comp as, oh man, Closer, you got away with it once. I don't know if he gets away with it twice. They have numbers.
Yeah, Solar Flare comes in, and Zeka has a different idea as he's going to be taken down.
Okay.
And can they actually get cleared as well? Because this was like everyone had plans to kill everyone else. And in the end, just both mid laners go down.
Yeah. I thought for a moment, you know, that maybe they actually get Closer and get out there, but Zeka will die too. Viper catching this wave in mid, and we're just having a jungle top lane fight up here now. The Rift Herald is not going to be dropped. They're not going to try to pull that turret out. But, I mean, I think this trade favors Liv Sandbox. It's anything that Hanwha Life trades while they're not getting more control over the map, but they're not getting
unless Teddy and Bertle just die to Kingen.
Yeah, well, this is not it.
Yeah, they're just going to look for Bertle at least. 2 flashes, that's high value. As Life just, Abyssal dives, gets a bit of a zoom from Jonas Strong, and an understandable one there as well, because that was just a weird passage of play. But in the end, it's a flash from Bertle.
And what Hanwha need to do is to either get picks here in this mid game where they find someone who's stranded, like they were trying to do on that top side play on a Closer, or get some deep vision control and set up on the objective so that they can try to threaten Baron takes, try to threaten this Drake fight on their terms. Because if Liv Sandbox just get to walk to the objective and sit there and then shoot Varus arrows and pop out that Azir poke damage with the Andres, it's just not, it's a zero-sum game for Hanwha Life because they won't be able to hard engage without vision, and if they do hard engage, the peel that already exists is so problematic. It's not doomed or anything like that, but I think if you're trading mid laners on the top side, Liv Sandbox are like, great, cool, we're slowing them down more, we've got more time on the map, my Azir is already exactly where I want him to be, and if you end up picking up these Nashor's Tooths here for Closer and Teddy, I mean, your split push is also a big threat here, and I mean, I think Kingen and Zeka, the solo laners, once again here for Hanwha Life, or the kings of this game, they will be the ones who decide whether Hanwha Life go home with a W here 2-0 if we're going to a third, because their engages have to be crisp, the follow-up has to be good.
I'm just a little bit worried that, you're saying a lot of words and things like that, but like, in the end, if Viper wins the game, Viper wins the game. And he's on Aphelios, and he has a Tahm Kench, like, the extra layer of safety. I don't know. I think maybe it just comes down to that.
This is what I'm talking about here. Start the Baron, force a turn, fight on your terms, allow the engage.
Oh, look at Zeka's flank angle, but he's actually spotted on this ward. Baron's going to knock him up there as well, as we're looking for the ultimate from Bertle. He doesn't actually find it as Kingen's in the pit. There is the Zenith Blade to try and start off this fight as Teddy potentially getting zoned as Zeka just drops a bear on him. The Baron now just forgotten as the Malphite is going to be taken down. Tibbers is fighting Teddy, who's just killed Zeka, and Red-White is in for Viper, and now he is the entirety of the team that is left up and available, and he knows it as well. He's still looking to push forward for more. Their health bars are low, but Liv Sandbox is still standing.
And these Nashor 2s coming through. Liv Sandbox crushing this fight. 3 kills. The Rift Herald is going to actually get another charge here on that inhibitor turret. And I like the... Oh, this is... Well, 8 maybe.
It's hard to...
By the way,
this
it's
is just... Yeah, it's
Infernal Soul. So, at the same time as all of this is happening, like, the entire map is falling apart for Hanwha Life. Infernal Soul goes over. You deny the Baron. I like the idea of starting the Baron here and trying to force that fight. But you have both the Annie and the Malphite on the same angle. Now, Baron feels like a nice consolation prize, but I don't know if this is safe. Closer has TP.
Yeah, they're going
They have vision. Like, I don't know about this one.
And Closer not going to teleport inside the pit, as that is going to be a decent ult, but it only lands onto Willa. He dives back in again because he had no choice, and it is a dead mountain.
I think this game might just be over. Atlas, I don't know if there's any way for Hanwha to do anything on the map anymore. Clid looking for a steal here. Flash and ult available, but no vision, no idea.
Does it even matter if he steals this away? Like, he's trying to get a Baron when there is just no game available. Willa is still going to be able to take the Baron. And now Hanwha Life Esports kind of realized that all of their stuff is broken, and there's a very angry, fiery dragon that has blessed those of Liv Sandbox.
Look at this. I mean, this fight here, Kingen takes so much damage, and he and Zeka are both on the same engage angle. So it's really easy. Look at where Closer is. He's basically 1v3 over here on the left side of the fight, doing Leandri's burn damage. Then he has his Emperor's Divide. He can operate around that. Teddy wins the 1v1 against Zeka on the side because he's pretty fed at this point. He's not ahead of Viper, but he can beat an Annie in a 1v1. And then this is just desperation here. I mean, Hanwha Life, This engage is not what you're looking for. Birdall all alone blocks out 4 people. There's so much peel. You're so desperate here as Hanwha.
The stopwatch was absolutely fantastic. I think it's a Zonya's. No, it's actually just the stopwatch.
Yeah.
From closer. As Kingen once again just going to get popped. Teddy doing so much work there with those chains of corruption. Continuing to build down the AP route. And Liv Sandbox, they've just won everything.
I love this comp from them. You know, I mean, I was ready to say I just trust because I think Hanwha was better in Viper Aphelios, but the more the game went on and the more decisions we saw made from Liv Sandbox and how they utilize this comp and how they're playing this far it's just really clean.
Yeah, it's working out extremely well as Zeka, he's going to go home, gets a trip back to the fountain as Viper throws out the ult. He finds Kyle with it, but he's not doing a whole bunch of damage right now, only 2.5 items, or 2 and a bit items, I guess. And Hanwha do hold on to their bottom lane inhibitor turret. But that is sort of, so not exactly great news.
There's a bit of a meme in the Korean community, to a certain extent in the Western community as well. The only Malphite player is Keen in the LCK because he's the only one who wins with it in any regularity. But this Malphite, once again, has just been a punching bag in this game. As you can see, 0-3 here for Kingen.
He was doing okay at the beginning and then has had some stinker moments.
It's just hard into this comp. When you lose map control, Malphite just feels so bad.
It's true.
It's not his fault. It's just, I mean, the champion has a kit, and when it can't be used, he just becomes a punching bag.
And it also has to do with the decisions being made by Hanwha Life Esports as well. I mean, I think that they're forcing a lot of things that they may not necessarily be able to. And yes, you need to make moves in order to actually get anything. But some of them could have been different choices, but I don't know.
I like the Baron start, but the setup on it for the turn was just really not great. You know, if you can turn that, I think that's absolutely what you should be doing, but they did not, unfortunately. Well, Klid.
Corruption comes down, and Klid is just dead. The Hail of Arrows comes through, activates that Blighted Quiver, and my goodness, the burst damage with this AP Varus is just huge. And Zeka, yeah, he's walking around with a stun prepped, but who's he going to be stunning? Has flash available. There's just nowhere to really put it as Viper, not sure about that one. He does get devoured, try and keep him alive, and now he's in position to try and do some damage. Bertel in a little bit of trouble, but the Tibber's not really doing anything there whatsoever. I think they just wanted to utilize a whole bunch of their buttons before their Nexus inevitably explodes. Keeper's Verdict going to get charged. It finds the Aphelios, who doesn't travel very far, given the fact that he's already inside his base. Zeka just trying to stay at arm's length here, getting some damage down, but these Nexus turrets not long for the world life. A very similar story here, as Viper still has some damage available, but Klid's going to respawn now. And it looks like Liv Sandbox are just going to back, never mind. Closer's coming through, they do grab the mountain one more time, but it's in trade for the Pigeon, who's worth a little bit more money at this point in time.
I mean, they don't have... Okay,
yeah, he's going to get stunned up, and that is Klid dead one more time.
I mean, this is scary. Viper has Infernum, and their health bars are low. And I thought perhaps with Klid just getting caught there, maybe the deal would be sealed. Unfortunately for Liv Sandbox, the game will go on, as they're going to show a lot of respect to Viper here with Kraken Slayer and that Infernum. The AoE damage is real here as they try to group on the Nexus. But is there really a chance to come back from here is the question. It seems unlikely, as Klid is going to get caught here trying to clear this ward. Chains of Corruption into Kyle over the wall here. Gives the Leona some space to get into the base with that Eclipse. And then, I mean, great attempt here from Life. Try to keep Aphelios in this. It's good enough for him to survive and put a bunch of damage back, but ultimately Liv Sandbox just has such a lead and so much poke. I mean, this is a crazy long replay we're watching. We're putting on time 16. But then
also, like, Viper being up there just shows that there must be a bit of frustration at the state of this game right now.
I mean, he does come back with full health, right? And once he gets that Infernum out, they have to leave. I want to see what happens to Klid here exactly, as Closer also will die, which is a critical part of why Liv Sandbox cannot end. As Klid, as Azir dashes forward into Chains of Corruption. Yeah, probably not the call there, unfortunately, but just trying to supply space for Viper. They're trying to end again. Part 2.
Looking for the opportunity there as Kyle finds a Solar Flare, stuns up the Aphelios. Great knockups, but he does get devoured, and now can Viper actually get the damage through is the question, as Willer is spaced decently by the Aphelios, but there is so much money on this Liv Sandbox roster. They do kill the Wukong, but now everyone's piling onto Viper, who's at least staying alive for a long time. He gives it an honest effort, but eventually Liv Sandbox will bring us to a third and final game of the series.
And this is the Teddy versus Viper that I was looking forward to in this series. Teddy bouncing back in a big way in this game, but Viper also holding his own and in those final moments trying to defend the Nexus so desperately. Give me the shot of that girl asking for the reverse sweep because it might happen here. But I loved the draft adaptations from Live Sandbox coming into this, and the way that we saw Teddy build ended up making sense here in this longer game. They trusted that he was going to be able to get that poke through with the Azir, and unfortunately, with too many objectives given over and too many missed fight opportunities for Hanwha Life, they gave all 4 Drakes, got really nothing out of their Herald they picked up early. And it's back to the drawing board here again. I would not be surprised if they decide to pick red side themselves going into this third game, because Live Sandbox clearly have great plans on it.
No, I agree. I think that Live Sandbox, they chose red side this time around. They went back to it one more time. And you can see in the numbers, Viper tried his heart out, but just wasn't able to get it done. And sometimes Hanwha Life Esports, if Clid doesn't get rolling early and has some of these trips, these hiccups, then it just looks like a disaster. And it kind of was what happened this time around as well. He had his Vi up and available quizzically. He decided not to pick it here, and it was the Viego instead. And it hasn't been all that effective. Just have to see what changes are going to be made as we move towards game number 3. First, it's going to be a break, and then we're going to have the space before we get into that final game of the series.
그냥 한타 하는 거 어때 이거? 가줄게.
이번에.
야, 말파 뒤돌 수 있긴 해.
말파만 생각. 뒤에서 온다 이거.
애니 볼게.
애니
봐봐. 됐다, 오케이.
오케이.
말파 정면. 앞에 봐줄래? 앞에.
빠지면서.
천천히.
빠지면서 해봐, 빠지면서. 빨리 잡아.
앞에.
뺄게. 앞에 해봐줘.
잡았어.
나이스.
나이스.
강경하지 말고. 강경이 잘하다.
잘했다 얘들아.
Hello and welcome back to the space after game number 2 that Live Sandbox was able to pick up over Homolife Esports and tie us up. We do have a series now on our hands. What did you guys think about this one, especially with the draft, because we did have some key changes that may have changed the course of history here in game 2?
Yeah, so I think you all know the saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I feel like Homolife Esports did try and fix something that wasn't broken by not picking Vi when it was open and available. This champion's been so high priority throughout the split. I feel like out of all the junglers, being the one that's most frequently banned first rotation, Sejuani has sort of moved up in priority there. But like, Clid, you just had a fantastic game on Vi. Why not stick with it? Like, what is the downside here? It's even a similar draft from Live Sandbox at that point with the Azir and the Poppy.
I'm a little bit confused. I also didn't love the going for the Braum and Nautilus ban, given that Leona was still open, which we know Kyle can play well. And if you leave those open and they end up going for the Nautilus, then you can pick Braum. If they end up going for Braum, you can still go Rakan. So like the draft from Hanwha just felt very off, not just, although that was definitely the most egregious one, where you're like, Clid, we've seen the difference in level that you have depending on different champions. Viego, for a good reason, is relegated to usually second rotations because the pick just isn't that good. It's fine. It's no Rek'Sai, but it's fine. We're gonna make it Rek'Sai happen. I swear. Someday. Not today, maybe.
We'll see about that. It was cool to see Teddy also making the Varus work. We saw him go for AP. That was nice. Let's jump into highlight number 1, which does show some fighting around this Drake. And not a lot happens in this fight, but it was part of the building blocks to get Live Sandbox to the end of the game.
Yeah, I think a big factor as well is just how powerful the Poppy has been in recent history. The fact that you can just like knock the Malphite away, really limit the impact. But here is just a situation where the disengage is so effective, right? They target the Azir with so much mobility, the Malphite's late to the fight for the knockaway, and they managed to secure the Dragon, which was such a contributing factor to them getting the soul, getting the win.
Because with this, they got soul points, so they only need to win a single fight afterwards at any point, and then they get Infernal Soul. And like AP Varus and Azir with Infernal Soul, good luck trying to play the game. After that.
And you know, they talked about it a little bit, you know, the different damage profiles. We had kind of the AP builds there from both the Azir, obviously, and the Varus, but you've got a Malphite in your team. It wasn't really working. It was getting shredded through, especially towards the end of the game. And we are going to take a look at one of these highlights here, the Baron fight at 22 minutes, where this was basically the beginning of the end of the game.
And the thing is, I don't think you can even really fault Homolife Esports for going for this play because they're desperate. They know if they flip the dragon, even if they win the fight, if they lose a dragon, they're already rough spot. But the problem is, Live Sandbox are so patient. They let the Malphite get chunked out by the Baron, by some poke, and then once the Malphite is there, that lack of engage really hurts on Homolife Esports. So you see Live Sandbox just, you know, they deal with a couple of members, but they don't overchase. They don't run into the Aphelios with red-white, and they actually back off and go towards the dragon to secure souls. So great decision there.
And when your only initiation is Malphite engage, or maybe an Anti-Flash, the Aphelios just isn't going to have the space. So you saw Viper was trying so hard, and again, good job, Viper. Not this one isn't on you.
Well, if only they had another champion that had a point and click.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, you just lock somebody down and you build a comp around that.
Just play any champions like that?
I don't know.
No, I think, definitely not Vi. Let's take a look at the POG here for game number 2, because Live Sandbox, they do deserve it. They had a great game as well. And Teddy is going to pick it up, the 7-0-7.
And Teddy was the obvious one, not dying as Varus into Annie and Malphite. I think is quite an achievement. The pick is notoriously mobile and can be a very easy target. Also, shout out just to Wheeler and Kael. Want to highlight that duo was one of the big reasons why Sandbox was good, and we haven't seen them look great. So seeing them really return to form, I think, in this series also meant that Teddy had all the space in the world. And again, shout out to him also for going for this AP build path. I feel like by far the strongest Varus build there is at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you just shred through tanks, especially with the enemy team as a Malphite. You obviously would love to be able to build armor. You're just getting absolutely annihilated by this Varus, like 3 autos and an ability, and it's like 60% of your health is gone. And yeah, that's a pretty, you know, I feel like the vote for Willa makes sense. Yeah. I wouldn't have been surprised to see a bit more split, but yeah, Teddy was on point in that game.
You guys were thinking about maybe Kyle as well?
I wasn't.
Well, Chronicler was, one of us was. How Life Esports did select the blue side here after this one, so they say maybe this time we'll draft Vi.
Maybe. Third time's the charm, right? Got it in game one.
Maybe they just assumed, they're like, you know, Clid had a really good performance on Vi. They just assumed they'd ban it, so they just didn't even think about it. They didn't even look at the bans to check, you know?
You can only get one good Vi game per series, so you just don't even bother playing it.
Yeah, you hit your quota.
Yeah.
You gotta accept that. Yeah, I don't know. I hope that we see, because in game number one, obviously the Kalista got punished really heavily. In game number two, just pick Vi.
Yeah, definitely a big sticking point for us here on the space, but we'll have to wait and see what happens here in game number 3. Let's go back to Atlas and Wolf for the cast.
Thank you so much, astronauts. Absolutely fantastic spacing so far today. And only one more is available. One more space to rule them all, for this is the final game of the series and the final time Life Esports will be on the blue side and Live Sandbox will be on red.
Yeah.
3 times in a row.
I really hope we see some significant changes here for Hanwha Life, because on the side of Live Sandbox, I mean, the first half of Game 1's draft was pretty good. Game 2, pretty bulletproof, and I mean, I'm not as caught up on the Vi because we didn't know what was going to come through. They could have played a draft where it wasn't about an immobile AD carry. Like, that's a tricky call to make early. But they committed to the Viego, right? So you didn't really leave yourself options anyways, and then you didn't draft around.
They picked instead a worse version of a broken champion.
Yeah.
So it's not great.
And they didn't draft around the Viego either. So blue side here for Hanwha Life, as mentioned, final time.
Let's see how it changes.
I think they can fix their drafting, and I think they can win this series. And I still think they're the favorites in this series, and I would also say I think they're the stronger team, but we need to see consistent performances throughout. You know, the top half of the map just not pulling their weight here the same way the bottom half is for Hanwha Life, and we can't keep telling the same story, or maybe this team just isn't going to make playoffs, or maybe they're going to be one of our lower teams in playoffs. I'm not going to go that far, but we've got to see the robust Hanwha Life 5-man unit we saw in Game 1.
Well, so far, we're not going to change up anything. Apart from the order in comparison to Game 1, same order as Game number 2, which is slightly worrying. Second ban going to be the Renekton instead of taking away Nico second, but I have a feeling that Nico is still going to be banned away here. So the Yuumi off the board. Melio also agreed upon, just don't play it, and that will remain on the ban list. But
so if that does come to pass, which I think we can reasonably assume, there it is it just going to be another first pick Aphelios coming through here for Viper, or are we looking at because I look at this and I go, I still think first pick Aphelios is good. Willer is not as strong of a Vi player as Clid is, and I think Live Sandbox, that's not really their identity. Oh, okay, well, let's forget all of it, because the Azir is going to be the focal point here for Hanwha Life. We talked about this in Game 1 a little bit, one of the safer options, but that time we had more bans coming through on the AD carries.
Yeah, and last time it was the first pick, Annie.
Yeah.
And so now we're picking the Azir away from Closer instead. Of course, this is one of Zeka's champions. There were 4 that he used during his successful run at Worlds. Azir is definitely one of them. Annie now going to be picked into it, and Annie, Varus, going to be the options, as Teddy very happy with how it went last time around, and he's like, your move, Viper.
Yeah, this is... Man, this matchup is so hyped because, again, like the desk pointed out, we talked about Viper was not the problem, and he had a fantastic game of Aphelios. Despite everything being stacked against him, he still did so well. He still did more damage than Teddy. Now, Zeri here into this gets a little bit scary. Yuumi is not available. Can try to take the Nautilus. Now, yeah, Vi, please. I'm surprised Live Sandbox didn't pick it up themselves, but Vi is going to be locked in this time for Clid. It's still an immobile AD carry in Varus. And will we see the Wukong? Because, by the way, 3rd win of the season, same player. Willer, he picked it up in the last game. He got that 1 POG vote. I like it here in this draft still, too, for the same reason I liked it in the last one. Peel alone for this Varus. And if you trust in Teddy and the range that Varus has in that AP build, I think Wukong is one of the best defensive options you've got in the game.
Also pairs well with Annie. We'll see whether Life Esports look towards some Rakan bans or something like that to try and stop the Rakan-Wukong combo. But we saw that Leona did a pretty good job in game number 2 But I'm seeing the Vi, and I'm feeling like Karma Life Esports back into serious mode. For this one, as Live Sandbox, they're going to ban it away themselves.
I like the Rakan ban here for Live Sandbox. I also wouldn't mind to see a Lulu ban here, because the Zeri, I mean, her survivability is paramount in this comp, and even like Forest Poke connecting onto her when she's trying to engage can just end her instantly if she's caught by Annie, and then a Varus Q, that's the end, so Wild Growth can be great there. It's also good for Vi when she engages to get that additional knock-up. I do like this Poppy ban too, because that warped some of those early fights, even though the Steadfast Presence wasn't that important. The Keeper's Verdict and the safe weak side laning phase there was quite strong for Bertol, just kind of being a rock up there in the top lane, ironically against a rock.
Worked quite well, and of course both Willa and Bertol playing the Poppy so far in this series means that you don't want to see that one thrown around, although there is a Wukong locked in, so not exactly a lot of flex options.
I like
and
this.
And on the Malphite, interesting.
Because, I mean, this time you have you have a enemy comp that has additional lockdown, right? They have point and click, and if they can point and click and then just click on you with the Malphite, this becomes a huge problem. Again, this means that Lulu can come through, but let's see if that's even what Hanwha Life want, or if they just want a massive front line for the Zeri, where they both attack while also buying space for her, and they go Nautilus, or even a Alistar, I think, is actually not crazy here. Braum,
I'm okay.
I mean, pretty good into Varus, obviously.
Get behind him so that the arrows don't do too much work. First, we're considering a Burly Gentleman, as King and will lock that one away for himself. And a lot of peeling options, a lot of disruption and shenanigans to go through here as, okay, Clid, we cooking? What's happening here?
Well, this is
the
that
Kraken support for life?
Or looks like it might be.
Ornn support? Make sure that no one gets ornaments, because he's so low level. I love it.
Don't know about it. I mean, Life has been a pretty good Gragas support player across his career, but it will be Blitzcrank he goes with here ultimately at the end, which I do like into the Varus.
I like it into Varus. I don't like it into Leona. As Kyle, what are we picking up here for Bertol?
I mean, this gets really tricky, because if you play Cassante here, I don't really like it as much, because you're limiting your front line. He is going to lock it in, teasing a lot of other strong side picks here into the Gragas, but Gragas is going to be that iron wall on the top side. There is very limited engaged follow-up for the Annie. You know, you have Wukong, right, but you're going to be dealing with the same problems that were there last time with the Azir, where they could just push it away, the Wukong engage. But the Varus damage might just be so much that if you stun one of these priority targets, Azaria, the Azir, or even the Vi who's trying to engage, and Teddy just instantly blows them up, maybe you don't care that much. I mean, Chains of Corruption also work with this.
I mean, Leona just has a billion CCs, so I think that if you do just want to focus one target, it will be something that you can work out, but like you're talking about, Azir does warp this a lot.
Yeah,
it does mean that like Wukong does lack a fair bit of the power that he had in the last game.
I think that both Hanwha's comp makes way more sense than their last game comp did, and it actually works together completely in a great way, where you have a lot of pick, but you also then have great frontline for your AD carry. And on the side of Live Sandbox, I think they got a slightly worse version of their comp last time, and because the draft of Hanwha is stronger too, it may suffer. So this time I'm feeling like our trust in Viper, if we're gonna place it again, is a little bit more warranted potentially. A lot of this is gonna come down to the early game. This Blitzcrank is gonna be very two-dimensional, whether it's hitting hooks or not. But I think that this comp scales very nicely, and Clid's on the Vi. We'll have to give that a thumbs up.
I think we're feeling a little bit better about the Clid situation. Absolutely, but like Teddy has already proven, and as you mentioned, he has proven himself on this AP Varus before. There's a Cassante in this game as well. Let's jump into game number 3. Oh, Sandbox fans absolutely out of their chairs here in Lowell Park today as their voices erupt throughout the stadium. So really nicely done. I do very much enjoy it when the volume just goes up incrementally as the series progressed.
And the series gets more hype, right?
Yeah.
The series looked like after Game 1 it was just going to be a walkover, right? And then Game 2 was a great draft from Live Sandbox, back and forth game, very exciting. And then, you know, now we're going into a third game here.
And I just really want to know Showmaker's opinion on how Bertle plays the Cassante as well. Slipped entirely through the draft in game number 2. And so poking his head in now, and we'll see how he goes into the Gragas. Who's going for the tank variety.
If I'm honest with you, Atlas, too, for how this draft plays out for Live Sandbox, while I think Annie is a great champion in isolation, what she offers this comp, I think, is way... that's what warps the draft for me more than anything else, is, like, we'll see what she builds. Maybe she does go Leandries, and Closer can play a little bit more damage here and actually kind of front-to-back Annie, but we don't see that too often anymore. Because what the Azir did for them at last time, both peeled, which Annie can do, but also did a ton of damage in team fights. And with the Nashor's Tooth Leandrius, he was just kind of an additional carry in late game fights. The Annie, if she builds just Burst or Dash Cannon, is going to be the exact opposite of that and won't be able to offer additional damage. So that's a little bit concerning here. Let's see what he builds, though, because if he goes Leandries and we see Rylai's, okay, I'm down for that.
Yep, we'll just have to see. Here on this bottom side, I want to see Life have another one of his POG performances on this Gragas, as Viper struggles with the range of Burst Fire. Going to miss out on that one CS. That's okay. Teddy, of course, having a lot of control of this lane, especially with Kyle in the area, able to just stand in front and press W as soon as that is available in order to stop any issues when it comes to a hook.
Yeah, like you mentioned, for those who don't know this or tuned in late, Life has 2 POGs on the Blitzcrank. Actually insane, the performances he had both times he played it previous to this. Khalid here.
Yeah, going to be moving forward. Willa with the health advantage, and actually Khalid going to be blocked there. Can't Vault Breaker away, has to flash as the Hail of Arrows comes down as well. Willa continuing along with the chase as Life looking to come on in. Does he land a hook, or does he even go for it? Yes, he does. Lands it onto Kyle there, who, as we mentioned before, can just kind of walk it off as the tanky Leona.
I really like the evolution of what we're seeing of Willer, man, in the LCK. He went from just steal guy to smart pathing to now aggressive jungler who also still is smart and also will still steal your objectives. Sky's early game, he's like, yeah, okay, Wukong, everyone's losing on that because they don't know how to make... Kyle.
Yeah, hook going to connect onto Kyle once again as the extendo beam is going to miss, but thankfully Viper avoids the piercing arrow. And like you say, yeah, Willa been playing very well.
It's like everyone is like, oh, okay, I'm not playing Wukong anymore. It's not cool. It's losing a lot. Doesn't make an impact pre-6. He's like, I will make an impact pre-6. And I mean, he got that early kill as well in the previous game.
Yeah.
He is just such a proactive Wukong. And this is with all the nerfs as well. Doesn't end up being too impactful, of course, in this case. Just flashes traded. But I love to see the attempt.
And also, Clid spotted here, so Closer knows that he just needs to play a little bit more respectfully. As Clid moving towards this top side, should be able to collect himself a Rift Scuttler and go 1-for-1 as far as that is concerned. But right now, down a couple of camps in comparison to Willa. Of course, losing out on his Krugs is a little bit of a worry. He should be all right, as Bertle up here towards the top side is, going over walls and having a shield and all that sort of stuff. Having a great time. It's Clid starting off the Raptors. I've seen this movie before.
Yeah, Closer does not have his stun prepped here and is kind of pushed into turret, so this isn't going to be the same level of rotation that we saw previously.
Yep, Smite comes through, so Clid is going to be able to steal that one away. Evens out the farm numbers between the two junglers. Just
Don't watch this, Jonah. What are we doing?
Well, I think the Gragas skin chroma is actually pretty cool.
I feel like
haven't seen this one for a while.
We're really grasping over here, Trying to catch all the grasps.
We're grasping at top laners.
Level 6.
Yeah, he's going to go all out in theory, as a nice little belly boot is going to deny any sort of action. So never you mind. Still, Q going to land, but Tanky Boy is kinging.
He was like so close to actually, if he hits the Q3 a moment before and actually gets to hold him out of turret, I think he actually could have gone for at least pulling the flash from King in there. But doesn't happen. Very close though, and I think that is exactly why we were watching it, as the aggressive trades were coming through from Bertle, and the observers identified his Closer's going to drop a bear.
Yeah, bear goes onto Bird. And Closer going to back away. Bit of an old school skin there in the Frostfire, and kind of like it.
Yeah. Bit of a throwback, less common these days for sure.
Used to be the only one anyone played, but I think that was in 2014 2014.
Yeah, there weren't those many skins.
That's a few years ago, as it turns out.
Yeah, almost a decade ago. Papa Atlas.
Yeah, yeah. It's all right, I'll go to bed. Closer now, taking his Tibbers for a walk. Nice, cute little scarf there as well, which is fantastic. Which is a great part of this skin, to be honest.
Yeah, a little like wreath thing.
All right, good flash from Closer to avoid any sort of swooping action. And Zeka actually going to hold on to the ultimate as well, so kind of dangerous now for Closer to be in that mid lane.
That's definitely exactly what you want to see as Zeka. You're feeling amazing with how that went down. As Willer wants to make another impact here pre-6, but I don't think it's going to happen in this lane. So kind of a sitting duck right now, a level down on Clid because part of those camps were taken away. He's like 1 camp away from hitting level 5. There it is. Actually get it off the ward. Well, Liv Sandbox here want to try to force a fight. And I just don't know without Closer having any, he doesn't have ult, he doesn't have sums, or he doesn't have a splash rather. I just don't see this happening. Zeka still having ult advantage here. Yeah, you have some bot prio, but it's not enough.
Yeah, it's a dangerous prospect to go for a dragon at this point in time. Liv Sandbox happy to sit back, and it's going to be about 40 seconds until the Rift Herald is up and available as well. So then just trade of objectives can be the outcome here. But as the game has, I mean, it's slowed down so much in comparison to what we saw in the first 2 games. And trying to work out who exactly that benefits is. Speaking of benefit, it's Bertle going all out towards his top side, and Kingin counters it entirely with a belly bop through the wall. Look at how nonchalant Gragas is.
Yeah, he did not have ult, so that was really critical for Kingin to pull that off, otherwise might have had to flash, but he nonchalantly bellied his way out of it.
He did.
No belly aching, just bellied. Bellied hard.
It
wasn't a flop, actually, either.
No, it was
a success, belly success.
Yeah.
It's so silly sometimes, the things that we say.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking, like, what's the opposite of a belly flop? And then I'm like, it's a dive. And so I guess it doesn't really make sense at all.
Yeah, no, it's a belly success.
Yeah, so belly success is the way. It's the only other way.
The belly completion.
Yeah. Belly complete. Oh, wonderful. Absolutely amazing belly complete there from King and his into a cast.
It wasn't interrupted. He didn't miss it through the wall. He made it all
belly
the way.
complete. There we go.
Yeah.
What, with an auto attack after the belly complete wall?
I mean, it's so strange that it's called body slam because he really just bellies you. I don't know.
And it doesn't have a 30% chance to paralyze as well. It's very strange.
Yeah, that would be broken.
Yeah, it would.
There's a 100% chance to stun at least.
Yeah. Right, Viper. Oh, he flashes right over the top. Gets the flash out from Teddy here. In the end, it's a trade of ultimates and flashes, but it looked really cool from Viper.
And we're going back to that 4v4 fight on the Herald over here. I mean, Closer does not have flash, so I think your options are so limited here still for Liv Sandbox. And unlike the first game where they had objective after objective on lock here and had the better setup, this is just not that game. And I mean, with the threat of this Blitzcrank as well, you just can't really contest this, and getting pushed out of lane as Teddy, losing both sums. This is just not a great situation anywhere. You still have a slight gold lead, but it is very slight as Liv Sandbox here. I think Hanwha Life should be pretty comfortable to start this Herald up. They have not done so just yet.
Oh, Hook gonna come through there. They get the flash out of Kyle. As Clid shows himself lying in wait there in that brush. Was there for quite some time. But now they're going to move down towards this Drake and take the safer objective with the fact that Viper had so much control of that bottom lane. That wave entirely pushed up.
Yeah, it's a whole lost wave here.
Ooh, another Hook just barely going wide. By just barely, I mean by a decent margin.
But scary, though. I mean, he doesn't have flash this time. There's no get out of jail free card. As his flash was so quick, he buffered the punch from Life last time. He reacted so perfectly there. But this time, doesn't connect still. Teddy losing some tempo on the bottom side of the map for just a moment there. And I mean, this is a 0-kill game right now. My issue for Hanwha Life, I mean, it's a small minor thing. I mean, they have advantages all over the map. They also had, I think, a great angle to just start Herald there. There was no way for Liv Sandbox to contest in a proper, real sense, especially after Leona flashed. But they just didn't start it, and they're just going to let it go. And Liv Sandbox was like, okay, that was scary for a second. We almost lost an objective or two, but now we're just chilling.
Yeah, and I guess Hanwha Life Esports just thinking that they have the better late game composition. I would probably agree. There are angles here if Liv Sandbox do get themselves some leads, but they do need those leads in order to make this one work.
I agree too. I think that the Zeri here is going to have such a not only great setup in fights, but also a decent amount of peel. And like we talked about, the engage opportunities here for Liv Sandbox a little bit more conditional. I was just starting this right on top of a ward right now. Now Closer has flash, you know, and this is going to force big rotation over for Hanwha Life if they want to contest. Viper picks up a plate here as they're going to lane swap.
Yeah, a couple of plates actually going over means that the Rift Herald has a little bit less value. This one's pretty slow, as Willer is going to stick with it. And you can see the Vi moving up towards his top lane, actually not interested in heading towards the Herald right now.
Yeah, they might just try to go and kill Teddy. I mean, Klid is unseen here with this wave. That minion I don't think spotted him.
They were pinging. So I think Liv Sandbox have full information as to where Klid is. And Kyle, I think, probably going to check with his face. Never mind, Klid just going to hold the Vault Breaker.
That was so scary for a second there. That minion may have just barely seen Klid before he went in the brush, but they back away. And they look at all the vision that Liv Sandbox set up to the left of the Rift Herald too. He actually skirted all the way around the left side there, but either they reacted perfectly here or they saw him just briefly with that one minion. Either way, whew, close call for Teddy there, who just wanted to get a little bit more farm. Will get out unscathed, and now we're going to see the lane swap back. This is going to mean a plate, though, picked up for Kingen on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and you can see that all of the money is in the Viper basket. Pretty unsurprisingly here for Hanwha Life Esports, but the good news for Liv Sandbox is that everybody else is doing very well on their side of things. Trinity Force now done for Viper, as we talk about it, but 2 neutral objectives being taken here for Sandbox.
Yeah,
it's really great.
It's a very late Drake, but it is Hextech picked up here. Now Infernal is going to be the second Drake, so 2 souls at least off the board here that are very impactful in the late game. But will be 2 very strong Drakes if they're both picked up here for Liv Sandbox in their isolation too. Especially the Hextech here for the Varus. Feels great.
One of the difficulties is finding value for the Blitzcrank. Once we get into 5v5 territory, of course, it is something that you can find those big hooks and things like that, but oftentimes it's difficult, as Willer is going to find Klid, or is Klid going to find Willer? I'm not entirely sure. Looks like Klid's in a little bit of trouble here. The Hail of Arrows comes down. There is the barrel as Teddy's able to flash his way out of the Emperor's Divide from Zeka, though, is just massive, and Viper is going to grab the first kill of this fight. Zeka grabs the second, and Hanwha Life Esports finally on the board. Still, kill back here for Liv Sandbox. Decent work, but this turret, not going to be long for it.
I mean, these are the only plates picked up here on the map, and 5 seconds to go. Looks like it is going to charge through here. Is it? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
So, I mean, when we see the plates here as we hit 14 minutes, massive plate gold advantage for Hanwha Life Esports. They win that fight, and that's 1,000 gold ahead. Viper's going to get first brick here, too, on top of it all. Look at the difference in plates here. 3 plates for Viper, a plate picked up mid, 1 top during that macro rotation. And yeah, 2 plates for Birdall topside, but nothing else around the map. And that Rift Herald that they fought so aggressively to get isn't going to come up with anything.
Wow, he just didn't see that there was a control ward in that brush, and now he's quite low. Willer, oh dear, everyone turns up! Oh my goodness! Klid brought his cousins.
This is
now Birdall is trying to get in. He's got a big health bar as he goes all out, brings life on in there. Life's like, guys, team? No? Well, he's just dead. Okay.
Well, that makes it pretty decent here for Liv Sandbox. Definitely could have been worse, as Teddy's also getting some free personal time with the turret down on the bottom side. No plates anymore, but is going to be able to get this wave here. He's got Static Shiv. He just burns these minions. So he'll pick up that. Liv Sandbox about to get this mid turret, so heavy commitment topside, actually kind of backfiring. I'm not saying it's bad here for Hanwha. I still think they trade up a little bit, but it backfires a little bit because so much space is given to this Shiv Varus, and it's not as good as it was in theory. As we'll go back to this fight here, Klid wants to set up this dive so aggressively, has no idea Willer is here, but because Willer burns his ultimate to kill the Vi, there's a really easy follow-up angle here. Like, who can catch Viper? Look at Viper free farm here. Nobody can really actually lock this guy down. Kyle tries his best, and there is some additional damage traded back here, but ultimately I think the fact that Klid died was a good thing because it did get that Cyclone. Calling no flash.
I wonder whether we're going to see the entirety of how this one works. Yeah, grabs that kill.
He's going to grab and pull him out. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree, Zeka. I think that perhaps the Blitzcrank 1v1 with the Cassante was a step too far. We all know, thanks to Showmaker, how broken the champion is.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tank, but also it's a bruiser, but also it's an assassin, but also it's Blitzcrank too. Like, Blitzcrank pulls over the wall, he pulls Blitzcrank over the wall.
I know. And
Cassante has a hook, essentially.
And it's just a little bit release date diff, you know?
Release gate.
Yeah, release the gate, please.
Should they have released Cassante, or should they have actually just canceled it?
Yeah, they should have kept that gate closed,
yeah,
I
I think we probably should have just maybe not released it. Maybe we should have just said, let's skip to the new dog one. That one seems cute and cool.
Yeah. Cute and cool, terrifying and ridiculous is what I've seen.
I think it's very cute. And you can pet it, I found out today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that turns
I still don't know what it's called yet, but I know that it's a dog, and I think it's kind of cute, and you can pet it.
Yeah, okay. No, it's fine. Sounds like the best champion in the universe.
I'm really excited for it to come out. I hope it's going to be available
then
for playoffs.
How many doggos do we have? We've got Susan. We've got Augie
Warwick. Does Warwick count?
Oh, Wolf. You are a wolf, so I guess you can tell us.
I'll say Warwick counts. I mean, it's dog.
All right. Well, then we get Pugmore, and now new champion, and so full 5 doggos.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's any more. Not really.
I think there might be a few. We'll just have to see.
Yeah.
Anyway.
All right, Clid, he is, I think, actually going to be able to turn this one. Good hook.
Yeah, that is going to be a lot of damage onto Kyle, who is going to flash, but Kingen body slamming his way forward. Vault Breaker to death is the Leona. There's the flash forward. They push Teddy into the wall, and Clid has the follow-up, but there's the all-out, and the Cyclone is going to say no, but the hook is going to land, and now Viper is free hitting, and this kind of chaos is where the Zeri thrives, and that's why Liv Sandbox get the heck out of there immediately. The bottom lane taken down here is, they're just lying in wait. Body slam comes forward. There's the hook. The chain CC is almost enough as Closer tries to get out of there. The burst fire, oh no, it's not going to work, and now Viper is trying to kite Will around. He almost does so as Zeka is there to take down the Wukong. And yeah, Bertle's like, stop this. He breaks up the fight and then pulls it back.
Showmaker's face from that graphic a few days ago.
I know we're going to need it.
He's like, oh no!
Yeah,
it's actually okay. It's okay. Everything is fine. I got really nervous when Bertle showed up at full health, but
yeah, I want to kind of see in the river like Showmaker's face as he's talking about Cassante. You know, kind of like from The Lion King.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to see. I didn't quite get there, though, as Kyle is going to start off this second Drake of the game. Cleared on the top side of the map, so it looks like Liv Sandbox will be able to grab this one.
I mean,
Unlike Esports have forgotten that Dragons exist, I think, this game.
It's still a huge win for Hanwha, that last exchange, even though Viper was taken out. He still has such a massive lead over Teddy, as they're going to look for a contest here.
Yeah, and no Smite is actually in there, but still, Teddy is going to be able to lock that one down pretty close. As now a teleport is coming forward. Bertle looking for an opportunity. Still, stun going to land onto King in there, who might be the sacrificial large gentleman. And he's kiting this one around. The hook is going to be aimed and lands onto Closer there. Viper now trying to land these auto attacks, but doesn't want to put himself too much into harm's way.
I mean, credit to Life, because he is hitting these hooks all the time. Sometimes it's backfiring a little bit, but his accuracy has been quite high. He's picking these primo targets a lot of the time. But I mean, moments like this where you have vision control and Kyle, I mean, the thought process here, I'm still trying to figure it out, because I mean, you just have no deep vision here. You know they're playing a pick cop.
All right, well, in goes Clid. There's the Emperor's Divide as well onto Willa, who finds a Cyclone onto 2 life. Now looking for that hook opportunity, misses it onto Teddy there. Ooh, went for the ultimate target instead of just getting the one in front of them, and I really do like the gusto for this man.
This game is starting to just become a fiesta. It's still good for Hanwha Life, 100%, but it is really a little bit unhinged, as we're just constantly coming out of replays where teams are making choices, and then we're going into new choices that are not necessarily good. As Willer is picked here, but there's no objective for Hanwha Life to take, so ultimately it won't matter too much. And in the ensuing exchange, they lose map control and will actually be giving an additional turret here over to Liv Sandbox. Teddy, we'll see if he can buy that Nashor's Tooth now. He should have enough gold, and that's going to be a big spike for this Varus on 2, where he's looking to actually look for real damage in team fights with the front line he has with his Cassante. the Wukong that's pretty significantly massive at this point in time, and then what Annie and Leona could do for him. So there it is. It's done. It's completed now. It's Mountain Soul here, which is a disaster for Live Sandbox if Hanwha pick it up. It's pretty okay for Live Sandbox if they get it themselves with this Cassante on the front lines.
Yeah,
but I think they just need to not be hooked by this Blitzcrank. Like, this keeps happening, and I want it to stop happening because you have to respect that he will just one-shot somebody by grabbing them, and the team will one-shot after he grabs.
Well,
Kingin?
Yeah, Cassante and Gragas are doing some things here towards the Sentinel. But it looks like that is going to be broken up, and now Viper going to get to work here on this mid lane wave. So, outer turret just taken here, utilizing Shirley in order to get that one done, as this is one of the oldest wards in the world. As there it is! The hook is going to connect onto the Annie, but does manage to get the bear down, and in the end, everyone was waiting!
Is it
they were just baited.
Or has Closer been hooked like 7 times and every time Live Sandbox trade up? Like, he has 0 deaths. Every single time they hook this guy, he just turns around with a stun and sets up the engage. Hanwha Life, bit of a whoopsie here. Well, I mean, these teams are not doing their due diligence with vision, and it's backfiring on both sides as we're going to see the Drake now, or rather Baron, started up.
Oh, this could be dangerous, as this is still relatively early, but Viper, there's the Zenith Blade as he skates out of the fight after the ultimate, and Tibbers is going to be the one that goes down. Closer still going to have to dash cannon his way out of this one, but look at this, the Baron extraordinarily low, and Willa has the smite. Clid's dead, so there's just no chance. Well, Clid was alive again, but he was in base. There was no way they could stop that one. So Live Sandbox, they complete the heist, and now the gold is separated by nothing, and the Baron is now going to give even more to Live Sandbox. Huge swing here against Hanwha Life Esports.
And let's go back to this hook. They have a control ward here, and so they think they know everything, but they don't. And so when you actually grab this Annie and she stuns with Tibbers, and then there's a follow-up Wukong, you've just given over 2 picks and your jungler right before Baron. And I mean, Life, he's hitting all of the hooks, and about half of them are being a good thing for Hanwha Life. The other half, being okay, like, you know?
And it would have been fine. I think, like, Zeka was very close to being able to swoop in and get an Emperor's Divide and things like that, but with him just not actually doing anything about the situation, it makes Clid and Life look very, very silly, but also I don't think they were expecting, you know, the full court press as far as everybody.
And yeah, I mean, they had a control ward there, so it makes you feel like, okay, Annie is alone, but I mean, you don't have vision, the way vision curves around, etc. I mean, I don't want to get all into it, but you can't actually see that far, unfortunately, and Wukong has a long engage range. And Annie's hard to kill very quickly because she has that ability to self-peel. As the Drake is spawning here in 15 seconds, it is sole point, and a stopwatch was purchased for Teddy. It's going to be very difficult to lock him down. And it's, you know, the Blitzcrank is kind of starting to be a liability. I want to see if Clid can set up something with Kingin, right? Get on top of that backline somehow. But if you're not going to fight it, I mean, what are you going to get in return, though? There's no Baron. There's no outer turrets, as I'm watching Viper and Zeka just go on a walk together to the top side of the map, and like Viper's like, all right, Drake for Gromp? I guess that's where we're at.
Oh no. It's not really the trade that you're looking for, as Kingin wandering up this equalized wave. You can see Bertle gonna stay.
I mean, he's 2 levels up, Bertle, in this lane, and Kingin can't get really on top of him or do anything here. Maybe they're gonna try to bait something as Clid is coming over.
I mean, Zeka is kind of big right now on this Azir. He's 2-0-3. He's got 2.5 items complete.
Yeah, it's like if they had a tank jungler, you could front to back this, but they have Vi, so you feel pretty compelled to try to go for picks because you have a Blitzcrank in your comp, but then Zeri's like, well, if you guys go in and die, I can't do anything. Same of Azir, right? Like if Azir gets some time with his Nashers and Leandri's just the same build that Closer built last time, feel really good about it, but I think Hanwha Life just need to slow this game down a little bit, let this Baron expire, it's running out now, and look for some contests on these future objectives where you play it slow and don't just all in. Be aware of where Willer is, be aware of Closer's ability to turn, because this comp doesn't have to be played as a pick comp. It can be, and it is being, but it's, you know, not working out every time. This game is kind of weird. It's really subverted expectations, to be honest, Atlas.
I would agree. Bertle going to get knocked into the wall as Kingan's going for a walk, has to flash to get out of the way of the slow or the stun from the Solar Flare. Either of them would probably be the end of his life. As life and cleared, speaking of which, moving towards his top side, the bear came down as there's a flash forward. Cease and desist comes in, they get the snare from the Everfrost, and this time, Closer is very dead. Bertle is teleporting forward, though they're looking to try and punish them for taking down the Annie.
I mean, they could also turn on to Viper if they see him, too. This is really scary for Hanwha Life. Life is just going to sacrifice himself for the rest of the team to get away. I think this is the right call.
For the good of the colony.
Yeah. Worthy trade. The kill goes over to Wukong as well, as Teddy's like, man, just leave him for me, please. He's trying to get the kill with the arrow. 0 kills this game. Still doing a lot of damage. So this ends up being pretty okay for Live Sandbox, but definitely a trade up for Hanwha Life. Both of these teams that you could feel how nervous they're playing, I think, as well, with the tension in this third game, where Hanwha Life came to the series as clear favorites, but series went away from them. This third game, they had the better draft, but made some big mistakes, and very scary situation here is I think Life has to sacrifice himself here, otherwise the rest of the team just gets run down. They have no turret there on the top side of the map.
Yeah, they realize that there are 3 other people making their way up, and I think that if they hadn't have known that, maybe they're thinking that they can actually get that kill, but
야, 우리 좋다 이거.
Yeah, we lost this one, he said.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes, you know, you just have to pick your battles. As Teleport is an interesting one there from Kingan, who doesn't have flash available, and now Closer going to have to flash away as well, but the hook is going to connect. Over the wall goes Willa, and now Live Sandbox have everyone alive. And Hanwha Life Esports are out of Teleport and Gragas.
Yeah, that was a very puzzling decision. I mean, Life is in position for a hook, and if they can grab somebody there, then Kingan blocks them from getting back over the pit. It looks amazing, right? But you just don't have that set. You don't have deep vision behind the Baron pit. You have a ward there that you decided to teleport to, but man, the story of this game feels like Hanwha Life trying to kill isolated targets that aren't isolated, or trying to hard force a fight where they don't have a numbers advantage and their follow-up damage isn't there or is too far away. And like, I feel like Hanwha could still win this game for sure, but if they lose one more Baron or if they end up giving up this Mountain Soul, it's just going to be almost too much of a lead to overcome. The gold is very much even. It's only 200 the lead for Hanwha. And they could still win it if they could win some straight-up 5v5 team fights, but they're not 5v5ing. They're either getting picks or forcing picks so hard that they actually trade down.
Yeah.
Such a weird game.
It is a very strange game, and I think it's a lot to do with just the decisions feeling so disjointed on Hanwha Life Esports' side. Like, nothing is committed to by everyone. It's sort of everyone making their own decisions, and then hopefully we're thinking about the same things. As Live Sandbox, together, they're thinking about Baron, and Hanwha Life Esports are just continuing to push forward. They don't have a lot of vision available here, as they do peek in and see that this Baron pit does not have any humans in it. It's certainly good news for them.
Closer rotating over, is about to have that stun ready. Doesn't have flash, but they need to respect him here. As, I mean, Baron also potentially on the cards here for Live Sandbox because they have amazing turn, and they have Teddy's damage here at this point is quite big.
Yeah.
Hanwha, you need to be decisive.
As Kingan back alive, back in the fight.
I mean, if they like hook a Wukong into the backline and Viper dies, I'm going to be so sad.
It will be a very sad moment if that does happen, as there is a cast used very early. Solar Flare doesn't really do anything, though, as now the Cassante doing some Cassante things. First, the Gragas is going to go down, but Hanwha Life Esports have pushed them off the Baron, and these health bars are getting low. Viper is pretty large. He's a bruiser, definitely, right now with the Titanic Hydra completed. But, oh, the ride! The Kyle goes on, and now it's Clid that finds the backline. Empress Divide finds so many, and Viper has taken 0 damage. He takes down Closer. Teddy's dead as well, and finally, Hanwha Life Esports actually find a team fight that they wanted to take.
And it's going to be a TP from Zeka here into mid. They want to turn this into an inhibitor here, with the health bars being low and only a Zeri and a Azir here. I thought perhaps they would commit hard to pushing mid here and then saying, all right, well, we can do the Baron, but commits mid, doesn't push the turret, then goes to try to solo the Drake. Now, this fight here is so well started by Live Sandbox. Kingan gets pulled back by the Q3, then pushed in and then pulled over the wall. Bertle, masterclass on the Cassante. Viper avoids that Zenith Blade, which is massive, because now this is Viper's world, man. He's like, are you guys going to get away? I don't think so. And instead of backing off here, Live Sandbox decide they're going to double down, and this is such a weird interaction with the Zenith Blade because Viper gets over the wall, but unfortunately Leona doesn't really get on top of him, and he just has a shooting gallery here to fire at. Live Sandbox absolutely lose the fight, but I don't know where we're at in life, but at the moment, Hanwha Life didn't get too much immediately afterwards. Just a solo Mountain Drake is all we saw that was being taken. The Baron is still alive.
Yeah, and Zeku, his movement was so strange in that fight. It's like he felt like the fight wasn't worthy of him until halfway through, where he decides, oh, I guess I'll get into position to find this Emperor's Divide. And he did manage to do it, and it looked fantastic. But it was just very strange.
It was like really, you could feel the nerves here for sure. TP for Kingen, Live Sandbox. They're on a control ward. I don't want to see any overextensions here for Hanwha. If Live Sandbox win this game, I want them to earn it, because right now it feels like Hanwha versus Hanwha in a lot of ways.
Yeah, there's a bit of that.
I hate to say stuff like that, but it feels like that's what this game has been for Hanwha Life Esports.
Well, right now, you can see they're setting up for this Baron. It's taking a lot of damage. Kingen and Life sitting here in this brush as the hook is just going to not find anything. Neither does the barrel, but you can see
Closer on the angle.
Getting a fair bit of work done. That's an immediate cleanse from Viper, who then gets into position to do the damage. Emperor's Divide this time is used immediately, but the Azir is taken down.
Viper, though.
There's the flash. Willa dives into the back line, and now you can see Clit trying to help out. Viper trying to kite where he can. The all-out comes through, and there it is, the Cassante moment in the team fight, but Teddy's already dead, so there's not a lot of damage left remaining. Willa needs to be a hero, but Clit is just going to dive on top of him.
Can he kill both of them? No way, right?
I hope not, because that would mean Cassante's really, really silly. Oh wait, he is really, no, he's still gonna die, right? Right, guys?
I think so.
Is this gonna be the Cassante? He gets a big old shield. No, he's still dead. There
he buys a lot of time.
Vi is also really broken.
Yeah, well, I mean, he buys a lot of time. Now he's got his stone plate. If he had that a second ago, maybe there's a world. Really, Showmaker was right. This is somewhat problematic. That doo-doo moment from earlier in the season, like, it was the warning we didn't heed. Closer has a great engage here, right? But Viper actually is so tanky. He survives through this and does a ton of damage. And then Life here is pushed away. Can goes for the body slam onto Teddy, who's dead after stopwatch here. Nothing he can do. Another great hook. And then Viper goes a bit deep. I think if Viper survives here and doesn't actually chase this hard, they probably just peel off and do Baron. And it's a great position for Hanwha Life. Maybe they grab some inhibs. They did not, though. Now they're doing Baron here in live.
I really like that Life got that kill onto Willa with...
Cut the feed!
Yeah, we're going to have to cut it as Closer is moving in. And it looks like without Willa, they're not going to be able to grab this Baron. So, Clit going to secure that one. Hanwha Life Esports move towards a 4,000 gold lead. Let's see whether they can utilize this Baron. GA on Clit, kind of huge.
Yeah, GA on Clit, it's really hard for him to toss this one away, isn't it, at this point in time?
Feels a little bit more difficult as the Heart Monitor, I mean, this is really interesting because it has felt like Live Sandbox has got control back a few more times than they actually have as far as the gold representing is concerned. But you can see it was certainly back and forth for the last little while, and it may not be over.
Look at the damage, by the way. This is so interesting. Teddy's sitting at 12K, Birdall 17. Viper, of course, 23. This is no shock, but Teddy has just been under so much threat this game. He has done very little.
Oh, do you know why Closer is doing so much damage, by the way?
Tibbers?
Yeah, because you drop a mobile Sunfire Cape on the map.
Yeah.
And that mobile Sunfire Cape goes around and burns things.
Micromanage it while you also stay alive. Like,
it comes down with a lot of stacks as well. It's like pre-stacked in bear form Sunfire Cape. It's really, really cool. Also does initial damage, which Sunfire Cape itself doesn't actually do. It's kind of awesome that it gets access to that.
This feels like an unlosable game from Hanwha from here, right? I mean, they have...
Oh, I'd never say that. Well, I mean, not after this series.
I mean, just hear me out. Like, they have Baron buff, they're pushing inhibitors, they have complete map control. It's a almost full item Viper on Zeri, not just Zeri. I just don't see them losing it from here, but, I mean, GA on Willer here, he's getting his flashback up soon. It's not ready yet. They can avoid any hooks here. Maybe they get one more team fight. I mean, the Drake is spawning, but it's only the second one for Hanwha. So this is one that Live Sandbox can just let go as this Baron times out. That's the hope. That's the dream.
Ooh, Riftmaker done here for
That's
Teddy.
big damage, and also the Mythic passive as well, picked up this late into the game, is actually a pretty big spike in itself.
It's pretty cool when you're playing like an AP 80 carry as well, because you get access to Zhonya's.
Yeah.
Having all of those uses of the stopwatch feels real good, something that they don't generally get the opportunity to do, as there is the second Drake for Harmalife Esports.
I mean, Mountain Soul, if it's picked up here for Live Sandbox, is massive because they have Wukong and Cassante, and Cassante, look at his build and start to get frightened about what it means, especially if you add those additional resistances and the big shield on top of his already Gargoyle Stoneplate shield. Then you have the Zhonya's right for Teddy, so it's going to make him a little bit more tanky as well through these fights.
And Viper has a lot of cleanses, though.
He does. I think if you're going to kill Viper, it's not going to be through CC. It's going to be through hard work and
determination.
A little bit of elbow grease, you know?
Yep. I mean,
there's no cheap shot on this guy.
Could he have more? He'd need to have one in his kit, wouldn't he, to have another cleanse? Because he's got cleanse, Mercurial Scimitar, as well as Mikhail's. Like, there is every opportunity to get out. He needed a Melio. But it's impossible to hire Melio, especially when he was banned.
I just can't see, like, I know I'm like jinxing this, but I can't see a world where he gets locked down and blown up. He just has too many outs. He's Zeri, he's too slippery, he's level 18, he's full tank build. Like, how do you kill this Zeri? It's just not going to happen, and it's Viper, so his positioning is also good.
Yeah,
you know,
I'd recommend
carries in the game.
I'd recommend knockups personally.
Ooh.
A little bit harder to cleanse those, although you can Mercurial Scimitar Flash in order to get out of the way. Cool beans.
I mean, he's clearing wards right now. Not advised, not advised. Don't try this at home. Only Viper can do this. Zeri's Q clears wards really fast, though.
Yeah, especially Viper can do it when he has full information of where the enemy team is. That is important to have.
I mean, they have an Azir turret here. They have a Blitzcrank and a Vi with GA. They are playing so scared. But, I mean, I get it. You do not want to throw this one away, or, I mean, it's going to be a disaster for your mental.
Yeah, I mean, this one it's traveling away from Live Sandbox. Harmalife Esports now that Baron has worn off, they will go back, grab another reset. And we've got 3 minutes on the next Dragon, 1 minute
it's like
44 on the Baron.
But if you back here, now Live Sandbox are like, thanks for all the ward gold. I mean, look,
hey, there we go. There's the value.
But I mean, every time you don't get an inhibitor or you don't force a fight here, the lead that you have actually diminishes at this point as everyone's starting to get full builds in this game. We're reaching 40 minutes, and I don't want to say this game's going to come down to like a 50-50, but it might if Hanwha don't actually force permanent advantages here. Just one inhibitor and no dives, no attempts here to actually force their way through. They're playing so nervous and so scared when I think that they could have actually tried to force something there, or at least look for some hooks, some picks. Now you're in a position where if Life pulls somebody out of the base, you know you have vision of where you are.
Hook is going to miss onto the Brambleback. Life can only hit champions, as it turns out. As there is cleared getting Chains of Corruption. That's a decent cooldown, although at this point in the game, it's actually not that high. So Teddy not going to be too worried about it. It's already a quarter of the way done.
This is Viper here. I mean, he's playing with fire, trying to bait something. Life has flash, could just go over the wall, misses the hook. Just looking for an attempt here. Any pick basically ends the game as Hanwha Life and a 5v4 will just waltz down mid.
Yeah, Zeka trying to get his soldiers into position is now Life. Set up for another one. And Hanwha moving back towards this Baron. It's going to be up in like under 20 seconds time.
They're not going to walk into that, right?
Well, Hook is going to connect there as Willow does manage to get into his decoy form.
He's like, thanks for the gap close, but it's not enough follow-up damage. That was very scary to grab the Wukong there.
If they could have made the call fast enough, it could have been a disaster for Life Esports. I think you might be right. Now Bertle looking for that flank angle. Kyle off to the side. Just jostling for position. Both teams right now. Closer relatively low, but Bertle kind of massive right now on this Cassante. Deserves the respect as we zoom all the way out just to see that these super minions are heading towards these Nexus turrets. Is cleared on the flank angle as there is the ultimate. He's going to invest everything into this moment. He has GA, remember. And gets a large amount back to the rest of his team, but can he stay alive is the question. They dive forward. The explosive damage from this area is massive. The tank 80 carry mage everything Empress Divide is going to pull them back as the Zeri does grab another kill, but the Gragas is going to go down and there's the flash over. Will is in trouble and Viper, he gets the Quadra. He's looking for the Cassante, but the sneaky devil is going to find the back. No Penta for Viper, but I have a feeling they'll take the series.
It looks like they've done it, Atlas. They defeated themselves. You're the worst enemy in this game, but they have finally done it. Zeka?
Well, there's the all out, and the all back in.
I think he's okay.
Viper's in melee range. Okay, Life, are you going to be able to... Okay, there it is, the pentakill, okay! There it is, very delayed, surprised me a lot.
Yeah,
Life is going to grab a pentakill.
I didn't think it was actually going to be a penta. I thought it was too long.
Oh, this was a game. Was it not? Oh, it's been a series. Congratulations to Hanwha Life Esports. They will be able to pull it together in the end.
You know,
close out the series.
If we had a trading card game for League of Legends, there'd be like 9 different Clid cards, and this one would be called Clid Sacrifice.
Yeah.
As he goes in, and despite his best efforts, Live Sandbox still lose the fight because it's a great follow-up cast.
No, you've got everybody's individual card, and then you've got a pack of tarot cards with Clid's face on all of them. I think it's how that one works.
I think I'm just going to put this X on the Viper column and just
call it
a day. Put it down and say, Viper had a fantastic series. He was a late game Zeri. His team set him up in that final fight, but it was a long, arduous game, even as a commentator watching this, because you know Hanwha should win it, but they just were not being extremely proactive, and so many of their proactive plays they made in the mid-game came back to bite them for a long time, so you can understand the slow and safe passage of play. But it just felt like at any moment something could go wrong. Clid makes a mistake. Live Sandbox win a team fight and it's all over. But they do end up sticking the landing in the end. But man, that was a nail-biter of a final game in this series.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the space has to say about it as well, because I wouldn't know the first place to start when it comes to a game like that, because it was going one way and then immediately it veers off course and we're off-road and then we're underwater, we're in a river. Like, it's all over the place. But this guy was pretty consistent. And
yeah.
Viper going for a bit of a celebration there, feeling like he's a bit more amped up than he has been prior.
I think he
this
knows.
was a pretty mega Viper carry moment.
Yeah, I think he knows that you put 90% of the AD carries like in the world in the position Hanwha Life is in, and like it might not get it done. You know, I'd say he knows that he popped off, he carried. And even though Hanwha had some shaky moments, he wasn't going to have a shaky moment. He wasn't going to screw it up. You know, he was not going to fail. And that's the Viper win condition. Late game Viper, he will not disappoint you. He just won't.
Yeah.
If he's in a position to win, he will do it.
I think it was the second pentakill of the season as well. In that moment, it was a very strange pentakill, but honestly pretty deserved given the fact that Viper was basically the whole team.
Yeah,
the last few moments.
This pentakill is going to kind of shape next week's Mad movie. We'll have like one less clip because the pentakill clip is so long.
No, I hope it's just a whole bunch of little jump cuts that they do in like a cool way.
Closer, by the way, this is a highlight reel of Closer actually baiting Hanwha and almost dying like 4 times, but not dying and actually winning fights by being out of position and then ulting people. This game was so wild.
It was so wild. Like this moment as well. I'm glad that we came in at exactly this moment and not see like Zeka just like checking to see when to go in and all this sort of stuff. It's like there was a lot of just strange things that don't often happen in our games.
The final fight, when we get to it, like where Khalid goes in and then his team saves the error, is like it's just like it's so Hanwha, right? It's like the most Hanwha moment.
Although, oftentimes in those moments, it's a sad time for Hanwha afterwards, and this time it was a happy moment for Hanwha. Like, this is the one you're talking about,
yeah,
right?
he catches Closer again, right? Closer has baited them so many times, and then Kingen cast into big body slam here. Willer forced into GA. Clid dies after his, and then the big Emperor's Divide here as Viper is just popping off in the backline, getting that penta, following up. Scary, scary moment here as Clid watches on.
Yeah. And Bertle gonna be back. I'm just like confused about how this penta was extended for so long. I know that there are things that do
extend the duration.
Extend the duration for pentakills just in general. But this felt like one that was going to be an unofficial penta, you know?
Yeah.
But instead, it was an official penta.
That's so weird.
He's like permanently cleanse circling around himself because he's got like 400 of them.
Yeah, it's like Maybe it's just coded to where if Viper's in the game, we just give it to him.
It's like First Blood, pentakill. It's like this is because he got 4 kills in the last game.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't die between them, we'll just give it over.
Yeah.
This game, the word I would describe this game with is absurd. But you know what? At the end of the day, Hanwha Life, it looked scary for a while there, but they come up with the win. They had a gold lead for most of the game, and post like 25 minutes, that's the one where you're watching going, there's no way they lose it, right? And no, they didn't. It was safe the whole time. No doubt about it. Always, we knew they had it on lock.
I don't know whether I was no doubt. However, I was definitely on the edge of my seat because it was one heck of a series. And now we get to hear from the gentleman on the space to break down what that series all meant and what it was about. Take it away, please.
Thank you, casters. Great cast on the day as we had a game number 3 that lasted quite a while, and Hanwha Life Esports eventually got across the line. They did take game number 3 and win the series 2-1. So, any opening thoughts on this space?
What did it all mean?
What did we learn?
What did we learn today? What did we learn, Ox?
League of Legends. What a game.
I had a wonderful time. Like the casters were saying, there was obviously not the cleanest of games. There was a lot of back and forth where maybe there shouldn't have been. A lot of people getting baited into bad situations. But it was a 40-minute game with a lot of team fighting, a lot of action, and in the end, Hanwha Life came out on top.
I just love the amount of hijinks and shenanigans that happened. Like when Life and Clid went into the enemy jungle. For a
excursion.
I just died, and it was like, what are you guys doing? It was goofy, it was fun, right? And I feel like this is kind of what we expected from this series, because these two teams, we expect to be pretty close in sort of power level. It was hard to judge, and it definitely showed here. It was a hard-fought match.
It definitely was. Let's take a look at the draft here before we get any further on this one. Are we looking at any plays? Because, again, we kind of got what we asked for. We got the Vi here. We also did get the Zeri choice, so not the Aphelios this time from Viper.
It's 100% win rate on Vi this series, and 0% win rate on Viego, and I don't think the stats lie. I do think, there were some question marks around the Blitzcrank in this position for Leona. Life had some pretty good moments, some pretty not good moments, like sometimes hooking the right target. But I think a big factor was having the Azir and the Zeri just meant when the game did go later and it did extend, you had these really hard to punish backline carries who scale so exceptionally. And I think, a big theme has been Willa playing the Wukong when everyone else has been struggling, he's been doing well. But like the Wukong and Annie and the Leona, it became quite difficult to deal with them as the game went on.
I also think that Teddy in the previous game already had a tough time. This time you're against Vi, Azir, and Gragas. And also I think the Zeri matchup is a lot worse because unlike Aphelios, where it felt like, particularly with the AP build, you have enough burst to try and contest. Maybe with some help you can actually win that. Against Zeri, she had a 3.5k health.
No one has enough burst.
No, it's not happening, right? So once we got to super late, Teddy didn't have a lot of agency, he had to build defensively, and Zeka and Viper do not let him play the game.
At the end of the day, the late game hyper carries got across the line. Let's take a look at the first highlight, which happens to be 31 minutes into the game,
31.
guys. We had a lot of other highlights, and then we decided this should be highlight number 1.
Yeah, I mean, this fight ended up being super hectic. We saw the Azir go down quite early, but it just feels like it's so difficult to approach this Zeri, and we saw them trying to chase down Viper for so long here.
And eventually, right, they were able to get the kill, but at that point the damage has already been done. The health bars have been completely evaporated. And a really big point is that because of the state of the game that was reached, where we were in this really late game scenario, Annie does not stack up. I actually think the Varus AP actually does an okay job of still providing reliable late game DPS. But Annie, it's all about the burst, and as we saw, cleanses were getting stacked and stacked and stacked. And you kind of have a catch-all of you throw stuff on Viper and then he Mercurials, cleanses, or gets McKills, or you don't and you throw it on Zeka, and maybe you kill Zeka, but then Viper aces your team. So eventually, Zeri just always gets it done.
Yep. I don't have anything.
I love that point, Ox.
Yeah.
Fantastic. It's been a long game. No, but that was funny at the end as well. We were like, is Cassandra gonna die? I don't know.
That's what we thought.
Are they?
I kind of got flashbacks to the doo-doo moment, but no, he just died. Yeah.
Even the casters were concerned. I'm sure that everybody watching was concerned, but he did die in the end, so that was good. Let's take a look at the final fight as well, which ended up being the second highlight here of the match.
Yeah, and I think this one, a massive factor was, I mean, Clayt is a little bit overextended here and gets punished, but Zeka is huge on the Azir here, and again, it just feels like they don't have a good answer to the Zeri. They don't have anyone who can get on top of her, who can check her, and it just becomes really problematic with the shuffle. At the end, just solidifies things in favor of Honolulu Life Esports.
Yeah, between Zeka and Viper, it felt like the two of them really are the front runner here, I think, in terms of individual performances. We obviously did see, as we will roll on to the Penta, that Kingen was kind of there. I don't really think he did anything of note, and Clinton Life had some great moments and some not so great moments.
They were the comedic relief.
They were necessary to keep you interested in the game, right? And I'm going to put that one mostly on Clit, to be fair. I feel like Life is blitzcrank, particularly in the early half of the match, was quite good. I hope as long as there's a vote for either of those, you know, I'll be happy.
Yeah. And as Ox, you were explaining to us, actually, that the Penta timer is 30 seconds or the first spawning enemy. And so they had 30 seconds, and that's why it was official.
Because the death timers are so long. Normally, if it's like short death timers, someone respawns and it like runs out. But if it's long death timers as one person, then you have a really long time actually to go from quadra to penta.
Yeah, and you don't see that all the time, so thought it was worth mentioning. Let's take a look at the POG of this one. Definitely could be a little bit contentious once again. But a couple of names, but this time it will be Viper on the Zeri, who does pick it up, 900 DPM, and an excellent job, especially towards the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Viper, when it got to those team fights, he is that guy, he is that person you can rely on, especially on a pick like Zeri, to consistently put out the damage and to perform. And I think we've seen quite a few games where Honolulu Life Esports maybe haven't managed things that well. The early games have been a bit suspect, but just having a world-class AD carry will get you over the line.
And it also really puts in perspective, right? Like, Viper, we know how good he is. We know what he can provide. And for Humble Life, I think getting a win here for them is really big. But going from game number 1 to game number 3 showcases, one, that Sandbox on another day might have won this, right? And that also means that for Humble Life, there's still a lot to learn from this series, as get some Zeka votes. Us and Jonah strong, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, it was kind of the fact that, like, the big proactive plays early on, I felt like Zek had a big part in, as much as the later game was definitely in Viper's. But, you know, we expected there would be so many Viper votes. He got a Penta, you know, but I'm happy.
He played a really good game.
There's some Zeka representation. I think that's fair.
Absolutely. I think his Emperor's Divides were game-changing. So he got them across the line. Viper brought them home, and that was a great play from the side of Honolulu Life Esports. We do have the interview ready this time. I do know for a fact that it is Jisun translating this time. Let's jump over to that right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview translation, and we are here joined by Zeka and Viper. Congratulations, guys. Zeka, how do you feel about this win? So yeah, we were on a winning streak, and then I think we had a very important match to extend our winning streak throughout the summer season. And it feels great to take down Lip Sandbox, one of the strong teams of the LCK, and keep this going. Viper, congratulations on the pentakill as well. How do you feel? Well, I'm just so relieved that I got a win today, you know, because at the end of the game 3, I thought we were almost like losing the series, but in the end, we managed to win the game. And I got lucky to win the Penta. It feels nice. Well, Honolulu Life actually started off the season with a 0-2 start. However, now you guys are on a 3-match winning streak. What did you guys focus on in order to bounce back? Well, personally, I wanted to, you know, lane really hard, you know. So we wanted to kind of adjust our drafting as well in order to win the bottom lane as much as possible. And I think we were able to execute it, you know, based on our theme. So I think it went pretty well. Zeka, you were able to pull off a great performance on Annie, and we have a high highlight where you are able to find 3 people with T-burst. Let's take a look at this replay. You are actually hiding outside of the enemy vision. How did you calculate it? So at this Herald fight, I was clearing wave on the top lane and I wanted to rotate after I managed to get rid of the wave on the top lane. I was a little bit late because of that, but the rest of my teammates were able to set up a great angle for me. I got really lucky to find the angle there. Well, a lot of people say Annie and Azir are the 2 peaks that can comfortably take whatever matchup on the mid lane. And we saw them getting picked in game 2 and 3. Could you kind of break down the matchup between Annie and Azir? I think we have 2 different meta right now. Annie, where you just, win lane and snowball off of it, or Azir, where you just, wait until the late game until you hit the power spike and win late game team fights. And Viper, we had Viper Teddy matchup after about 3 years. How was it? Well, yeah, he kind of brought back all the old memories, and he's still good at champions that he really prefers, and he's really stable in lane. So it was really impressive to see how he performs today. And Teddy decided to play Varus with AP item build, and that was the key to their game 2 victory. How was playing up against that new item build? I actually have quite a bit of an experience going up against that, Varus. It's mostly because of the statics, The proc is really strong, but it is actually difficult to, auto the opponents, so I wanted to kind of take advantage of that. And then Hana Life made a bit of an adjustment in the drafting. It was Aphelios going into Varus, and then you guys went to Zeri for game 3. Why was that? It was more about picking the comfort pick, which was Zeri. And there was one moment where Life got picked off, and Viper, you were like, abandon him. You were pretty cold. So, what does life in danger means to you? I mean, I would have given a second thought if it were not Blitz, but this time it was Blitz, so we shouldn't really try to protect Blitz when he's about to get picked, I still stand by my decision. And we were able to take a listen into the player comms, and Zeka, you were pretty unhappy when Life got picked, and when Life got a kill steal. Why do you want to talk about that? Disrespectful, Supports are not allowed to take kills away from the mid laners, Well, at the time, actually, I was not mad. I'm just joking. Clid was mad, not me. But Life was like, oh, come on, don't be too mean. So I tried my best to not be mean, but Clid was a little bit angry. Hana Life's next opponent will be OK Savings Bank Brion. Any resolution going into that matchup? OK Savings Bank Brion last time beat T plus Kia, so we were able to see some of their potential. So I want to be mindful of the mistakes that we made today, and prepare for the upcoming match. I think bottom lane will be the battlefield of that series as well, so we will make sure to get a 2-0 win that night. And this will be the end of the interview from Viper Zeka, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for that awesome translation, as always. And let's get into the standings here after this match. Hanwha Life Esports, they take out Lift Sandbox. They are ahead in the standings, now 3-2 in terms of win-to-loss score for them. Lift Sandbox, unfortunately, do fall to 2-4. They find themselves in a little bit of a hole at this point of time.
I love how Quantum Freak's got to enjoy like a couple of hours of being on the left side of the standing. Only be knocked down again. Bit unfortunate for them.
And tomorrow, we have the Telecom War. I'm going in on that one first because the Saturday Showdown. At the beginning of the week, I was like, This is going to be amazing. These two teams always deliver, but D+ did get a little bit bopped by KT. And I think KT's great, but so is Gen G. So we'll see if the history of that series can make this one a banger as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day. It's going to be awesome. I think that both matches should deliver. I think DK will come back with the fire, and hopefully they can challenge Gen G, because nobody has been able to just yet. They're still undefeated in series. But guys, that's going to do it for us on The Space. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK. Have a good night.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. Baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic.
기능이 남을 만한 대역전 승리를
This is R!
30조 RRR 펜타킬 나이스